Welcome in my sleepy friends to a journey through time and stone. You guys will love this story, so let's get comfortable. Because tonight, you'll walk the ancient paths of Petra, the rose-red city carved into the cliffs of southern Jordan over 2,000 years ago by the Nabatean people. Let the desert wind guide you through winding canyons and past temples that have witnessed countless sunrises as we explore this wonder of the ancient world together. If I mispronounce any words, please let me know down below, as I tend to make mistakes. I will say liking the video and commenting significantly helps us out. Also, please let me know where you are listening in from and what time it is for you. Now, get cozy, turn on a fan for some noise, and let's begin. You wake before the sun touches the horizon, wrapped in wool blankets that smell faintly of wood smoke and sand. The air carries that particular chill that only deserts know, sharp and clean, making your breath visible in small clouds. Outside your tent, the world exists in shades of deep blue and purple, the stars still brilliant overhead despite the approaching dawn. Your feet find your sandals in the darkness, leather worn soft from months of travel. The camp around you stirs with the quiet sounds of early risers, the soft nickering of camels, the rustle of fabric as someone tends a cooking fire, and the gentle pour of water into clay vessels. You've travelled far to reach this place, following trade routes that connect the Mediterranean to the Arabian Peninsula, and today you'll finally see what merchants and travellers speak about in hushed, reverent tones. The first hint of sunrise appears as a thin line of gold along the eastern mountains, turning the sky above it the colour of rose petals. You stand and stretch, feeling your muscles adjust to the movement after a night on the ground. Around you, the desert begins to reveal itself in layers, rocky outcrops emerging from shadow, the pale tracks of last night's beetle crossings visible in the sand, and the distant silhouette of cliffs that seem to glow from within as light touches them. A trader from your caravan nods at you, his face already creased with smile lines despite the early hour. He gestures toward the cliffs with his chin, where you can now make out something extraordinary. Dark openings in the rock face, too regular to be natural caves, too high to be easily reached. Tombs, he tells you, though his accent makes the word sound like a song. Monuments to the dead who watch over the living. You accept a cup of mint tea from the communal pot, warming your hands around the clay. The liquid steams in the cool air, and the first sip spreads warmth down your throat and into your chest. Around the fire other travellers gather, some rubbing sleep from their eyes, others already animated with the excitement of arrival. You've all heard the stories, but stories are just shadows of reality, and reality waits just beyond those cliffs. The sun breaks free from the horizon properly now, and the transformation is startling. The cliffs don't just reflect light, they seem to capture it, to hold it within the stone itself. The rock glows in shades of pink, orange and deep rose, layered like frozen waves in a sea of sandstone. You understand now why people call this the Rose City, though the name feels inadequate for the reality before you. The trader shares bread with you, flat rounds baked in the coals last night, still slightly warm when you tear into them. The texture is chewy and satisfying, with a faint smokiness that complements the sweet tea perfectly. He tells you about his first visit to Petra 20 years ago, when he was barely old enough to travel with the caravans. Even then, he says, even knowing what to expect from his father's descriptions, the reality struck him speechless. As you finish your tea and prepare for the day's journey, you notice how the temperature shifts quickly from cold to merely cool, and you know that by afternoon it will be genuinely hot. The desert offers no middle ground, no gentle transitions. It demands you pay attention, stay present, or suffer the consequences of distraction. You check your water skin, full and heavy, and adjust the cloth covering your head and neck. The locals have perfected the art of desert clothing over centuries, and you've learned to trust their wisdom. The camp begins to break down around you with practiced efficiency. Tents collapse and fold into surprisingly compact bundles. Camels are loaded with goods and supplies, complaining with their characteristic groaning sounds that always make you smile. These creatures are magnificently adapted to desert life, but apparently evolved without dignity. One camel nearby spits dramatically at nothing in particular, just to make a point about the indignity of being loaded with cargo at this hour. You gather your own belongings, a small pack with essentials, your water skin, and a journal you've been keeping of your travels. The journal's pages are already filled with sketches and notes from other stops along the trade routes, the ancient cities of Damascus and Palmyra, the coastal ports where Mediterranean waves crash against weathered docks, and the mountain passes where snow still clings to northern slopes even in summer. But you've left several pages blank for Petra, sensing somehow that this place will require more space, more words, and more attempts to capture something fundamentally difficult to express. The caravan master calls out, his voice carrying across the camp, and people begin to gather. You'll travel together to the entrance of Petra, but once there, each person will explore at their own pace. Some are merchants who've been here many times and know exactly where they're going. Others, like you, are visitors drawn by curiosity and wonder, ready to wander wherever the day takes you. The walk from the camp to Petra's entrance takes perhaps half an hour, following a well-worn path that countless feet have travelled before. The landscape here is harsh but beautiful in its austerity. Rocky ground dotted with scrub brush, and the occasional hardy tree that has found water somewhere deep underground. You spot a hawk circling overhead, riding thermal currents with barely a wing beat, scanning the ground for breakfast. As you walk, the trader tells you more about the Nabateans, the people who built this city. They were Arabs originally, nomadic traders who settled here and transformed themselves into master builders and engineers. They controlled the frankincense and myrrh trade routes from Arabia to the Mediterranean, and their strategic position made them wealthy beyond measure. Petra was both their capital and their stronghold, a city that could be easily defended but also displayed their prosperity to anyone who entered. He points out a line of cliffs in the distance, explaining that the Nabateans carved hundreds of tombs into those rock faces. The most elaborate tombs belonged to kings and nobles, while simpler ones housed merchants and citizens. Everyone who could afford it wanted to be buried in the rock, to become part of the eternal stone, to rest in chambers that would outlast empires and ages. The entrance to Petra reveals itself gradually, which somehow makes it more magnificent than if it had appeared all at once. You approach what looks like a simple crack in the cliff face, barely wide enough for two camels to pass side by side. This is the Seek, the narrow gorge that serves as the main entrance to the city, and standing at its mouth you feel like you're about to step into another world entirely. The walls on either side rise immediately to dizzying heights, perhaps 80 feet, perhaps more. Your eyes follow the vertical sweep of stone upward until your neck protests. The rock here shows its age and history in horizontal bands of colour. Cream, rust, burgundy, pale pink and deep rose. Geological time made visible, each layer representing millennia compressed into stone. You step forward, and the temperature drops noticeably. The high walls block the direct sunlight, creating a corridor of cool shadow. Your footsteps echo slightly, a quiet percussion against the ancient pathway, worn smooth by countless feet before yours. In some places, you can still see the remnants of the original paving, fitted stones that once made this journey even easier for the heavily laden caravans that were Petra's lifeblood. Above you, the narrow ribbon of sky seems impossibly blue, a colour so intense it almost hurts to look at directly. Occasionally a bird passes overhead, its shadow flickering across the walls before disappearing. The walls themselves seem to breathe, their surfaces carved by wind and water into waves and curves that play tricks on your vision. In certain light, you could swear the stone actually moves. The rock faces on either side display an astonishing variety of colours and patterns. You stop to examine one section where the sandstone swirls in shades, ranging from cream to deep burgundy, the layers twisted and folded by ancient geological forces into patterns that resemble abstract art. Running your fingers across the surface, you can feel the different textures where harder and softer stone have eroded at different rates, creating a landscape in miniature. Halfway through the sick, you notice channels carved into the walls at about shoulder height. These are water conduits, engineered with such precision that they carried water from mountain springs into the city, with almost no loss to evaporation or leakage. You run your fingers along one, feeling the smooth interior worn by centuries of flowing water. The Nabateans understood something fundamental. In the desert, water is power, and controlling water means controlling trade, prosperity, and survival itself. Looking more closely at the water channel, you can see how the engineers calculated the angle of descent with remarkable accuracy. Too steep and the water would flow too fast, eroding the channel. Too shallow and sediment would accumulate, clogging the system. They found the perfect gradient and maintained it for the entire length of the sick, a feat that required not just skill, but deep understanding of hydraulics and mathematics. The path curves and narrows, then widens slightly, then narrows again. This winding approach serves multiple purposes. It makes the city easier to defend, it provides shade, and it builds anticipation with each turn. You can't see what's ahead until you're almost upon it, and each bend reveals new details. A carved niche that once held a sacred stone, a section where the rock appears almost translucent when light hits it at the right angle, and a place where flash flood debris from centuries ago still clings to a high ledge. In one of these niches you spot a small carved figure, worn almost smooth by time but still recognisable as a deity or protective spirit. Someone has left an offering of flowers at its base, recent enough that they haven't completely dried out. You wonder if this is a continuation of ancient practice or a new tradition started by modern visitors. Either way, it speaks to something persistent in human nature, this desire to acknowledge the sacred, to leave something behind, to participate in ritual. You pause at one section where the walls nearly touch overhead, creating a natural archway of stone. Here, in the coolest part of the sick, you can smell the mineral scent of ancient rock, clean and somehow timeless. A small lizard watches you from a crevice, its scales catching what little light penetrates this far into the gorge. It blinks slowly, unimpressed by yet another human passing through its territory. The sick is not completely straight, and with each turn you lose sight of the entrance behind you and cannot yet see what lies ahead. This creates a feeling of suspension, of existing between worlds. The modern world has fallen away, not yet replaced by whatever waits at the end of this stone corridor. You're in a space that belongs entirely to itself, governed by its own rules of light and shadow, sound and silence. Other travellers move through the sick at their own pace. An elderly man walks slowly, stopping frequently to rest and look upward. A young couple hurries past, eager and impatient, their voices echoing off the walls. You settle into your own rhythm, not too fast, not too slow, trying to absorb everything your senses offer. The cool air, the quality of light, the texture of stone, and the vast sense of time pressing in from all sides. At one point you hear water, actual flowing water, not just the memory of it. Following the sound, you discover a small spring emerging from the rock face, creating a wet patch on the wall where moss and tiny plants grow. The water trickles down into one of the ancient channels, still following the path carved for it 2,000 years ago. You cup your hand and catch some of the water, tasting it. It's cold and clean, slightly mineral, exactly what water should taste like when it comes straight from deep inside the earth. The sick begins to brighten ahead, sunlight spilling around a corner in a way that makes you squint. You can hear voices now too, other visitors who have reached the end and are reacting to what they've found there. Their exclamations echo back toward you, wordless expressions of awe that need no translation. Your pace quickens slightly, not because you're in a hurry, but because something in you senses that the real marvel lies just ahead, around this next curve, through this corridor of stone that has funneled travellers toward wonder for 2,000 years. You take a deep breath, preparing yourself for whatever comes next, even though preparation is probably futile. Some experiences cannot be prepared for. Some moments exist outside the realm of expectation, dwelling instead in pure experience, in the shock of beauty and in the confrontation with human capability that exceeds what you thought possible. This is one of those moments you sense, and you're right, and then you see it, though see feels like too small a word for what happens when the treasury reveals itself through the narrow gap of the Essex. At first, just a vertical slice of facade appears between the canyon walls, glowing rose gold in the morning sun. Then, as you take another step, another few feet of carved cliff face emerges, and another, until finally you stand in the open space before it, your neck craned back, your mouth slightly open, rendered completely silent by the sheer audacity of what ancient hands created here. The treasury, Al-Khazne in the local language, rises 130 feet from the sandy plaza floor, carved entirely from the living rock of the cliff behind it. Not built, carved. The builders started at the top and worked downward, chiselling away everything that wasn't this magnificent facade, revealing rather than constructing. You try to imagine the faith required to begin such a project, the certainty that the stone would cooperate, that the vision in someone's mind could be translated into this reality. The lower level features 6 massive columns, each one perfect despite being carved from the same continuous piece of cliff as everything around it. Between and behind these columns, doorways lead into cool darkness, chambers cut deep into the rock. Above this, a second level rises with more columns, more detail, and more impossible precision, and crowning it all, a circular structure topped with an urn that legend says contains the treasure that gave this monument its name. You walk closer, your sandals quiet on the sand that has blown into this plaza over centuries. The morning light hits the facade at an angle that makes the stone seem to glow from within, and you understand that the Nabateans didn't choose this rose-coloured sandstone by accident. They built, carved, with light in mind, understanding how it would transform their work throughout the day, throughout the seasons, and throughout the ages. Details emerge as you approach. Carved figures stand in niches, dancing Amazons according to local knowledge, though their features have softened over 2 millennia of wind and rare rain. Floral motifs curve along capitals and cornices. Geometric patterns create visual rhythms that draw your eye upward and upward until you're dizzy with looking. You notice that the stone itself contains subtle colour variations. A seam of deep burgundy here, a band of cream there, and streaks of orange and pink swirling together like some cosmic painter's palette. A merchant you met in the caravan stands beside you now, and you realise you've both been staring in silence for several minutes. He laughs quietly and says something about how he's seen the treasury 24 times, and it still makes him feel like a child seeing magic for the first time. You nod, understanding completely. There's something about the scale of human ambition here, the sheer devotion required to imagine this, and then make it real, that shrinks your modern concerns down to their proper size. You notice now that the plaza in front of the treasury is actually quite large, capable of holding hundreds of people. This wasn't just a tomb or a temple, it was a statement, a declaration carved in stone. We are the Nabateans and this is what we can do. This is our power, our wealth, our skill and our vision. Remember us. And you do remember them standing here 2,000 years later exactly as they hoped. The facade shows signs of damage in places, bullet holes from treasure hunters who took the legend of the urn's contents literally, cracks from earthquakes, and sections where the softer stone has eroded faster than the harder. But these imperfections somehow make it more real, more touching. Perfect preservation would make it a museum piece. These scars remind you that the treasury has survived, persisted, and endured through everything time and humans could throw at it. You walk to one of the doorways and step inside. The interior is surprisingly simple compared to the elaborate facade. Large rectangular chambers with smooth walls and high ceilings. The temperature drops immediately, the thick rock walls maintaining a coolness that feels almost shocking after the warm day outside. Someone has left an offering of flowers in one corner, already wilting in the dry air. A small gesture of reverence to whoever this monument was built to honour. The main chamber measures roughly 40 feet square. the walls rising to a ceiling that disappears into darkness above. Your footsteps echo in the empty space, and you realise that acoustics were probably considered in the design. Sound behaves differently in here, softer but also somehow more present, as if the stone itself remembers voices and occasionally whispers them back. You run your hand along the wall, feeling tool marks invisible to the eye but present to touch. Thousands of careful strikes with chisel and hammer, each one removing a tiny amount of stone, each one part of the larger vision. The patience required staggers you. This isn't work that could be rushed. This is work that required dedication spanning years, probably decades, probably generations of craftsmen passing skills and knowledge down through their families. In a corner of the chamber you notice graffiti scratched into the stone. Not modern vandalism, but ancient visitors leaving their marks. One inscription is in Nabatean script, another in what might be Greek, and a third in a language you don't recognise at all. People have been visiting this place and wanting to record their presence for as long as the treasury has existed. You resist the urge to add your own mark, feeling that the practice has shifted from documentation to desecration somewhere along the millennia. Back outside, you find a spot of shade and simply sit, watching how the light changes on the carved surface as the sun continues its climb. Other travellers arrive, gasping and pointing, going through the same progression of awe you just experienced. You notice how the treasury seems to change colour as the sun moves. What was rose gold an hour ago now tends more toward deep salmon, and in another hour it will shift again. A young woman sits near you, also just watching. After a while she says quietly that she's an architect, and this breaks her brain. The engineering required, the vision, the skill, it all exceeds what should be possible with the tools available at the time. You ask what she means, and she explains. These aren't small decorative carvings. This is structural work at a massive scale, and it had to be done perfectly because there are no second chances. You can't add stone back once it's removed. Every strike of the chisel had to be precisely calculated and executed. One major error and the entire facade could have been ruined. She stands and approaches the treasury again, gesturing at the columns. To make columns that appear to be separate but are actually part of the continuous cliff face, she says, "You need to understand not just what the finished product should look like, but exactly how to remove stone in 3 dimensions to create the illusion of independent structures. It's subtractive sculpture on an impossible scale, and it's architectural engineering, and it's mathematical precision, all combined." The Nabateans were operating at a level of sophistication that most people don't appreciate. A vendor has set up a small carpet nearby, selling cool drinks and dried fruit to overwhelmed visitors. You accept a cup of pomegranate juice, sweet and tart on your tongue, and listen as he tells stories about the treasury in an accent thick as honey. Some stories are clearly exaggerated. No, King Solomon's djinn didn't carve this overnight. But others hold the weight of possibility. Hidden chambers not yet discovered, treasures beyond the urn, which, he admits with a grin, is solid stone all the way through, riddled with bullet holes from fortune seekers who learned that lesson the hard way. He tells you that local Bedouin legends say the treasury was carved by a pharaoh who pursued Moses across the desert and needed a place to store his wealth. This is historically unlikely, but you appreciate the story anyway. Every culture that encounters Petra creates explanations for it, weaves it into their own mythology, and makes it part of their narrative. The treasury doesn't just belong to the Nabateans anymore, it belongs to human imagination. You purchase some dates from the vendor and they're perfect, sweet and slightly chewy, with that concentrated sugar flavour that makes them almost like candy. He tells you they're from a grove near Akaba, grown in the same soil that's produced dates for thousands of years. The Nabateans would have eaten dates just like these, carried them on long trading journeys, and used them to sweeten their lives in small, ordinary ways. The morning advances toward midday, and you know you should move on and explore more of Petra, but you're reluctant to leave the treasury. It has a gravity to it, an invisible pull that makes departure difficult. Finally, you force yourself to stand, to shoulder your pack, to turn away from the carved facade. but you look back 3 times before the plaza is out of sight, unwilling to let it go, needing these last glimpses to carry with you. Beyond the treasury, the city of Petra unfolds like a stone garden, and you venture deeper into its heart. The central colonnade stretches before you, a broad avenue that once bustled with traders, priests and citizens going about their daily business. Now it exists in partial ruin, columns standing at attention like soldiers who never received orders to stand down, others toppled by earthquakes that shook this region centuries ago. You walk among these remnants, trying to reconstruct the scene as it might have been. Market stalls would have lined this street, their awnings providing shade, their goods creating a sensory festival. Spices from India, silk from China, frankincense from Arabia, and olive oil from the Mediterranean. The Nabateans sat at the crossroads of the ancient world, and everything worth trading passed through their hands, leaving a percentage of its value behind. The colonnade itself shows evidence of multiple construction phases. Some columns are clearly older than others, the stone more weathered, and the capitals different in style. The city grew and changed over centuries, adapting to new influences, new wealth, and new needs. You can read this history in the architecture like rings in a tree, each layer telling its own story. Ahead, you spot what must have been a fountain, a large carved basin set into an architectural niche. Dry now, but still beautiful. You approach it and see the remains of decorative carvings around its rim, patterns that echo the natural swirls in the sandstone itself. You imagine it full of water, surrounded by travellers and locals alike, everyone grateful for this precious resource in the desert heat. The fountain's basin is carved from a single piece of stone, and you marvel at the effort required to quarry, transport and position something this large. Even with modern equipment, moving this basin would be challenging. The Nabateans managed it with human and animal power, with clever use of levers and rollers, and with the kind of patient determination that seems almost extinct in your own era of instant gratification. A cat appears from behind a fallen column, regarding you with a universal expression of feline superiority. It's orange and white and well fed enough that clearly someone in the modern Bedouin community that lives nearby takes care of it. The cat performs an elaborate stretch, front legs extended, rear end elevated, making it abundantly clear that it owns this particular section of ancient street. You're merely visiting. The cat approaches you cautiously, decides you're acceptable, and begins weaving around your ankles in that way cats have perfected over millennia of training humans to feed them. You scratch behind its ears, and it purrs loud enough to echo off the nearby columns. For a moment you're connected to every person who ever paused on this street to pet a friendly cat, because some things transcend time and culture. People have always loved small animals that deign to tolerate our presence. Along the edges of the colonnade, cave openings mark residential areas carved into the cliff faces. These aren't the elaborate tomb facades you see throughout Petra. These are simpler, more practical spaces where people actually lived. You climb a rough-hewn staircase to reach one, your hand trailing along the rock wall for balance. The entrance is low, you duck to enter, and inside you find a series of rooms carved in a simple but efficient layout. The main room would have been the living area, with smaller chambers branching off for storage and sleeping. The walls are surprisingly smooth, showing tool marks only in the corners where precision mattered less. You can see where shelves were carved directly into the rock, where oil lamps would have sat in niches, and where the ceiling rises higher to allow smoke from cooking fires to gather and escape through a carefully engineered vent. Standing in this ancient home, you can almost feel the lives that were lived here. A mother grinding grain in the cool morning, children playing in the doorway while their father prepared for a trading journey. Evening meals were shared while the day's heat finally broke. Arguments and laughter, births and deaths, all the ordinary moments that make up a life, played out in rooms carved from living stone. One of the sleeping chambers still has what looks like the remnants of plaster on the walls. Painted plaster, though the pigments have faded to barely visible ghosts of colour. You can just make out geometric patterns, perhaps floral designs, decoration that made this cave into a home, that added beauty to function, that proved even 2,000 years ago people wanted more than just shelter. They wanted aesthetically pleasing shelter. You notice that the floors aren't level. They're slightly sloped toward the entrance, a deliberate design choice that would have helped water drain out during the rare but intense desert rains. Even in homes carved from stone, even in places that seem permanent and unchanging, the Nabateans, prepared for water, respected it and designed around it. In the desert, water is never an afterthought. Returning to the colonnade, you find yourself thinking about social structure in ancient Petra. The elaborate tombs and temples suggest a hierarchical society. Wealthy merchants and nobles at the top, priests and administrators next, craftsmen and traders in the middle, and labourers at the bottom. But the shared water systems, the public fountains, and the relatively modest homes, even for the wealthy, suggest a society that valued community cohesion. You can't run a successful trading empire if your social structure constantly threatens to collapse into conflict. Back on the main avenue, you notice a group of modern Bedouin guides taking their lunch in the shade of a particularly large fallen column. They wave you over with the immediate hospitality that seems to be programmed into desert peoples everywhere. Within moments, you're sitting cross-legged on a worn carpet, accepting flatbread and soft cheese, listening to stories told in a mixture of languages supplemented with expansive gestures. The food is simple, but satisfying. The bread still warm, the cheese tangy and creamy, and some olives that taste like sunshine and salt. Someone passes you a cup of strong coffee, thick and sweet, and you sip it carefully because it's very hot. The guides laugh at something one of them said, slapping their knees, and even though you don't understand the joke, you smile, because laughter is contagious and context independent. One of the older guides, his face creased like well-worn leather, tells you about finding ancient coins after heavy rains, about discovering new chambers that tourists never see, and about the time a flash flood roared through the sick with such violence that it moved boulders the size of camels. His hands shape the story in the air, and you can see the water rising and feel the thunder of its passage. He laughs at the memory, not because floods aren't dangerous, but because surviving them earns you bragging rights that last a lifetime. The conversation turns to daily life in ancient Petra, and the guides share knowledge passed down through generations of living in and around these ruins. The Nabateans, they explain, were practical people. They carved their city from stone not for aesthetics alone, but because stone doesn't burn, doesn't rot, and lasts essentially forever in a desert climate. They built for their descendants, for eternity, and they succeeded beyond probably even their own imaginations. You learn that during Petra's height, this central street would have been shaded by fabric awnings stretched between the columns, making it possible to shop and trade even during the brutal midday heat. Wealthy merchants lived in carved homes with multiple rooms and elaborate facades, while poorer citizens made do with simpler cave dwellings on the outskirts. Everyone, regardless of status, had access to the city's water system, a democratic approach to precious resources that helped maintain social stability. One of the younger guides points out a section of the colonnade where you can still see post holes carved into the stone, evidence of those awnings, proof that this street once offered shade and relative comfort. He explains that the fabric would have been brightly coloured, dyed in reds and blues and yellows, creating a vibrant canopy overhead. The street would have been colourful in a way that's hard to imagine now, looking at the bare stone and sand. Trade goods would have been displayed on low tables or spread on carpets, the guide continues. Merchants called out their wares, hagglers negotiated prices, and money changers sat at small tables converting various currencies because traders came from all over the known world. It would have been loud, chaotic, and exciting. A true crossroads where different languages mingled, where news from distant lands spread, and where the exotic became ordinary through constant exposure. The guides also tell you about the social customs of ancient Petra, the little rituals of daily life. When traders arrived, they would have been greeted by city officials who assessed their goods for taxation purposes. Temples required offerings from those seeking divine favour for their business deals. Public baths, yes, the Nabateans had public baths, an innovation borrowed from their Greek and Roman neighbours, served as social centres where business and gossip flowed as freely as the water. You ask about entertainment, and the guides exchange glances, grinning. There was a theatre here, one of them says, actually 2 theatres carved into the hillsides. The Nabateans enjoyed Greek-style drama, comedy and music. They weren't austere desert ascetics. They were cosmopolitan, sophisticated and interested in art and culture as much as profit. They wanted to enjoy their wealth, not just accumulate it. One guide mentions the remains of what was probably a tavern or inn near the colonnade, and suddenly you can imagine tired traders stumbling in after a long journey, calling for wine and food, swapping stories about dangerous mountain passes and profitable deals, boasting about their exploits and complaining about their competitors. Human nature doesn't change much. The details shift, but the fundamental patterns remain constant. The guides insist on showing you what they consider Petra's true marvel, not the carved facades, impressive as they are, but the water systems that made everything else possible. You follow them to what looks like an unremarkable channel, carved into the rock face along one street. Water once flowed here, they explain, brought from springs in the mountains through an engineering system so sophisticated that modern experts still study it with admiration and a touch of envy. You walk along this ancient aqueduct, following its path as it curves with the natural contours of the landscape. Every so often, you spot evidence of the Nabatean engineer's cleverness, a settling basin where sediment could drop out of the water flow, a gentle curve designed to maintain constant water pressure, and a covered section that prevented evaporation during the hottest parts of the day. The system wasn't just one channel, but a network of channels, cisterns and dams that collected every possible drop of water from the seasonal rains and mountain runoff. The Nabateans understood that water doesn't just appear when you need it. It must be captured, stored, and distributed with care. In this understanding, they built an entire civilization. One of the guides kneels beside the channel and traces the interior with his finger, showing you how smooth it is. This smoothness wasn't accidental, he explains. It reduced friction, allowing water to flow more efficiently. Every detail was calculated. Every feature served a purpose. The Nabateans were engineers who thought in terms of systems, understanding that water management required considering everything from mountain springs to individual homes. He points out where smaller channels branched off from this main aqueduct, carrying water to different districts of the city. Each branch had its own control mechanism, stone plugs that could be removed or inserted to direct water where it was needed most. During droughts, water would be rationed, with priority given to drinking and cooking. During abundant periods, excess water went to gardens, fountains, and the public baths. You continue following the main channel, and it leads you upward, climbing the hillside in a carefully calculated gradient. The guides explain that this particular aqueduct brought water from a spring over 6 miles away, maintaining a consistent downward slope the entire distance. The engineering survey work alone would have been an impressive feat. Imagine mapping a route over miles of rocky terrain, calculating elevations and determining the optimal path, all without modern instruments. At several points along the route, you see evidence of repairs made over the centuries. The Nabateans maintained their water systems religiously because their survival depended on it. Later inhabitants, Romans and Byzantines, continued the maintenance because the system was too valuable to abandon. Even after Petra was largely depopulated, local Bedouin tribes used parts of the water system, keeping sections functional up to the present day. One of the guides leads you to a large cistern carved deep into the rock, its opening protected by a low wall that prevents accidents. You lean over carefully and look down into cool darkness. Somewhere far below, water still collects. Not much, but enough that you can hear the occasional drip echoing in the chamber. This particular cistern, you're told, could hold enough water to supply the city for months if rains failed, which they sometimes did. The cistern's interior walls are plastered to prevent seepage, though much of the plaster has deteriorated over time. At the bottom, you can just barely make out the glint of water, perhaps 20 feet down. A metal chain hangs down the wall. a modern addition to help anyone who accidentally falls in, though the guides joke that falling into ancient cisterns is not recommended as a tourist activity. Near the cistern, someone has carved a warning in Nabatean script, still legible after all these centuries. The guide translates roughly. It warns against polluting the water supply and declares the punishment for such a crime to be severe. Water theft was apparently the most serious offence a person could commit in ancient Petra, worse than stealing gold or goods. You can understand why. Gold might make you rich, but water keeps you alive. The guide shares a story about a 19th century explorer who tried to map Petra's entire water system and gave up after weeks of work, having traced only a fraction of its extent. The system was simply too complex and too extensive, with channels running under streets, through buildings, and across valleys on aqueduct bridges that have since collapsed. Modern archaeologists using ground-penetrating radar continue to discover previously unknown sections. You continue following the water channels, and they lead you to what must have been a garden area. The soil here is different, darker, richer, and clearly enriched by centuries of water flow and organic matter. You can still see the remnants of the irrigation system, small channels branching off the main aqueduct to water individual planting beds. In the desert, a garden isn't just decoration, it's a statement of power, a demonstration that you command enough water to waste some on beauty. One of the younger guides kneels and digs in the soil, pulling up a shard of pottery. It's glazed in a pale green colour, decorated with a simple geometric pattern. Part of a plant pot, he suggests, or maybe a serving dish from when this garden hosted parties and gatherings. He hands it to you, and you turn it over in your hands, marvelling at how something so fragile survived when entire empires crumbled. The garden area overlooks the main city, offering a view across carved facades and ancient streets. You can imagine Nabatean nobles sitting here in the evening, enjoying the cool air and the sound of water trickling through irrigation channels, discussing politics and trade while surrounded by flowers and fruit trees that had no business surviving in a desert climate. The garden would have been a demonstration of their victory over nature, their ability to bend even the harsh desert to their will. Looking at the garden's layout, you notice it was terraced, with each level slightly lower than the one above it. This allowed water to flow naturally from one terrace to the next, ensuring even distribution and preventing waste. Even in ornamental spaces, even in areas designed purely for pleasure, the Nabateans maintained their engineering precision and respect for water's value. The afternoon heat has built to its peak now, and you understand viscerally why the Nabateans spent so much effort on water systems. Without constant hydration, the desert becomes genuinely dangerous. You drink from your water skin, grateful for it, and think about how different life must have been when every drop had to be consciously managed, when running out meant death, and when rain was literally a blessing worth celebrating with festivals and offerings to the gods. One of the guides mentions that during major festivals the Nabateans would sometimes run wine through their fountain systems instead of water, a display of wealth so extravagant it borders on absurd. Imagine standing in the plaza and seeing wine flowing from public fountains, available to anyone who wanted it. It would have been both generous hospitality and an unmistakable demonstration of power. We have so much wealth that we can literally pour wine into the streets. You ask about water quality, and the guides explain that the settling basins you saw weren't just for removing sediment. The Nabateans understood that allowing water to sit exposed to air for a period improved its taste and quality. They didn't know about aeration or oxidation in modern scientific terms, but they understood the practical result. Water tasted better after sitting in an open basin for a while. The water systems also included something unexpected. Public fountains positioned at regular intervals throughout the city, available to all residents regardless of wealth or status. This democratic approach to water distribution helped maintain social cohesion. In a society where wealth inequality could easily lead to unrest, ensuring everyone had access to clean water was both practical governance and a humanitarian consideration. As you walk back toward the main city, following the aqueduct downhill, you pass several more cisterns, another settling basin, and what looks like an ancient watermill. though so little remains that it's hard to be certain. The guides confirm your guess. Yes, the Nabateans used water power to grind grain, another borrowed innovation that they adapted to their needs and refined through their characteristic engineering precision. As the sun begins its slow descent toward the western horizon, you make your way to the religious heart of Petra, a complex of temples that show the Nabatean relationship with the divine. The largest, the Great Temple, sprawls across a terrace carved and built into the hillside. Climbing the ancient steps, you feel the temperature still radiating from the stone, hours of absorbed sunlight slowly releasing. The temple's layout reveals itself in layers. First, a large courtyard where worshippers would have gathered. Then, a series of columns leading to the temple proper, some still standing, others reduced to drums of stone lying like scattered coins. The columns that remain upright cast long shadows in the late afternoon light, creating patterns on the ground that shift and dance as you move between them. What strikes you most is the synthesis of styles. The Nabateans were traders, exposed to Egyptian, Greek, Roman and Arabian influences, and their religious architecture reflects this cultural crossroads. You see Egyptian-style capitals next to Corinthian columns and Arabian geometric patterns alongside Hellenistic sculptures. Rather than creating confusion, this blending feels intentional, even harmonious, a visual representation of a people comfortable moving between worlds. The columns themselves are remarkable works of engineering. Each one is carved from a single piece of stone, fluted with precision, and topped with capitals that show different decorative styles. Some columns have been re-erected by archaeologists, and you can see the modern concrete used to join the ancient drums together. These repairs are obvious up close, but from a distance, the columns once again stand as they did centuries ago, supporting nothing but sky, yet still magnificent. You enter what was once the inner sanctum, now open to the sky. The walls here are carved with niches that would have held statues or offerings. Some still contain fragments. A stone hand here, part of a face there, pieces of gods whose names have been largely forgotten. The Nabateans worshipped Tushara, their primary deity, often represented as a block of stone rather than a human form. You spot what might be one of these sacred blocks in a corner, worn smooth by time and the touch of countless faithful hands. The inner sanctum floor is paved with fitted stones, many displaced by earthquakes but still showing the original pattern. In the centre, a rectangular depression marks what was probably an altar where priests made offerings. Animals sacrificed, incense burned, and wine poured out as libation. You can almost smell the smoke of ancient fires and hear the prayers and chants that filled this space during religious ceremonies. Along one wall you find a series of inscriptions in Nabatean script. These are dedications from worshippers. You're told by a guide who has followed you into the temple. They thank Tushara for safe journeys, successful business deals, healthy children, and victories over enemies. The concerns of ancient people, expressed in language you can't read but can absolutely understand because human hopes and fears don't change much across millennia. A smaller temple nearby appears to have been dedicated to Al-Uzza, a goddess the Nabateans identified with Venus. This structure features more delicate carvings. Flowers and vines wind up the columns, and you can still make out what might be doves or other birds among the decorative elements. Someone has left modern flowers at what was probably the altar, a continuation of devotion across 2,000 years, even if the specific deity has changed. The Al-Uzza temple is smaller but more intimate than the Great Temple. Its proportions feel more human-scaled, less intended to overwhelm with grandeur, and more designed to create a space for personal connection with the divine. The chambers here are smaller, the decorations more detailed, suggesting this was perhaps a place for individual prayer rather than large public ceremonies. You sit on a low wall that once separated sacred space from common ground, and watch the light change on the temples. The stone shifts from bright gold to deeper orange, then toward that particular shade of red-pink that seems to exist only in Petra. Other visitors wander through, some photographing, others just experiencing. A small child breaks away from her parents and spins in circles among the columns, her laughter echoing off ancient walls, and you can't help but smile at the thought that children probably did exactly the same thing 2 millennia ago. The wind picks up slightly, and you notice how it sounds different moving through the temple complex, whistling around columns, moaning through empty window frames and creating unintentional music. The Nabateans must have heard this same wind song and must have attributed meaning to its variations. Perhaps certain winds were considered good omens, others warnings. Perhaps the priests claimed to interpret the messages carried on desert air. You stand and explore the smaller structures surrounding the main temples, what look like administrative buildings, storage rooms, and possibly living quarters for priests and temple workers. These are less elaborate, but no less interesting in their way. One building still has sections of its roof intact, creating a cool, shadowed space that offers relief from the afternoon heat. You step inside and find what might have been an archive room, with carved slots in the walls where scrolls or tablets could have been stored. The archive room makes you think about all the records that were kept here. Temple accounts, religious texts, copies of important contracts blessed by priests, and astronomical observations used to determine festival dates. Almost all of it is gone now. Papyrus and parchment rotted away centuries ago, knowledge lost to time and the desert's harsh preservation requirements. Stone survives, organic materials mostly don't. In another small building, you find what was clearly a kitchen area, a hearth built into one wall, a smoke-blackened ceiling, and carved channels that would have directed water for washing. Even priests need to eat, and temple life included mundane activities alongside religious ceremonies. There's something comforting about finding this kitchen, about being reminded that sacred and ordinary coexisted, that holiness didn't preclude hunger. You find ancient graffiti scratched into one wall of the kitchen area, names, dates, and declarations of love or importance. One inscription makes you laugh. It's a complaint about the quality of the bread written in Nabatean script. 2,000 years ago, some temple worker was apparently so annoyed by bad bread that he felt compelled to carve his displeasure into permanent stone. Some things truly are universal. Returning to the main temple courtyard, you notice how the complex is oriented to catch specific angles of sunlight during different seasons. During the summer solstice, the rising sun would have illuminated the main altar. During the winter solstice, it would have lit a different section. The Nabateans built their temples as solar calendars, using architecture to mark time's passage and connect human ritual to celestial cycles. The temple's position also offers commanding views of the surrounding city and landscape. Standing here, you can see the entire central valley, the dark line of the sick cutting through cliffs, and distant tomb facades glowing in the afternoon light. This wasn't accidental positioning. The temples literally and figuratively look down upon the city, reminding everyone of the god's presence, the priest's authority, and the sacred dimension underlying everyday life. You wonder what festivals looked like here? Processions climbing the temple steps, priests in elaborate robes, musicians playing instruments now lost, and people singing hymns in languages nobody speaks anymore. Sacrificial animals were led to the altar, their blood offered to gods who may or may not have existed, but certainly existed in the hearts and minds of the faithful. Incense smoke rising toward the sky, prayers ascending with it, and hopes and fears laid before the divine. One of the columns has fallen in such a way that you can easily examine its capital up close. The carving is exquisite. Acanthus leaves curl and spiral with botanical accuracy, and between them, small figures emerge. Dancing women, musicians, and creatures that might be sacred animals or mythological beings. Each figure is distinct, detailed, and clearly carved by someone who cared about their work, and who wanted it to be beautiful as well as structurally sound. The quality of light changes dramatically as the sun approaches the horizon. Everything takes on a warmer glow, softer somehow, as if the desert itself is preparing for rest. You make your way to the monastery, Adia, a structure even larger than the treasury but requiring a significant climb to reach. 800 steps carved into the rock face led upward, and you begin the ascent. The climb is gradual enough that it's not too taxing if you take it slowly, pausing occasionally to look back at the view. With each level gained, more of Petra reveals itself below you, the entire valley spreading out in shades of rose and gold, the carved facades catching the light, and the dark snake of the Seek cutting through the cliffs. You can see why the ancients put important structures on high ground. The view alone inspires reverence. The steps themselves are fascinating in their variety. Some are carefully carved and uniform in height and depth. Others are natural formations modified just enough to be passable. A few sections include handholds carved into the adjacent rock face, suggesting that even the Nabateans found these particular stretches challenging. Your legs begin to protest the sustained climbing, but you push on, curious to see what waits at the top. Halfway up, you disturb a small herd of wild goats that apparently use these ancient stairs as their personal highway. They scatter with indignant bleating, hooves clicking on stone, then stop a safe distance away to stare at you accusingly. One kid performs a little hop of pure goat exuberance, apparently just because it can, and you have to laugh at its enthusiasm for verticality. The goats are perfectly adapted to this environment, navigating steep rock faces with casual confidence that makes your careful climbing seem clumsy. You watch them for a moment as they resume their own journey, moving almost vertically up a cliff face that you wouldn't attempt without modern climbing equipment. They reach an impossible ledge, settle down in a patch of shade and proceed to ignore you completely. You pass several carved monuments on the way up, smaller than the monastery but still impressive. These are tombs, shrines, or possibly both, their facades simplified compared to the elaborate structures in the main city. Up here, the focus seems to have been less on decoration and more on the act of climbing itself, the pilgrimage aspect of reaching these heights. One particularly interesting monument features a large carved niche with a relief showing what might be a deity or important figure. The carving has been worn smooth by wind and time, details lost, but you can still make out the basic form. A standing figure with raised arms, perhaps in blessing, perhaps in worship, perhaps in simple greeting to whoever made the climb to visit them. As you climb higher, the vegetation changes. Down in the valley, plant life is sparse and specialised. Up here, you find slightly more variety. Hardy shrubs, small flowers tucked into crevices, and even a stunted tree growing at an angle from a crack in the rock. Life finds a way, even in the most unlikely places, and seeing these plants thriving despite everything fills you with something like hope. The monastery finally appears around a curve, and even though you were expecting it, the scale still shocks you. This facade measures 150 feet across and over 150 feet tall, larger than the treasury, less ornate, but somehow more powerful in its relative simplicity. The central doorway stands 46 feet high, proportioned for giants or gods rather than ordinary humans. You cross the plaza in front of the monastery, your footsteps echoing in the sudden quiet. Most tourists don't make the climb, so up here you find relative solitude. Just you, the monument, and the vast desert landscape spreading in all directions. The monastery faces west, perfectly positioned to catch the sunset, and you find a comfortable rock to sit on, settling in to wait for the light show you've been told about. The facade shows some weathering, the doorway frame is still crisp and clear, but decorative elements on the upper levels have softened. Details lost to millennia of wind carrying sand particles that slowly erode even stone. Yet the overall structure remains sound, still standing proud after 2,000 years of desert weather, earthquakes, and simple passage of time. You walk to the doorway and step inside. Like the treasury, the interior is relatively simple, one large chamber carved into the mountain with smooth and unadorned walls. But the space feels different up here, more sacred somehow, or perhaps just more remote, separated from the world by elevation and effort. Standing in the chamber, you can hear the wind moving across the facade outside, a low whistle that might have been interpreted as a divine voice by those who came here seeking guidance. Back outside, you notice details you missed at first. Small carved channels run along the plaza floor, another water collection system, ensuring that even up here, at this remote height, precious rainwater could be captured and directed to cisterns. The Nabateans' obsession with water management extended to every corner of their territory, every structure they built. As the sun sinks lower, the sandstone begins to glow, not reflect light, glow, as if illuminated from within. The colour deepens from rose to coral to deep orange-red, so vivid it almost seems artificial. You watch the transformation, understanding why ancient peoples worship the sun, seeing in its daily death and resurrection a powerful metaphor for eternal return, for hope, for the persistence of life against darkness. The mountains in the distance turn purple and deep blue, their shadows lengthening across the valleys below. The air cools noticeably, that dramatic temperature shift that deserts specialise in. You pull a light cloak from your pack and wrap it around your shoulders, grateful for the warmth while still enjoying the spectacular light show unfolding before you. A raven lands on the top of the monastery's urn, silhouetted against the sky. It calls out, a harsh, echoing sound that somehow fits the moment perfectly. Another raven answers from somewhere in the cliffs, and for a moment you're part of a conversation between birds, rocks, and the fading day. Other visitors have made the climb and now sit scattered across the plaza, all watching the same transformation you're witnessing. Nobody speaks. There's nothing to say. Sometimes beauty simply demands silence, and this is one of those moments. The only sounds are the wind, the occasional call of a bird, and the quiet breathing of awed humans watching stone turn to fire. The sun touches the horizon, and the light intensifies for just a minute or two, everything burning with colour. The monastery facade seems to vibrate with intensity, every carved detail picked out in brilliant relief, shadows deep and dramatic. This is the climax, the moment everything has been building toward, and it exceeds all expectations. Then it's gone, dropping below the earth's edge with a suddenness that only happens in deserts and at sea. The stone fades immediately, colour draining like water, leaving behind greys and purples and deepening shadows. The show is over. The desert night approaches, and with it the cold you were warned about. In the twilight, you begin your descent, more careful now with reduced visibility. The stairs seem different in this light, older somehow, more mysterious. You can imagine ancient priests making this climb in the dark, torches lighting their way, chanting prayers or hymns that echoed off the canyon walls. You can almost hear those voices and feel the weight of ritual and belief that saturated this place for centuries. The descent takes longer than the climb because you're being cautious, testing each step before committing your weight. Other visitors descend around you, everyone quiet, still processing what they've witnessed. The cooling air carries the scent of stone and sparse vegetation, clean and sharp in your nostrils. About halfway down, you pause to look back at the monastery one last time. In the gathering darkness, it's barely visible. Just a darker shape against the darkening cliff, already receding into shadow and memory. Tomorrow the sun will rise again and bring it back to brilliant life. But for now it rests in darkness, patient and eternal, waiting as it has waited for 2,000 years. Back at the caravan camp that night, you sit around the fire with the guides and other travellers, and conversation turns to Petra's rediscovery by the Western world. The city was never truly lost. Local Bedouin tribes knew of it, used it, and protected it for centuries while Europe forgot it existed. But in 1812, a Swiss explorer named Johann Ludwig Burckhardt arrived in the region, disguised as an Arab Muslim, and became the first European to see Petra in modern times. One of the guides tells the story with obvious amusement at how excited Burckhardt apparently became despite trying to maintain his disguise. Imagine, he says, pretending you're not interested while facing the treasury for the first time, trying not to stare while your mind is completely blown. The other guides laugh, and someone adds that the local Bedouin who guided Burckhardt there must have found his barely contained enthusiasm highly entertaining. Burkhart couldn't stay long or examine the site properly without arousing suspicion about his true identity and purpose, the guide continues. He made sketches from memory after leaving, wrote descriptions based on a brief visit, and died a few years later without ever returning. But his published accounts sparked Western imagination, and soon other explorers, artists and archaeologists began making the journey to Petra. The fire crackles and pops, sending sparks upward into the night sky. Someone adds more wood, and the flames leap higher, casting dancing shadows across faces gathered in the circle. The warmth feels good after the day's walking and climbing, and you stretch your tired legs toward the heat gratefully. The rediscovery brought archaeologists, artists, explorers, and eventually tourists. The guides have mixed feelings about this. Pride that their ancestral lands are recognised as important, wariness about the impact of thousands of feet wearing down ancient pathways, and frustration when tourists treat the site carelessly. One older guide mentions that his grandfather remembered when you could still find intact pottery just lying in the sand, before collectors and museums took everything that wasn't nailed down, and some things that were. A younger guide argues that without international attention, Petra might have crumbled completely. The Jordanian government might not have invested in preservation. Archaeologists wouldn't have discovered so much about Nabatean culture and history. Tourism brings money that supports local communities. It's complicated, he says, like most things worth thinking about carefully, but they also acknowledge that international recognition has brought resources for preservation, for study, and for understanding. Archaeologists continue to make discoveries, new tombs, new inscriptions, new evidence of how the Nabateans lived and died. Just last year, someone found what appears to be a previously unknown theatre, carved into a cliff face that had been hidden behind a rockfall. Petra still holds secrets, and still has surprises to offer. You ask about the earthquakes that damaged so much of the city, and the conversation turns sombre. The ancient world existed without the benefit of modern seismology, without warning systems or emergency response. When earthquakes struck, and they struck repeatedly, people just dealt with the aftermath as best they could. Eventually, after enough destruction, after trade routes shifted, after the centre of power moved elsewhere, people simply stopped rebuilding. Petra was gradually abandoned, left to the desert and time. The major earthquakes came in waves, one guide explains. First in the 4th century, then more in the 6th and 7th centuries. Each one brought buildings down, killed people, and destroyed infrastructure. The Nabateans' descendants tried to rebuild after the first few quakes, but eventually the cost became too high. Maintaining a city this elaborate requires enormous resources, and as Petra's strategic importance declined, those resources dried up. Trade routes shifted, he continues, gesturing with his hands to show paths changing. Maritime routes became more important. Different kingdoms rose to power in different regions. Petra went from being the centre of everything to being on the periphery of nothing. And periphery cities don't get the investment needed to rebuild after natural disasters. Someone asks what happened to the population, and the guide shrugs. They scattered mostly. Some moved to other cities. Some returned to nomadic lifestyles. Some probably stayed in Petra for generations after it ceased being a major centre, living among the ruins, maintaining what they could, remembering when this place was magnificent. Eventually only the Bedouin remained, and for them Petra was just part of the landscape, not a lost wonder requiring rediscovery. The fire burns low and someone adds more wood, sending sparks spiralling upward into the night sky. Above, stars blaze with the intensity possible only in places far from electric light. You lie back and stare upward, trying to pick out constellations, and realise that the Nabateans saw these same stars, navigated by them, and told stories about them. The stars don't care about the rise and fall of civilizations. They just keep burning, keep wheeling through their eternal patterns. One of the older guides begins telling stories about the Bedouin relationship with Petra. Over the centuries they guarded it. How they showed it to travellers sometimes for fees or gifts. How they protected it from treasure hunters and vandals. how they maintained oral traditions about what various buildings were used for, information that later proved remarkably accurate when archaeologists began serious excavation. He tells about early archaeologists who came with colonial attitudes, treating local knowledge as primitive superstition, only to discover later that these superstitions contained genuine historical information passed down through generations. One archaeologist apparently spent weeks searching for a particular temple that a Bedouin guide could have shown him immediately. But the archaeologist refused to believe that an uneducated native could know better than his maps and theories. Younger guides laugh at this story, but there's an edge to the laughter. These tensions persist, one says. Foreign archaeologists still sometimes dismiss local knowledge. Tourists treat Bedouin guides as curiosities rather than experts who know more about Petra than any outsider ever will. The relationship between Petra and the outside world remains complicated, full of power dynamics and cultural misunderstandings. But there are also good stories, another guide adds. Archaeologists who listen, who collaborate, who acknowledge that understanding a place requires respecting the people who live there. Tourists who come with genuine curiosity and leave with genuine appreciation. Scholars who help preserve not just stones, but also the oral traditions and cultural knowledge of the Bedouin communities. You ask about current archaeological work and the guides become animated. There's so much still to discover, they explain. Ground-penetrating radar shows structures buried under sand and debris. Entire sections of the city remain unexcavated. New analysis techniques applied to old finds reveal information previous generations of archaeologists missed. Someone mentions the recent discovery of a massive platform buried under the plaza in front of the treasury. Archaeologists aren't sure yet what it was for. Maybe a massive altar, maybe a ceremonial platform, maybe the foundation for something that was never completed. Each answer they find generates 3 new questions. Petra keeps revealing itself slowly, layer by layer, never giving up all its secrets at once. The conversation eventually winds down as tiredness sets in. People drift off to their tents, calling quiet goodnights, leaving the fire to burn itself out. You remain a while longer, watching the coals glow red and orange, thinking about everything you've seen and learned today. Tomorrow you'll leave this place, but you know it won't leave you. Petra has a way of staying with people, of occupying space in your thoughts long after you've departed. In the morning, you'll walk through the Essek one last time, say your goodbyes to the treasury and the monastery, and carry away memories carved as deeply as the facades themselves. Morning comes again, and this is your last day in Petra. You wake before dawn, wanting to walk through the Sek one more time in the early light, wanting to say goodbye properly to this place that has captured your imagination and won't let go. The Sek is different in the morning light than it was when you first arrived. You know what waits at the end now, so instead of rushing toward the reveal, you take your time, noticing details you missed before. The way water has carved specific patterns into the rock. The places where ancient tool marks are still visible. The small flowers growing in impossible cracks, their roots finding purchase where none should exist. You run your hand along the wall as you walk, feeling the texture of the stone cool in the early morning. This rock is 400 million years old, formed when this entire region was under a shallow sea. The sandstone contains the compressed remains of ancient beaches, ancient tides, and ancient life. You're touching deep time, geologic time, a scale that makes human civilizations seem like brief flickers. The early morning light enters the Sek at a different angle than you've seen before, illuminating sections that were shadowed during your previous passages. The rock glows softly, colours muted compared to full daylight, but somehow more intimate. You feel like you're seeing Petra's private face, the version of itself it shows only to those willing to wake before the crowds arrive. You pass the water channels again, and notice something you missed before. Small carved symbols at regular intervals along their length. Probably markers to help maintenance workers identify sections for repair or cleaning, but they look like a secret language. A code written in stone that only the initiated could read. The treasury appears again, still magnificent, still impossible. You stand before it one last time, trying to fix every detail in your memory, knowing that memory will fade and blur, but wanting to hold on to the essence of this moment. The light is different than yesterday, softer, pinker, gentler somehow. Or maybe you're different, changed by exposure to this place, to its history, to the reminder of human capability and ambition. You approach the facade slowly, taking in details you haven't focused on before. The capitals on each column are actually slightly different from each other, each one a unique variation on the Corinthian theme. The carved figures in the niches show different poses, different expressions, and different relationships to the space they inhabit. Every square foot of this facade received individual attention and individual artistry. You notice a family of pigeons has made a nest in one of the carved decorative elements high on the facade. They fly in and out, unconcerned with the monument's historical significance or architectural magnificence. For them, it's just a really good nesting spot, well protected from weather and predators. Somehow this makes you love the treasury even more. It's not a dead monument. It's a living part of the landscape, still serving purposes, still useful in unexpected ways. Inside the main chamber, you find a quiet corner and simply sit for a while. The stone is cool against your back, the air still and peaceful. You close your eyes and listen to the sound of the space, the acoustics that make tiny sounds echo and blend. Footsteps of other early visitors, quiet voices speaking in languages you don't understand, and the flutter of pigeon wings outside. When you open your eyes again, the light has shifted. Sunbeams enter through the doorway at a new angle, illuminating dust particles floating in the air. They drift and swirl in invisible currents, creating a kind of slow-motion dance. You watch them, mesmerized, thinking about how many mornings these same light patterns have played out in this chamber, and whether anyone has ever sat exactly where you're sitting and watched exactly what you're watching. You take the long route back through the city, saying goodbye to each section. The colonnade in morning shadow, the temples catching their first sunlight, the residential caves where ordinary people lived extraordinary lives, the water channels that made everything possible. Each structure, each carved doorway, and each ancient staircase represents someone's work, someone's vision, and someone's contribution to something larger than themselves. Walking through the street of facades, you're struck again by the sheer number of tombs carved into the cliffs. Hundreds of them, ranging from simple cave openings to elaborate multi-story facades. Each one represented a family's wealth and grief, their desire to honour their dead with eternal monuments. Some facades are pristine, others badly eroded. Time plays favourites with no discernible pattern. You climb up to one of the more elaborate tomb facades, one you haven't entered before, and step inside. The chamber is larger than expected, with smaller rooms branching off the main space. Someone has left candles, recently burned down to stubs, suggesting this tomb still serves some ceremonial purpose for local Bedouin. The wax is white and the scent of smoke is still faint in the air. The tomb's walls show carved niches for burial, though they're empty now, whatever bones they held long since removed or disintegrated. You run your hand along one niche, smooth and precisely carved, sized to hold a human body in its final rest. The intimacy of this gesture, touching a space meant to hold a specific person's remains, gives you pause. This wasn't just architecture. This was love, made manifest in stone. Back on the main path, you encounter a Bedouin man leading a heavily laden donkey. The donkey's expression suggests deep philosophical resignation to its lot in life, and you exchange smiles with the man. He nods at you, says something in Arabic that you don't understand, but that sounds friendly, and continues on his way. The donkey's hoofbeats echo off the surrounding cliffs, a rhythm as old as civilization itself. Near the exit, you pass a Bedouin woman selling small carved stones, simple souvenirs for tourists. She smiles at you, gap-toothed and weathered, and you buy a small piece of rose-coloured sandstone polished smooth. It's not ancient, probably carved last week, but it's Petra stone, and that's enough. You'll keep it on your desk at home, a touchstone to remind you of this place, these days, and this journey through stone and time. She wraps it carefully in cloth, refusing at first to take your money, because you're clearly leaving, and she wants to give you a gift to remember Petra. You insist gently, and she finally accepts with good grace, blessing your journey in Arabic and gesturing for safe travels. These small human exchanges matter as much as the monuments, you realise. They're part of what makes a place real, what transforms it from a tourist destination into a lived experience. Walking back through the sick toward the outside world, you find yourself moving slower, reluctant to leave. Other tourists pass you, heading in, their faces bright with anticipation. You want to tell them things, to look up more often, to touch the walls, to sit quietly and just listen to what the stones have to say. But you don't, because discovery is personal, and they need to find their own relationship with this place. The sick releases you back into the modern world gradually, the walls lowering, the sky opening up, and the temperature rising as you leave the cool shadows. And then you're out, standing in regular sunlight, the magic contained behind you. The carved city returned to its eternal patience, waiting for the next person to arrive with wonder in their eyes. Your caravan will leave this afternoon, heading back toward the routes that connect to the wider world. But you know with the certainty of bones and blood that you'll carry Petra with you wherever you go. You'll remember the rose-red stone glowing in sunset light, the silence of ancient temples, the ingenuity of people who carved a civilization from living rock and made it thrive in a landscape that should have defeated them. You'll remember that humans are capable of remarkable things when we combine vision with persistence, when we build not just for ourselves but for centuries we'll never see. You'll remember that beauty and practicality can coexist, that art and engineering are not opposites but partners. You'll remember that stones can tell stories if you're willing to listen, and that some places change you just by being there, solid and patient, waiting to teach lessons you didn't know you needed to learn. The desert wind blows warm against your face as you take your last look back at the cliffs, the tombs, and the distant glimpse of carved facades visible from this distance. The sun climbs higher, the day grows hotter, and somewhere in the city behind you, a cat stretches in a patch of shade. A raven calls from a high perch, and the stones continue their slow conversation with time, utterly unconcerned with endings or beginnings, content to simply be, to endure, to wait for the next sunrise, the next visitor, the next chance to inspire wonder in a human heart. You think about Burckhardt, that first modern Western visitor, trying to contain his excitement while disguised as someone else. You think about the Bedouin families who lived among these ruins for centuries, maintaining their connection to this place even as the wider world forgot it existed. You think about the Nabateans themselves, carving their vision into eternal stone, never imagining their city would one day be abandoned and rediscovered, that their monuments would outlast their culture by millennia. And you think about all the other visitors who have stood where you're standing, looking back at Petra with the same reluctance to leave, the same sense of having experienced something that exceeds normal categories of tourism or sightseeing. This place gets under your skin, into your imagination, and refuses to be forgotten. The call comes from the caravan master. Time to prepare for departure. You turn away from Petra finally, completely, and walk toward your packed belongings and waiting camel. The animal grumbles at you in greeting, a sound you've come to find oddly endearing over weeks of travel. You load your pack, check your water skin one more time, and prepare to rejoin the world of movement and commerce and everyday concerns. But as the caravan begins to move, heading back toward Damascus or Aqaba, or wherever your journey takes you next, you look back one final time. The cliffs glow in the morning sun, holding their secrets, guarding their stories, waiting patiently for the next person who needs to be reminded that humans once built impossible things and made them beautiful, that we once understood how to work with landscape rather than against it, that we once had the vision and patience to create for eternity. Good night, traveller. May your dreams be filled with rose-coloured stone and ancient starlight, with the memory of cool shadows in the sick and the glow of sunset on carved facades. May you carry with you the lesson of Petra, that beauty endures, that vision matters, and that some things are worth building to last forever. Sleep well, and wake with the certainty that wonder still exists in the world, waiting in stone canyons and carved cities, ready to transform everyone who finds it. Rest now, and remember. Now, if you will, imagine that your great-great-great times 1,000 grandmother is sitting around a fire some 40,000 years ago, and she has just created the most groundbreaking technology of her era. No, it won't be the wheel for another 35,000 years. She has discovered a way to leave meaningful marks on cave walls. Prior to this point, human knowledge was like water attempting to survive in a sieve. Entire libraries of knowledge just vanished into the smoky prehistoric air whenever an elder passed away. Imagine having no other way to transmit that knowledge than through the delicate telephone game of human memory. Imagine being the one who knew exactly which berries wouldn't kill you, which animal tracks meant dinner versus which meant you were about to become dinner, or how to track mammoth migration patterns across seasons. Remember, your forefathers weren't sluggish. Their brains were identical to ours in every way, including their ability to think abstractly and solve challenging problems. They simply did not have the convenience of filing systems, post-it notes, or even the most basic written reminder. They created extremely complex oral traditions, transforming vital survival knowledge into stories, songs, and rituals that could be remembered for weeks on end, much like particularly memorable commercial jingles. These oral traditions were amazing examples of human creativity, epic poetry that masqueraded as heroes' journeys and included intricate geographic details. There were songs that communicated water source locations over great distances. Children were taught which plants to stay away from through stories that incorporated the knowledge into enduring tales of fantastical animals and perilous adventures. Each person carried a wealth of knowledge essential to the survival of their community, transforming the human mind into a living library. However, even the most talented storyteller couldn't be everywhere at once, and memories, bless them, have a way of adding their own artistic flourishes over time. To understand the difficulty our ancestors faced in preserving precise information across generations, try playing telephone at a dinner party. Over time, the recipe for a life-saving medication could evolve into a tale of magical medicinal herbs that could only be grown during a full moon. The first breakthrough occurred when someone understood that a handprint on a cave wall could mean more than just Una was here. It could mean Una herself, even when she wasn't there. Let's call her Una because history forgot to record her name, which is deliciously ironic when you think about it. The ability to make the absent present, impart permanence to the transient, and build a bridge across time so that one moment could speak to another was the pinnacle of magic. Consider the mental leap that this signified. Una needed to realise that a static mark could represent a moving person, that a flat image could represent a three-dimensional person, and that a permanent symbol could represent a transient human presence. Without any prior examples to guide her, she was effectively creating the idea of symbolic representation from the ground up. Cave walls quickly evolved into the first social media sites ever used by humans. Images of horses, bison, and the occasional self-portrait of a cave artist who was quite proud of their hunting skills were interspersed with hand stencils. But these weren't just old Instagram posts. They were the first attempts by humanity to say, "This happened. We were here. This matters. Remember us." Not only were the caves at Lascaux, Chauvet and Altamira art galleries, but they also represented the first attempts by humans to communicate permanently. The painters there realised something profound. Pictures could have deeper meanings than just their visual impact. Information about hunting methods, seasonal migration patterns, or the religious beliefs that governed the relationship between humans and animals may be included in a painting depicting a bison hunt. This is where things start to get intriguing, though. Simple representation wasn't enough for those early artists. They started to symbolise and abstract. A zigzag line could stand for lightning, water, or a river's course. The sun, the moon, or the idea of completeness could all be represented by a circle. Dots could stand for seeds, stars, or the concept of plurality. Before you knew it, people had discovered the groundbreaking notion that symbols could stand for concepts, ideas, and abstract relationships in addition to tangible objects. It's similar to when your dog discovers that the word walk can actually call forth leashes, excitement, and the prospect of adventure, in addition to describing the activity of moving on four legs. However, our ancestors received the foundation of civilization instead of tail wagging. These early symbol systems were not writing as we know it today, because they could not capture the full complexity of spoken language. However, this realization by humans was the pivotal first step, demonstrating that meaning could be permanently encoded and decoded by other minds, even though separated by great time and space. In ancient Mesopotamia, around 3200 BCE, the Sumerians are tackling a problem that would make any contemporary accountant cry with recognition: how to keep track of who owes what to whom when your economy is twice as dramatic and more complicated than a soap opera family tree. Agriculture may seem straightforward, but it's actually a highly intricate system of resource management, seasonal planning, and economic coordination that the Sumerians had perfected. Their temples collected offerings from hundreds of worshippers, provided daily rations to priests and workers, organised labour gangs for large-scale construction projects, and oversaw cross-continental trade networks that brought silver from Anatolia, lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, and cedar wood from Lebanon. Try using just your memory and a few knots in string to keep track of all that. Something had to give because the Sumerian economy had expanded beyond human memory's ability to control. They would have to discover a method to expand human memory beyond the confines of the individual mind, or they would have to reduce their society to the level of a small village. The protagonist of our tale is an anonymous Sumerian bureaucrat who was most likely the archetypal counterpart of the person in your workplace who remembers everyone's birthdays, organises the supply closet without being asked, and actually reads the terms and conditions. This administrative whiz thought, there has to be a better way, after observing the disarray of record keeping. The initial attempts were exquisitely basic. Tiny tokens made of clay, each signifying a certain amount of a particular good. A sheep is worth 1 token, a bushel of barley is worth another, and an oil jar is worth a third. To represent real transactions, these tokens could be transferred, counted, and stored. You could give someone 10 sheep tokens if you owed them 10 sheep, and the debt was noted in a way that was more flexible than engraving marks on stone but more permanent than memory. Tokens, however, had their own issues. They were tiny, challenging to store securely, and prone to being misplaced. The discovery was made that it was possible to permanently record the meaning of the tokens by pressing them into clay tablets rather than storing them loose. The tangible tokens turned into clay impressions and writing appeared out of nowhere. They developed cuneiform, which is a system of wedge-shaped marks that are pressed into clay tablets using a reed stylus. The literal meaning of cuneiform is wedge-shaped, which reveals all about Sumerian priorities. They were pragmatic individuals who named their writing system after the mark's shape, rather than after cosmic principles or gods. The Sumerians soon realised they were onto something more significant than livestock inventories, even though it began beautifully simple. 1 sheep equals 1 mark, 10 sheep equals 10 marks, and 50 sheep equals a different mark that meant many sheep. In the future, the system could represent the sounds of words that referred to things, in addition to quantities of things. Imagine the moment when a scribe, likely working through the night with flickering lamplight, discovered that the symbol for barley could also stand for the sound she, because that was how barley was pronounced in Sumerian. It was like learning that Lego blocks could create not just spaceships and castles, but whole worlds of emotion, abstract thought, and imagination. All of a sudden, you could write abstract concepts like shepherd by fusing the symbol for barley, for the sound she, with the symbol for man. After this phonetic discovery, cuneiform evolved from a basic accounting system to a complete writing system that could represent any spoken idea. The ramifications were astounding. You could write not just 10 sheep, but the shepherd who tends 10 sheep is my brother, and he lives beyond the hill where the barley grows tall, in the spring rains, for the first time in human history. At first look, the clay tablets that emerge from this discovery are delightfully ordinary. These old spreadsheets conceal the seeds of literature, law, and human expression, but the majority of them read like the most dull email inbox in the world. Received 3 bushels of barley from Enlil Bani. Due 2 sheep by the new moon. Witnessed by Ur-Nammu. One of the most prestigious occupations in human history was that of the scribes who produced these tablets. Acquiring knowledge of cuneiform was akin to mastering an ancient language, accounting software and artistic technique all at once. There were intricate grammatical rules to learn, hundreds of symbols to commit to memory, and professional standards to uphold. These individuals knew they were engaging in magic because they were the first to actually solidify thoughts and turn spoken words into permanent objects. Is it understandable that they developed a sense of professional pride that bordered on overconfidence? They were the defenders of civilization itself. Contracts, laws, literature and history would all be impossible without scribes. They served as a tangible link between their society's memory and eternity. Young men spent years copying classical texts, honing their handwriting, and acquiring the sophisticated legal and mathematical knowledge necessary for professional administration at Sumerian scribe schools, which resembled medieval monasteries. They preserved this tale of friendship, mortality, and the pursuit of meaning for future generations by copying the Epic of Gilgamesh, humanity's first monumental literary masterpiece, thousands of times. The ancient Egyptians were creating their own method of permanent communication, while the Sumerians were busy refining their wedge-shaped filing system. And because they were Egyptians, they decided to make it utterly beautiful. Why settle for something that works when you can make something that will amaze for 5,000 years? Around the same time as cuneiform, hieroglyphics appeared. However, Egyptian hieroglyphs resembled the most intricate picture book in the world, whereas Sumerian writing appeared as though someone had been piercing clay with a very methodical fork. Every symbol was a miniature artwork, eyes that followed you with age-old wisdom, birds that appeared ready to take flight, and human figures that posed with such dignity that even grocery lists appeared to be statements of cosmic significance. The definition of hieroglyph, which literally translates to sacred carving, provides all the information you require about the Egyptians' perspective on their writing system. This was more than just useful communication. It was a gift from God, a conduit between the world of the gods and the mortal world, a means of engaging with the eternal through writing. According to Egyptian creation myths, the ibis-headed god of wisdom Thoth created hieroglyphs after noticing the footprints that birds made in the mud along the Nile. The idea that writing started because someone noticed that movement could leave permanent traces and that life could inscribe itself on the landscape is a lovely one, regardless of whether you believe in divine inspiration. Thoth, who is said to have invented writing and functioned as the scribe of the gods, was so revered by Egyptian scribes that they had their own patron deity. Imagine working in a profession so esteemed that it was believed the gods themselves practiced it. The instruction of dwarf from ancient Egypt asserts that scribes are the best at what they do. There is no trade without a director except that of the scribe. He is the director. However, the intricacy of hieroglyphs would make contemporary computer programmers cry. Depending on the situation, the same symbol may stand for a word, sound, or concept. A picture of a house could stand for house, the sound PR, or something related to domestic life in general. In addition to literacy, reading hieroglyphs required a sort of visual puzzle solving that required years of practice and a mind that could suspend several possible meanings until the context clarified the intended meaning. With typical Egyptian flair, the Egyptians came up with 3 distinct writing systems, each tailored to a particular set of social contexts and purposes. In order to impress the gods and future generations, Egyptians used hieroglyphs for important religious or monumental texts. For common religious and administrative documents, hieratic, which means priestly, refers to hieroglyphs written in cursive, which are quicker to write while still retaining the dignity required for official business. Later, Egyptian writing adopted demotic, which means of the people, for both personal and professional correspondence. It's similar to using different writing systems for grocery lists, office memos, and wedding invitations. Realistic? Maybe not in terms of effectiveness. Classy? Of course. The Egyptians realised that different forms of communication required varying degrees of aesthetic appeal, that the medium was an integral part of the message, and that writing was about honouring information rather than merely preserving it. In ancient Egypt, becoming a scribe was akin to joining a sacred order. In addition to learning how to write, young boys, and sometimes girls, though this was uncommon, would spend years in scribal schools learning how to mix inks, prepare papyrus, and make the exquisite reed pens that enabled hieroglyphic writing. They practiced by learning grammar and mathematics, copying classical texts, and honing the exact hand-eye coordination needed to produce beautiful and readable symbols. In addition to writing, Egyptian scribes served as the pharaoh's confidants, administrators of the empire, law enforcers, and historians. They oversaw the intricate irrigation systems that enabled Egyptian agriculture, planned the enormous building projects that produced the temples and pyramids, and kept up the diplomatic correspondence that allowed Egypt to remain in touch with the outside world. Egyptian writing was as beautiful as its instruments. Papyrus was a smooth, flexible writing surface that could be rolled into scrolls for convenient storage and transportation. It was made from the pith of papyrus plants, which grew along the Nile. The delicate curves and fine lines that characterized hieroglyphic writing were made possible by reed pens, which were carved from marsh plants and precisely shaped to hold ink. Rich blacks and vivid reds could be produced with ink made from soot and plant gums, which would stay readable and clear for millennia. Most significantly, though, Egyptian writing was intended to be permanent. Egyptian hieroglyphs were carved into stone temples and tombs with the express purpose of remaining forever, whereas Sumerian cuneiform tablets were prone to breaking or crumbling, and many other ancient writing systems have completely vanished. The Egyptians held that writing could grant immortality, and that a part of oneself persisted in the world as long as one's name could be read. Our story now takes a turn that would be proudly featured in any underdog sports film. A small group of people in the Eastern Mediterranean were on the verge of unintentionally revolutionizing human communication forever, while the Egyptians were perfecting their beautiful complexity, and the Mesopotamians were growing their empire based on wedges. The Phoenicians weren't academics, they were traders. They were the equivalent of that friend who always knows where to get the best bargains in the ancient world, except instead of selling cheap electronics, they dealt in purple dye that was worth more than gold, cedar wood so fine that it was used in kings' temples, and silver so pure that it became the benchmark for value throughout the Mediterranean. They required a portable, easily learned and effective writing system. Cuneiform required too much specialised equipment, hieroglyphs were too complicated for fast business records, and, to be honest, they had no time for either when there were fortunes to be made in every port from Spain to the Black Sea. Living in a practical era, the Phoenicians were pragmatic individuals. Their cities, Tyre, Sidon and Byblos, were erected on slender coastal plains with their faces toward the sea and their backs to the mountains. They had to trade in order to survive because they couldn't produce enough food to sustain large populations. Additionally, contracts, correspondence and record-keeping that were comprehensible despite linguistic and cultural barriers were necessary for successful trade. Therefore, the most elegant act of simplification in human history was carried out by a brilliant Phoenician merchant around 1200 BCE. Let's imagine him as the ancient equivalent of someone who unintentionally revolutionizes storage technology and finds a better way to organize their garage. The Phoenicians produced only 22 symbols, each of which represented a single consonant sound, as opposed to hundreds of symbols that represented words, sounds and concepts. That's all. No images of birds that, depending on the context, could mean bird, fly, or freedom. There are no abstract ideas that take years of study to grasp. There was no divine symbolism that linked writing to cosmic laws. Any word in their language could be represented by combining just 22 basic marks. It was incredibly useful. Instead of the years needed to learn cuneiform or hieroglyphs, a merchant's child could learn the entire system in months. The symbols were easy enough to paint onto wooden boards, scratch into pottery, or swiftly carve into stone. The most revolutionary aspect of the system was its adaptability and logic, which allowed it to be used to write entirely different languages. The Phoenician alphabet was straightforward, effective, and highly adaptable, making it comparable to the Swiss Army knife of writing systems. Once you mastered the 22 letters, you could write any word you could pronounce, because each letter stood for a distinct sound. There was no need for costly materials or specialised training, no need to memorise hundreds of symbols, and no need for complicated grammar rules encoded in the writing system itself. It's likely that the Phoenicians were unaware that they had just given humanity the secret to widespread literacy. Their only goals were to improve business records, expedite correspondence, and shorten the time needed to train new scribes. However, Phoenician traders brought their alphabet to every port where they conducted business, and it quickly spread like the most popular viral video in the ancient world. The Phoenician system only marked consonant sounds, leaving readers to infer the vowels from context. It would be like reading BTT cheese S and knowing it means buy the house. This worked well in Semitic languages like Phoenician and Hebrew, where the consonants carry the majority of the meaning, but it was problematic for Greek, where vowel sounds were essential for comprehension. Greek traders commented, "This is brilliant, but it could use some improvements." Thus, the Greeks added vowels to the Phoenician alphabet, which may be the most significant change in writing history. The Greeks used those letters to stand in for vowel sounds, because some Phoenician consonants were not present in Greek. The Greek alpha, and our letter A, was derived from the Phoenician aleph, the Greek beta, and our letter B, and so forth. Vowels were added to the alphabet, making it much more accurate and simpler to learn. Readers could see the precise pronunciation of words rather than having to guess the missing vowel sounds. Because of its accuracy, the Greek alphabet was ideal for recording not only business transactions but also intricate literary works like poetry and philosophy, where precise wording was crucial. Through their interactions with Greek colonies in southern Italy, the Romans came into contact with the Greek alphabet and recognised its potential for use in law and administration right away. By standardising the alphabet throughout their empire and using it to produce the administrative and legal documents that bound their enormous territories together, Roman efficiency transformed the alphabet into an instrument of empire. And that Latin script, perfected and refined by Roman scribes and bureaucrats, it is currently being read by you. The 26 letters that you see on your keyboard are direct descendants of those 22 Phoenician consonants. They were altered by Greek creativity and Roman pragmatism, and were passed down through centuries and continents to reach the page or screen in front of you. The success of the alphabet was neither inevitable nor instantaneous. It coexisted with various writing systems for centuries, each with unique benefits. For more than a millennium following the invention of the alphabet, cuneiform continued to be the language of scholarship and diplomacy in Mesopotamia. Up until the Roman era, hieroglyphs were still utilised in Egypt for religious and ceremonial purposes. The fact that Chinese characters evolved on their own and are still in use today shows that there are other options for solving the writing problem besides the alphabet. One significant benefit of the alphabet, however, was that it significantly reduced the barrier to literacy. A person could become functionally literate in months, as opposed to years of learning hundreds or thousands of symbols. As a result, writing was no longer the sole domain of affluent elites and professional scribes. Soldiers, artisans, merchants, and eventually common people could all learn to read and write. Writing remained the domain of specialists for approximately a millennium following the adoption of the alphabet. But these specialists were far more numerous than in the past. Books were rare, expensive, and handwritten. They were like owning an original Picasso, except that the Picasso was a copy of Aristotle's ethical ideas, and it took a monk 3 years to make while surviving in a cold stone monastery on bread and weak ale. Based on the Latin words manus, which means hand, and scriptus, which means written, this was the era of the manuscript. Letter by letter, word by word, page by page, each book was literally written by hand. A single book was worth months or years of human labour due to the labour-intensive nature of the process, making each volume extremely valuable. The improbable stewards of human knowledge turned out to be medieval monasteries. Imagine Brother Benedict bent over his writing desk in a scriptorium, a special room used for copying manuscripts, carefully copying the writings of ancient philosophers, as his back ached from hours of painstaking, exacting work and his fingers gradually turned blue from the cold. In their meticulously copied books, these monks preserved everything from agricultural methods to mathematical theorems to theological arguments, making them more than just scribes. They were the first backup hard drives of human civilization. It was almost supernatural how much work it took to create a medieval manuscript. Initially, you needed parchment or vellum, which required weeks of meticulous preparation using the skins of dozens of animals, such as goats, sheep, or calves. To produce a smooth, long-lasting writing surface, the skins needed to be soaked, scraped, stretched, and lime-treated. 300 sheep skins could be needed for one Bible. The creation of inks followed, some of which called for substances more unusual than anything found in a contemporary chemistry set. Gum arabic, iron sulfate, and oak galls, growths produced by wasp larvae, were used to make black ink. Cinnabar or red ochre were used to make the red ink that was used for chapter headings and significant passages. Real gold leaf was ground with gum and honey to create gold ink, which was saved for the most valuable writing. The writing itself necessitated specific instruments and methods. To hold ink and create accurate marks, quill pens, which were fashioned from the flight feathers of geese or swans, had to be precisely cut and shaped. Sand was used to blot excess ink and speed drying, and the scribe's desk was angled to avoid ink pooling. However, The illumination, the addition of ornamental elements that transformed every page into a work of art, was where the true artistry was found. Detailed initial letters that could include whole miniature landscapes, marginal decorations that told visual stories, and full-page illustrations that infused text with rich details and vibrant colours were all characteristics of illuminated manuscripts. Among the most exquisite items ever made by human hands are the most well-known illuminated manuscripts, such as the Book of Kells or the Très Riche Heures du Duc de Berry. Hundreds of hours of labour by talented artists employing methods that took decades to perfect are represented on each page. The pigments were made from vellum so fine it was almost translucent, gold leaf applied with brushes made from single hairs, and lapis lazuli imported from Afghanistan. It sounds romantic to say that each book was unique, but it also means that each one cost enough to wipe out a small kingdom. A complete collection of Aristotle's writings could cost more than a small farm, a single Bible could cost as much as a house, and even basic prayer books were luxury items only the wealthy could afford. Because of this scarcity, the majority of people continued to rely on memory, oral tradition, and the occasional helpful neighbour who could read, while the wealthy and the clergy continued to enjoy the privilege of literacy. However, something significant was taking place even in this secluded realm of handwritten books. In a way never seen before, knowledge was becoming portable. From monastery to monastery, a manuscript could spread concepts across centuries and continents. These meticulously reproduced books brought the writings of Greek philosophers, who had been preserved by Islamic scholars during the Dark Ages in Europe, back to Christian Europe. Through Thomas Aquinas' work, Aristotle's Physics, which was translated from Greek to Arabic to Latin, had an impact on Christian theology during the Middle Ages. Ptolemy's Geography, which has been reproduced and recopied for centuries, served as a guide for the exploration expeditions that brought Europeans to the New World. The scribes and monks who produced these manuscripts established a culture of knowledge preservation of their own. Each book became a dialogue across time as a result of the marginalia, comments and observations in the margins that they added. Reading a medieval manuscript today is similar to listening to a group of academics who are centuries apart debate the same text, adding their own interpretations and insights while also agreeing and disagreeing. While some of these side remarks are academic and sombre, others are surprisingly relatable and human. The weather, it's raining heavily outside the scriptorium, complaints about the cold, my hand is numb from writing, and even drawings of cats, which it seems medieval monks found just as adorable as we do today, can all be found in medieval manuscripts. New types of books with distinct functions also emerged during the manuscript era. Both clergy and lay people adopted the Psalter as their go-to prayer book because it contained the 150 biblical psalms. Among the most popular manuscripts for affluent people were books of hours, which contained prayers for various times of the day. Through their descriptions of mythical and real animals, bestiaries blended natural history with moral teaching in ways that were both entertaining and instructive. When universities first appeared in the 12th century, they brought with them new production techniques and demands for books. Multiple copies of the same text could be produced more quickly thanks to the Picia system, which divided text into sections that could be copied by multiple scribes at once. Although it still took months to produce a single book, this was the medieval equivalent of mass production. China had been subtly transforming the very medium of writing, while Europe continued to treat books as priceless artifacts that needed the sacrifice of whole herds of sheep. Making paper from plant fibres was a technique that would eventually change the world, and it was perfected by a court official named Kai Lun around 105 CE during the Han Dynasty. When you take into account the alternatives that dominated writing surfaces for centuries, this invention may not seem like a game changer. Imagine attempting to transport a library of clay tablets on a journey. They were both heavy and brittle. Although stone was permanent, it was not practical for inscriptions other than the most significant ones. Papyrus was costly to make and transport, and it required particular plants that only thrived in particular climates. Parchment was extremely costly and required animal skins. A single book could require hundreds of animal skins. Rags, bark, bamboo, mulberry trees, and pretty much any other plant fibre could be used to make paper. This made it possible to produce writing materials in large quantities, locally, and at a low cost. The cost of the information written on the writing surface became insignificant for the first time in human history. Plant fibres were soaked, beaten into pulp, combined with water, and then lifted out on screens to form thin sheets that eventually dried into paper. Kailun's method was elegantly straightforward. The method became so widespread in China that paper was used for more than just writing. It was also used for packaging, decoration, and even clothing. Paper served as a medium for art, decoration, and even money for the Chinese, who used it for more than just writing. Centuries before the rest of the world realised that you could use something other than pieces of metal to represent value, they created paper money. Chinese traders were using exquisitely designed paper notes backed by imperial authority to pay for goods, while European merchants continued to carry bags of gold and silver coins. Additionally, new forms of artistic expression were made possible by Chinese papermaking. Writing itself was regarded as a visual art form when calligraphy, the art of beautiful writing, advanced to new heights. Chinese poets produced verses that were as exquisite to look at as they were to read, with the ink flow and brushwork adding to the poem's meaning. This type of creative experimentation was made feasible and affordable by paper. Along trade routes, the technology gradually spread thanks to traders, diplomats, and tourists who saw its potential. Around 750 CE, it made its way to the Islamic world, most likely via Chinese POWs taken during the Battle of Talas. With the same fervour as those who'd been attempting to preserve libraries on pricey animal hides, Islamic scholars and administrators embraced paper. Paper books flooded the great libraries of Baghdad, Cairo, and Cordoba, establishing educational hubs that preserved and advanced ancient knowledge. Greek, Persian, Sanskrit, and other works were translated into Arabic and printed as paper books at the House of Wisdom in Baghdad, which developed into a translation hub. Cheap paper made this enormous translation project possible, saving classical education that might have been lost forever otherwise. Islamic papermakers improved upon Chinese processes and created new ones that were appropriate for various climates and the materials at hand. From Spain to Central Asia, they set up paper mills across their lands, establishing a production network that made books more widely available and more reasonably priced than ever before. In the 12th century, paper finally made its way to Europe, where it encountered the kind of opposition usually reserved for national security threats. To safeguard their business, parchment manufacturers organised strong guilds and pushed policymakers to limit the use of paper. Despite the fact that many paper manuscripts have fared better than parchment ones in terms of survival, religious authorities were concerned that paper books might not be robust enough to preserve sacred texts. In certain locations, using paper for official documents is outright prohibited. The Holy Roman Emperor Frederick II insisted that only parchment was appropriate for significant legal records, declaring in 1231 that official documents written on paper would be deemed invalid. This opposition to paper was partially cultural, reflecting long-held ideas about the appropriate materials for significant writing, and partially economic, as the production of parchment was a significant industry that employed thousands of people. However, paper had a compelling advantage. It was inexpensive. Parchment was unable to keep up with the growing number of universities in Europe and the resulting demand for books. Throughout their studies, a university student may require access to dozens of different texts. More animal skins were needed for even a small library than most areas could provide. In the 13th and 14th centuries, paper mills started to appear all over Europe. They were frequently constructed next to rivers that could supply electricity for the equipment that was used to grind plant fibres into pulp. These mills evolved into hubs of technological advancement, creating novel methods for creating various kinds of paper with various uses. It would take centuries to fully comprehend how the economics of knowledge changed as a result of the cheap paper's availability. For the first time, writing supplies were reasonably priced, allowing people to try out novel written expressions. Because paper made writing more affordable, personal letters increased in frequency, business records became more detailed, and governments became more bureaucratic. Johannes Gutenberg was arguably the most irritated metalworker in Mainz, Germany, and perhaps all of Europe by the 1440s. He had invested years and a lot of money into creating a system of movable type, which consisted of separate metal letters that could be rearranged to print various texts. However, each prototype he created brought with it new problems that seemed to arise more quickly than he could resolve them. The intricacy of the technical issues was astounding. The printing would be uneven, with some letters pressing harder into the paper than others if the letters weren't all precisely the same height. To account for the inherent proportions of various letters, they also needed to have slightly different widths. For example, a I should be narrower than a W, but both had to line up precisely with every other letter in the alphabet. The type required a carefully formulated metal alloy. If it were too soft, pressure would cause the letters to distort. They would chip or shatter if they were too hard. The alloy needed to be able to capture fine details, be robust enough to print thousands of copies, and be affordable enough to make the system as a whole profitable. To transfer from metal to paper without smearing or fading, the ink needed to be precisely the correct consistency. Metal type on paper just didn't work with traditional manuscript ink, which was made for quill pens on parchment. In order to stick to metal and transfer smoothly to paper, Gutenberg had to create a completely new kind of ink that was oil-based rather than water-based. A page's whole surface required precisely the correct amount of pressure from the press itself. Some letters would print lightly or not at all if there was insufficient pressure. Excessive pressure could cause the paper to tear or the type to be pushed so deeply into the paper that holes would form. However, the economic issue was arguably the most difficult. With no assurance of return, starting a printing business required a significant upfront investment in supplies, machinery, and trained labour. A single misaligned letter, a batch of faulty ink, or a paper issue could destroy hundreds of copies and cause the business to go bankrupt. Gutenberg's brilliance lay not only in his individual solutions to these issues, but also in his realization that printing was an entirely new method of book production. Manuscripts were copied one at a time by medieval scribes, who worked for months on each copy. After the initial setup was finished, printing produced a template that could create hundreds of identical copies. There were significant ramifications of this transition from artisanal to industrial production that went well beyond the printing shop. Printed books were identical rather than distinct, each with its own unique qualities and possible mistakes. Because everyone else reading the same book would find the same text in the same place, scholars in different cities could now refer to particular pages and lines. Naturally, the Bible was the first book that Gutenberg decided to print. However, this was a wise business move as well as a religious one. The one book that was sure to have a sizable and steady market was the Bible. Every church required copies, affluent people desired their own copies, and the text was sufficiently uniform to eliminate any doubts regarding its veracity or correctness. The Gutenberg Bible, which was finished around 1455 and is still regarded as one of the most exquisite books ever created, demonstrated that hand illumination could compete with mechanical reproduction in terms of artistic quality. Gutenberg created books that fused the elegance of traditional manuscript art with the accuracy of printing, by hiring talented artists to add decorative elements to each copy. More significantly, though, the Gutenberg Bible proved that books could be produced in large quantities without compromising their quality. With hand-added decorations, each of the 180 copies was unique, despite having the same text and layout, resulting in a hybrid form that connected medieval craftsmanship and contemporary industry. With the rapidity of a particularly potent plague, but with far greater advantages, the printing press spread throughout Europe. By 1500, more than 250 cities, ranging from Stockholm to Naples and Lisbon to Moscow, had printing presses. Millions of books were being produced by these presses every year, changing Europe from a place where books were rare and valuable to one where printed materials were becoming widely available. The ramifications for society were profound. The simultaneous existence of identical copies of the same text in several locations was unprecedented in human history. With the assurance that their peers would be reading the same words, academics could now participate in authentic intellectual discourse by citing particular passages and page numbers. Scholarly discourse became more cumulative, more collaborative, and more precise. After being nailed to a Wittenberg church door in 1517, Martin Luther's 95 Theses were reprinted and disseminated throughout Germany in a matter of weeks, translated into several languages in a matter of months, and then dispersed throughout Europe in a year. Luther's accusations of church corruption might have remained a local theological dispute in the absence of printing. Their invention of printing served as the catalyst for the Protestant Reformation, which fundamentally altered Christianity in Europe. Researchers on different continents could now instantly share scientific discoveries. Within months of its publication in De Revolutionibus in 1543, Copernicus's groundbreaking theory, that the Earth revolved around the Sun, was known to astronomers all over Europe. Published in De Humani Corporis Fabrica that same year, Vesalius's precise anatomical illustrations provided medical students worldwide with access to intricate illustrations that were previously limited to a small number of hand-drawn manuscripts. In both subtle and revolutionary ways, the printing press democratized knowledge. With less expensive bindings, a farmer's son could now own the same books as a nobleman. Instead of competing based on the wealth of their patron, ideas could do so on their own merit. Simply being able to reproduce text at low cost and disseminate it widely enabled the Protestant Reformation, the Scientific Revolution, and the Enlightenment. However, printing also gave rise to new kinds of control and inequality. Even though the cost of books decreased, their production still required a large investment. By determining which texts were worthy of being printed and which concepts merited widespread dissemination, publishers took on the role of new information gatekeepers. Governments implemented licensing programs, censorship, and printing press control after realizing the power of printing. The spread of Protestant texts through printing prompted the Catholic Church to create the Index Librorum Prohibitorum, a list of books that Catholics were prohibited from reading. Realizing that controlling the presses meant controlling the information flow, governments across Europe set up official printers and mandated licenses for printing businesses. It was impossible to fully regulate printing in spite of these control attempts. Smugglers transported banned texts across borders, underground presses produced books that were prohibited, and the sheer volume of printed material made complete censorship impracticable. Since mass communication had escaped, it would never be able to be reined in. In the 17th and 18th centuries, something extraordinary occurred. Common people started reading for enjoyment. Not for religious education, not for work-related reasons, but just because reading was now a fun, inexpensive, and socially acceptable pastime. In addition to reflecting broader shifts in European society, this change was partially brought about by the printing press, which made books more affordable and accessible. More people had free time and disposable income as a result of growing prosperity. As cities grew more populated, bookshops, lending libraries, and literary discussions became commonplace. As literacy rates increased, more people were able to read the increasingly accessible books. Most significantly, though, authors started producing content especially for this new readership. Published in 1719, Daniel Defoe's Robinson Crusoe was adventure fiction for merchants, shopkeepers, artisans, and anybody else with a few free hours and the cost of a book. It was not written for academics or aristocrats. Written in simple terms that anyone could understand and appreciate, the book told the tale of an average man dealing with extraordinary circumstances. The 18th century's social media platforms were coffee shops. More than 3,000 coffee shops in London functioned as gathering spots where people congregated to read newspapers, talk about pamphlets, and debate the concepts that were being discussed in print. These were places where common people could engage in the intellectual life of their era, debating politics, science, literature, and philosophy over coffee cups and clay tobacco pipes. They were not official educational institutions. Every coffee shop had its own personality and customer base. After becoming the epicenter of maritime insurance, Lloyd's Coffee House changed its name to Lloyd's of London. Publishers and booksellers came to the Chapter Coffee House. Jonathan's Coffee House developed into a hub for stock trading, while Will's was well known for its literary discussions. The coffee shop served as a hub for social networks, business transactions, and the formation of public opinion. A literary genre that was ideal for this new reading culture was the novel. Novels told stories about people like the readers themselves, in contrast to philosophical treatises or epic poems, which required specialized knowledge or classical education to fully appreciate. They looked at the moral dilemmas of daily life, the social dynamics of modern society, and the inner lives of regular people. The popularity of Samuel Richardson's 1740 novel Pamela was so great that readers wrote fan letters to the fictional heroine, sent the author ideas for new plot points, and convened in groups to debate the moral decisions and motivations of the characters. Individuals were developing emotional bonds with fictional characters in ways that any contemporary fiction reader would recognise. Pamela became a literary phenomenon as a result of its success. The 18th century equivalent of appointment television was created by Richardson's subsequent publication of Clarissa, an even longer novel that was released in instalments over a year. As each new book came out, readers scheduled their months in advance, congregating in coffee shops and private residences to talk about the most recent events in Clarissa's heartbreaking tale. In previously unheard-of numbers, women began to produce and consume this new literary culture. Because the novel was regarded as a new literary form devoid of long-standing masculine traditions, and because women were acknowledged for their unique understanding of the emotional and domestic themes that novels addressed. It was one of the few literary genres in which female authors could compete on an equal footing with men. In the late 17th century, Aphra Behn, often regarded as the first professional English woman writer, proved that women could produce fiction that was profitable. Eliza Haywood, Fanny Burney, Anne Radcliffe, and Jane Austen, who mastered the craft of social comedy and produced some of the most enduring characters in English literature, were among the many female novelists who flourished in the 18th century. These female writers acknowledged the social challenges, emotional complexity, and intelligence of women while writing for female readers. Their novels directly addressed the issues of their female readership by examining marriage, finances, family dynamics, and social expectations. Instead of being passive objects of male attention, they crafted heroines who were active agents in their own stories. Knowledge and entertainment spread more quickly as a result of feedback loops produced by the growth of literacy and reading culture. Larger book markets resulted from an increase in readers. There were more specialised publications in larger markets. More specialised publications allowed for more accurate targeting of particular communities and interests. Magazines started to appear with the purpose of providing specific audiences with frequent doses of opinion, information, and entertainment. One of the first popular general interest magazines, the Gentleman's Magazine, was established in 1731 and combined news, literature, science, and commentary in a monthly format. Soon after came magazines for women, kids, and people with particular interests or occupations. Reading became even more accessible and communal with the circulation of libraries. Readers could check out books from the library, return them when they were done, and choose new ones from the collection for a subscription fee. Through the creation of reader communities that exchanged recommendations and discussed what they had read, this system made pricey novels accessible to those who couldn't afford to buy them. Reading had become so widespread by the end of the 18th century that social critics began to worry that it might jeopardize moral order and social stability. Young people were accused of reading too much fiction and ignoring their practical obligations, especially young women. Novels were accused of fostering dangerous notions of social equality, fostering female independence, and generating irrational expectations about romance. Later panics about radio, television, video games, and social media bore striking similarities to these fears about the consequences of reading fiction. Every new mass entertainment medium has been charged with destroying traditional values, corrupting young people, and eroding social ties. Perhaps the first instance of moral panic over mass media was the reading panic of the 18th century, which established trends that would be replicated with every new communication technology. Writing and reading became industrial processes in the 19th century, and information, once a limited resource accessible only to the elite, became a mass-produced good that was accessible to all societal levels. The same steam engines and mechanical advancements that were transforming transportation, manufacturing, and every other facet of economic life also drove this change. Books and newspapers could be produced more quickly than anyone had thought possible thanks to steam-powered printing presses. With skilled operators putting in long hours, the old-fashioned hand-operated printing press, which had hardly changed since Gutenberg's day, could possibly produce 300 pages every day. With little assistance from humans, steam-powered presses could generate 3,000 pages per hour. The same need for inexpensive materials that was revolutionizing textile production also drove the mechanization and efficiency of papermaking. The handmade sheets that had restricted paper production for centuries could be replaced by continuous rolls of paper of consistent quality and thickness, thanks to the Fourdrinier machine, which was created in the early 1800s. Rags started to give way to wood pulp as the main raw material for paper, which increased its affordability and availability. For the first time in human history, the dissemination of knowledge was not hampered by the physical creation of reading materials. At prices low enough for working-class families to afford books and newspapers, publishers could print as many copies as the market would demand. The first real mass media was thus produced. Newspapers evolved from pricey weekly indulgences that were mostly read by professionals and merchants to inexpensive everyday essentials that were accessible to all societal classes. By the 1830s, America's penny press was printing 1-cent newspapers that were jam-packed with local news, sensational stories, and advertisements meant to reach as many people as possible. Compared to the commercial and political newspapers of the previous century, The content of these penny papers was very different. The penny press reported on crime, accidents, human interest stories, and entertainment rather than politics, international trade, and topics of interest to affluent readers. They were the forerunners of contemporary tabloid journalism, which was created to be interesting, readable, and accessible to those with little free time or education. When ships arrived with the newest edition of the Old Curiosity Shop or Great Expectations, readers on both sides of the Atlantic lined up at docks, making Charles Dickens possibly the first true media celebrity. His novels were serialised in magazines, which created the 19th century equivalent of appointment television. People devoted their entire month to learning the fates of their favourite fictional characters, and Dickens' earnings from writing allowed him to live like a king. Novels published in serial form gave rise to new kinds of authorial response and reader interaction. Dickens is renowned for altering plot points in response to reader responses to previous chapters. Dickens changed his plans for other characters in the Old Curiosity Shop after readers expressed dissatisfaction with Little Nell's fate. A more responsive and democratic form of literature was produced by this direct feedback loop between writers and readers. As education grew, basic literacy ceased to be an elite achievement and instead became a practical necessity. Workers who could follow written instructions, read simple instructions, and comprehend basic contracts and legal documents were needed during the Industrial Revolution. Commercial activities, railroad operations, and factory work all required literacy skills that were previously optional for the majority of people. The majority of industrialized nations implemented public education systems in the 19th century with the goal of creating literate workers who could navigate an increasingly complex economy. Using standardized techniques that could be used on a large scale, children learned to read and write quickly and effectively. Most significantly, though, writing started to accelerate in ways that radically altered the nature of communication. Written messages could be sent across continents in a matter of minutes thanks to the telegraph, which was created in the 1840s. Information was able to spread more quickly than its creators for the first time since humans invented writing. Government, journalism, and business were all significantly impacted by this acceleration. Markets thousands of miles apart could coordinate their stock prices. Nearly instantaneous news reporting was possible from remote locations. In real time, military leaders could coordinate operations over large areas. By uniting previously disparate areas into a cohesive communication system, the telegraph produced the first genuinely worldwide information network. New writing styles that were geared toward economy and speed were necessary for telegraph communication. Messages had to be clear and succinct because every word cost money. Other writing styles were impacted by the telegram style, which pushed for directness and efficiency. The headlines of newspapers became more witty. Business letters became more targeted. The clipped, cost-effective style originally created for telegraph communication started to be adopted even in private correspondence. The act of writing itself was mechanized with the invention of the typewriter in the 1870s. Expert typists could create more readable text, use less space, and produce clean, identical copies of documents more quickly than any handwriter. The typewriter gave women their first widespread office job opportunity, and the sound of typing became the background music of contemporary office work. Additionally, typewriting standardized written documents' appearance in ways that had unanticipated repercussions. The handwriting on handwritten documents provided insight into the author's social class, educational attainment, emotional state, and personal traits. Due to the anonymity and consistency of typed documents, written communication became more democratic, and ideas could be evaluated without regard to the personal traits of their authors. Writing was not only altered by the 20th century, but it was also multiplied exponentially, resulting in an information environment so complex and rich that it would have been overwhelming to earlier centuries. However, each new technology seemed to increase the desire for more written content rather than replace written communication. Despite their apparent threats to written communication, radio and television actually increased the demand for written materials. People wanted to read more in-depth articles in newspapers and magazines after hearing fascinating news on the radio. Watchers of television looked for books written by authors they had heard on talk shows. Instead of taking the place of the others, each new medium seemed to enhance them. The development of offset printing in the early 1900s greatly reduced the cost and increased the versatility of high-quality reproduction. Any image or text that could be photographed could be reproduced using offset printing, as opposed to traditional letterpress printing, which required the manual setting of individual pieces of metal type. This allowed publishers to experiment with new layouts and visual designs, magazines to include photographs alongside text, and books to include diagrams and illustrations. With magazines catering to every imaginable interest and demographic, their variety and circulation skyrocketed. Through breathtaking photography and readable prose about far-off locales and fascinating cultures, National Geographic brought the world into American homes. Photojournalism was invented by Life magazine, which used pictures and thoughtfully chosen text to tell stories, while Ladies' Home Journal sparked a national dialogue among women about fashion, social issues and domestic life. Popular science helped make technical advancements understandable to a wider audience. Publishers like Penguin in Britain and Pocketbooks in America led the paperback revolution, which made books more accessible and portable than ever before. Complete novels, collections of poetry or non-fiction could be published in paperback books that cost no more than a magazine. All of a sudden, serious literature was as disposable as magazines and as easily accessible as newspapers. New literary communities and reading habits were spawned by this accessibility. Individuals could afford to gamble on unproven writers or uncharted territory. Books stopped being significant investments and instead became impulsive purchases. Millions of people were exposed to authors and genres they might not have otherwise come across in traditional bookstores, thanks to the paperback rack in pharmacies and airports. Over the course of the industrialized world, typewriters went from being a luxury piece of office equipment to becoming everyday household objects that were used in homes, schools, and small businesses. Ordinary people were able to create documents that looked professional in their homes for the first time. In ways that would have astounded medieval scribes who spent years honing their handwriting, the typewriter democratized neat, readable writing. The nature of private correspondence was also altered by the widespread availability of typewriters. For speed and clarity, letters could be typed while retaining the unique writing style of each individual. Standardized format and appearance for business letters led to the development of templates and conventions that continue to shape formal correspondence today. The speed and reach of written communication, however, were undergoing a true revolution. With the advent of the airmail service in the 1920s and 1930s, letters could now be sent across oceans in a matter of days as opposed to weeks. International trade and cooperation were made possible at a speed that would have seemed miraculous to earlier generations. A business letter sent from New York on Monday could arrive in London by Thursday. Newspapers were able to instantly share stories across continents thanks to teleprinters and wire services. A more integrated global awareness of current events could result from the simultaneous publication of the same news story in newspapers from Tokyo to New York. Reports from the front lines could be filed by war correspondents and published the following day in local newspapers. Due to the extraordinary demand for communication and information brought about by World War II, many of these trends were accelerated. Improvements in information processing, printing, and telecommunications were driven by military requirements. Markets for new kinds of publications and reporting techniques were opened by the demand for news. Millions of people were exposed to writers and concepts that they might not have otherwise come across thanks to the pocket-sized books that soldiers carried. Perhaps no single publishing initiative in history has contributed more to the democratization of literature than the Armed Services editions, which were small paperback books sent to American soldiers during World War II. These books were printed on inexpensive paper, made to fit in uniform pockets, and given away for free to all active military personnel. They created a reading program that transcended all social and educational boundaries by including everything from technical manuals to popular novels to classical literature. Expanded expectations and tastes in literature were brought back by veterans from the war. The greatest expansion of higher education in American history was made possible by the GI Bill, which offered educational benefits to returning veterans. The explosion of college enrollment opened up enormous new markets for serious non-fiction, academic publications and textbooks. The first truly mass-literate society in human history was brought about by the post-war economic boom. Instead of being exceptional, college education became the norm. Everyone could now afford literature thanks to paperback books. Public libraries developed into community hubs where anyone seeking information from any social or economic background could obtain it for free. New reading and writing habits were brought about by suburban development. On their daily commutes, commuters used buses and trains as makeshift reading rooms where they read paperback novels, periodicals and newspapers. Because most suburban homes had a den or family room with built-in bookcases, middle-class people were accustomed to owning and displaying books. Social critics started to worry about information overload by the 1960s because written communication had become so commonplace. Books, magazines and newspapers were all over the place. With all the written material being produced daily, how could anyone keep up? In his 1970 book Future Shock, Alvin Toffler made the case that the amount of information and the rate of change were becoming too much for the average person to handle psychologically. The explosion of information in the 1960s was a gentle prelude to what was to come, but no one could have predicted that it was only the beginning. In the 1940s and 1950s, computers looked like enormous calculators with text processing as an afterthought. These compact devices, which were packed with magnetic drums and vacuum tubes, were made mainly for mathematical computations used in large-scale data processing, military applications and scientific research. The notion that they could transform human communication seemed as unrealistic as the notion that locomotives might one day be employed for space travel. Punched cards were fed into these devices by early computer operators, who then had to wait hours or even days for the results to print. Compared to typewriters, writing on computers was slower and more difficult, and it took months to acquire the specialized knowledge of operating systems and programming languages needed. Text processing was viewed as a trivial use of computing power by the few individuals who worked with computers, who were highly skilled technicians and scientists. However, computers had a huge advantage over all earlier writing technologies. They could transmit, edit and copy text without any physical restrictions. A computer-generated document was made up of electrical or magnetic signal patterns that could be precisely duplicated as many times as necessary without losing quality. It was possible to make changes without having to retype whole pages. Electronically stored, searched and retrieved text could be done with speed and accuracy that physical documents could not match. The revolutionary potential of computerized writing became apparent in the 1960s and 1970s with the development of word processing software. With previously unheard of ease and efficiency, authors could alter text on screen, rearranging paragraphs, fixing mistakes, and updating content without having to retype entire documents. By doing away with the tiresome mechanical parts of writing, such as retyping, rearranging, and proofreading several drafts, authors were free to concentrate on ideas and content rather than the actual act of writing. This power was brought to common desks in homes and offices across the developed world in the 1980s with the advent of personal computers. In addition to being sufficiently powerful to manage complex word processing, data management and communication tasks, computers such as the Apple II, Commodore 64 and IBM PC were reasonably priced for individual homes and small enterprises. In addition to making editing as simple as typing, word processing programs like WordStar, WordPerfect and eventually Microsoft Word added capabilities that were previously unattainable with mechanical writing instruments. Spell checking automatically detected typos. Find and replace features could instantly make global changes to lengthy documents. With the help of numerous fonts and formatting choices, authors were able to manipulate the text's appearance in ways that were previously exclusive to professional publishers. Professional quality documents could now be produced at home thanks to personal printers. Anyone with a computer could now create documents that looked as professional as those from specialized print shops, thanks to dot matrix printers, which were followed by inkjet and laser printers. As revolutionary as the original printing invention, the democratization of document production made publishing accessible to anyone with a computer. However, networking, which linked individual PCs into global communication networks, was the true revolution. Originally restricted to users of the same computer system, electronic mail developed into a global communication tool that could link anyone with computer access to anybody else anywhere in the world. Written communication became instantaneous and interactive with email. Instead of days or weeks, you could compose a message, send it to someone on the other side of the globe, and get a response in a matter of minutes or hours. While maintaining the accuracy and permanence that set writing apart from speech, written communication started to catch up to conversational speed. More sophisticated forms of computer-mediated communication were made possible by the protocols and standards that made email possible. Anyone with system access could read the messages that users posted on bulletin board systems BBS. Global discussion forums centered on particular topics of interest were established by Usenet newsgroups. These early online communities showed that new kinds of social interaction that relied solely on written communication could be supported by computer networks. The largest library in human history was created almost instantly after the World Wide Web was made available to the general public in the early 1990s. You could access millions of documents from any computer with an internet connection, eliminating the need to physically visit places to find information. Most of the obstacles that had previously restricted access to information and publication were removed by the internet, which turned every computer into a printing press and every person into a potential publisher. The markup language used to create web pages, HTML, was flexible enough to support complex multimedia presentations, while still being easy enough for anyone to learn and publish online. Since the majority of early websites were text-based, the internet was essentially a huge collection of linked documents that could be read, searched, and linked to one another in ways that were not possible with traditional books and papers. No one completely foresaw the consequences of this democratization of publishing. Publishers, editors, librarians, journalists, and other traditional information gatekeepers suddenly found themselves in competition with anyone with an internet connection and something to say. Information grew exponentially in quantity and accessibility, but its quality and dependability became increasingly erratic. The challenge of locating information in this enormous digital library was resolved by search engines. Web-specific search engines like AltaVista and Yahoo replaced early search tools like Archie and Gopher, and finally Google. The entire corpus of human-written knowledge could be searched in a matter of seconds from any location in the world thanks to Google's PageRank algorithm, which could sift through billions of web pages to find the most pertinent results for any query. Universal searchability had significant ramifications. Researchers could locate pertinent information nearly instantly, rather than spending hours in libraries searching through card catalogues and indexes. Writers had access to more sources than the greatest scholars of earlier centuries could have hoped for, rather than depending on their own collections or institutional holdings. Any writing project's research phase was shortened from weeks or months to a few hours or days. Additionally, digital text opened up new avenues for multimedia and interactive writing. Authors were able to produce non-linear documents with hypertext links that readers could navigate based on their own needs and interests. Compared to traditional print media, websites could create richer and more captivating reading experiences by fusing text with images, audio, and video. Websites, email, and forums that mirrored traditional publishing models were transplanted to digital platforms, and the early internet was largely used for publishing and consuming relatively formal written content. However, the emergence of a new generation of online platforms at the turn of the 21st century drastically altered the nature of digital communication. Unexpectedly, social media sites like Friendster, MySpace, and eventually Facebook restored writing as a means of communication. People started writing quick, concise answers to each other's posts, comments, and updates, in place of formal documents or well-written letters. Instead of publishing information, these platforms were made to promote social interaction, and they were successful in developing new written communication formats that resembled speech more than conventional writing. People's use of written language was significantly impacted by this return to conversational writing. Emotional connection and instantaneous expression took precedence over formal grammar. In ways that traditional text could not, emoticons and acronyms evolved into a new type of written shorthand that could express emotion and tone. As people started writing as they spoke, using slang, informal constructions, and interruptions that would not have been appropriate in more formal written settings, the line between spoken and written language started to blur. When Facebook's timeline feature was launched in 2011, it gave rise to a new genre of autobiographical writing, in which users shared brief posts with photos of their everyday activities. This was a more immediate and impromptu form of self-documentation that captured everyday moments and casual thoughts in ways that earlier generations would have deemed too insignificant for written record, rather than the meticulously planned self-presentation of traditional autobiography. By restricting posts to 140 characters, later increased to 280, Twitter, which was launched in 2006, took conversational writing to the next level. Extreme concision was required by this restriction, which prompted the creation of new, brevity-optimized forms of writing. Twitter users developed a poetic form that prioritized wit, insight, and emotional impact over conventional literary elaboration by learning to convey the most meaning in the least amount of space. Additionally, the character limit altered the cadence of written correspondence. Twitter users posted short updates throughout the day rather than writing long messages that were sent occasionally, resulting in a constant flow of written content that was more akin to ongoing conversation than traditional correspondence. Millions of users were able to engage in simultaneous conversations about current affairs, individual experiences, and cultural phenomena on the platform, which evolved into a global chat room. Beginning as a straightforward method of sending quick messages between mobile phones in the 1990s, text messaging rose to prominence as a written communication method in the early 2000s. Similar to Twitter, SMS messages were restricted to 160 characters and emphasized private communication over public broadcasting. There are linguistic conventions, abbreviations, and cultural norms specific to texting. The terms LOL, laugh aloud, BRB, be right back, and TTYL, talk to you later, became widely used. The way people formed written thoughts was altered by predictive text and autocorrect features, which occasionally resulted in misunderstandings but also made composition faster. Mobile technology also changed the physical act of writing. Texting could be done with thumbs on small screens while walking, taking public transit, or doing other activities, whereas traditional writing had been done with pens on paper or fingers on keyboards. Writing was genuinely portable and incorporated into everyday life in previously unthinkable ways. With the 2007 release of the iPhone, smartphones further expanded the accessibility and versatility of mobile writing. Every phone became a portable writing and publishing tool thanks to touchscreen keyboards, voice-to-text capabilities, and constant internet connectivity. The amount and speed of written communication increased dramatically as a result of people being able to create and share written content at any time and from any location. Instagram, which debuted in 2010, created new storytelling formats by fusing textual and visual communication. Users posted pictures with captions that varied from brief summaries to in-depth stories. People's writing about their experiences was impacted by a new kind of categorization and searchability brought about by the platform's hashtag system. Perhaps most significantly, however, social media brought writing back into the mainstream in ways not seen since prehistoric culture's oral traditions. Writing had been a solitary act for the majority of human history, producing a document that would later be read by others. Writing became instantaneous, interactive, and collaborative with social media. Responding to each other's posts within minutes or seconds of their publication, people could collaborate in real time, fostering conversations across various platforms and time zones. New kinds of group meaning-making were spawned by the comment sections that sprang up beneath news articles, blog entries, and social media posts. Hundreds of responses to a single post could challenge, expand, or totally recontextualize the original message. As readers began to co-create meaning through their responses and interactions, the line between author and reader became less clear. New types of collective authorship were also spawned by the collaborative nature of digital writing. When Wikipedia was first launched in 2001, it showed that volunteer contributors could collaborate online to create and maintain extensive reference works. Through a collaborative writing and editing process that would not have been feasible without digital technology, the encyclopedia expanded to include millions of articles in hundreds of languages. Traditional beliefs regarding authorship, authority, and quality control in written work were called into question by Wikipedia's success. Wikipedia used peer review and crowdsourcing to produce content that was frequently more up-to-date and thorough than traditional reference works, despite occasionally being less trustworthy than professional editors and expert authors. Social media and digital communication have produced an unprecedented amount of writing. Humans were creating more written material every day by the 2010s than had been contained in all of the ancient world's libraries put together. Although the majority of this writing was conversational, transient, and informal, status updates, comments, text messages, tweets, it marked a significant change in the way people used written language. You are living through the most significant change in writing since the creation of the alphabet, so keep this in mind as you curl up with your blankets and feel your eyelids getting heavier. What is taking place in your immediate surroundings is as revolutionary as anything that took place in Gutenberg's printing shop, medieval monasteries, or ancient Phoenicia. These days, artificial intelligence can produce text that looks human and is frequently identical to content written by humans. Poetry, business letters, technical documentation, and even intricate conversations are all possible with large language models like GPT and its offspring, which show an awareness of context, subtlety, and emotional nuances. The distinction between machine and human writing is becoming more and more hazy. People can now write by speaking instead of typing thanks to advancements in voice recognition software that can now convert speech to text with astounding accuracy. While walking, driving, or doing other tasks, writers can compose text at the speed of speech with Dragon Naturally Speaking, Siri dictation, and Google voice typing. Writing, which involves moving a pen across paper or fingers across a keyboard, is becoming a less necessary activity. Text can be instantly translated between languages using real-time translation algorithms, removing the barriers that have divided human communities for millennia. One can write in their native tongue and have it instantly understood by readers anywhere in the world thanks to Google Translate and similar services which can handle dozens of languages with increasing sophistication. New types of spatial writing in which text is embedded in three-dimensional environments are starting to be made possible by augmented reality and virtual reality technologies. Future authors may create text that floats in space, reacts to movement, and changes depending on the reader's perspective and interaction, as an alternative to writing on flat surfaces. Although they are still in the experimental stage, brain-computer interfaces raise the prospect of direct neural control over text composition. People may eventually be able to think words that are automatically translated into written communication, rather than speaking, typing, or writing by hand. The permanence and accuracy of writing could be paired with the quickness and closeness of thought. Despite all of these technological advancements, writing's primary function hasn't changed since the first cave paintings were created 40,000 years ago. We continue to use writing to leave behind traces of our existence that will outlive our actual physical presence in the world, preserve thoughts, exchange ideas, and connect with other minds across time and space. The essential human activity of making the absent present, giving thoughts permanence, and connecting with other people through symbols and meaning is shared by the cave painter, who left a handprint in Chauvet Cave, and the social media user who posts a status update today. In reality, the story of writing is the story of human connection and the tenacious will to transcend the boundaries of personal awareness. From Sumerian cuneiform to contemporary digital text, every writing system aims to address the same fundamental issue. How can we communicate our thoughts to those who aren't there in person? How can we ensure that our thoughts endure beyond our own death? From those initial symbolic inscriptions on cave walls, we have come a long way. The greatest scholars of antiquity could not have predicted the amount of written knowledge available to a child learning to read today. Professional scribes in medieval monasteries are not as quick at writing as the teen texting friends. Compared to the most powerful rulers of previous centuries, the office worker writing an email has greater access to information and communication tools. However, the magic is essentially unchanged. The same miracle that astounded our ancestors and still astounds us, when we pause to consider it, is happening to you as you read these words right now. Ideas generated in one mind are being replicated in another mind, across time and space, using only marks on a surface, be it a printed page, a digital screen, a papyrus scroll, a cave wall, or a clay tablet. The wonder endures despite changes in technology. Although the particular tools change over time, the basic human desire to connect, communicate, and share consciousness never changes. From ancient pictographs to contemporary emoji, writing in all its forms symbolizes humanity's continuous effort to go beyond the confines of personal experience and establish a common meaning across the enormous gaps that divide different minds. Every text message, email, and comment you send contributes to the extensive dialogue that people have been having via writing for more than 5,000 years. Not only are you utilizing technology, but you are also engaging in one of the oldest and most fundamental human endeavors, which has been updated with contemporary instruments while maintaining its timeless objectives. Today's kids will grow up in a world where voice recognition replaces typing, artificial intelligence helps with writing, real-time translation eliminates language barriers, and new technologies that we can hardly fathom will continue to revolutionize the way people write and communicate. However, they will continue to use writing for the same purposes that humans have always used it for: memory preservation, knowledge exchange, creative expression, relationship building, and bridging the gap between two different consciousnesses. One word at a time, billions of people worldwide are writing the future of writing today. The great human endeavor of making thoughts permanent and shareable involves everyone: scientists recording new discoveries, students taking notes in class, poets writing verses, journalists covering current affairs, friends communicating over great distances, lovers expressing their feelings, children learning their first letters, and the elderly preserving family stories. Remember that you are a part of this amazing continuous story as you close your eyes tonight and allow these thoughts to find a home in the cozy spaces between waking and sleeping. You are connected to every human being who has ever struggled to share an idea, preserve a thought, or reach across time to touch another mind through the book you are reading, the device you're using, and the act of absorbing these ideas through written symbols. The same awe that has enthralled people since we first realised that marks could have meaning is being felt by a child learning to recognise their first letters somewhere tonight. When they learn that the squiggles on the page can tell them stories about faraway places and made-up friends, their eyes enlarge. From medieval apprentices learning to form letters with quill pens to children in one-room schoolhouses laboriously copying letters on slate boards, they are continuing a tradition that dates back to ancient Sumerian schoolchildren practicing their cuneiform on clay tablets. A writer is working on a story that could be read for centuries to come somewhere tonight, picking every word with the same care that unites all storytellers who have ever attempted to permanently depict human experience. Even though they are writing on a computer, they are performing the same fundamental task as the unnamed author of Gilgamesh, the scribes who documented King Arthur's stories, or the innumerable bards who turned oral traditions into written works. Tonight, a scientist is adding their observations to the extensive body of human knowledge that started with Mesopotamian astronomers recording the motions of planets and stars, documenting a discovery that has the potential to fundamentally alter our understanding of the world. Their lab notebook or digital file will become part of the legacy that includes the research notes of Marie Curie, the sketches of Leonardo da Vinci, and the journal of Charles Darwin from the Beagle. In a tradition that includes Victorian love letters sent across continents, medieval courtly letters, and wartime correspondence that kept relationships strong over years of separation, lovers who are separated by distance are sending each other messages that bridge the gap between their hearts somewhere tonight. Whether the medium is video calls or text messages, the impulse is the same for all people who have ever attempted to stay in touch via written communication, in the same spirit that inspired ancient chroniclers to document the exploits of kings and heroes. A grandparent is somewhere tonight recording family tales for grandchildren who have not yet been born, conserving memories and wisdom. The fundamental purpose of these family histories is the same as that of the great historical works of Gibbon, Herodotus, or any other chronicler of human experience, even though they may never be published or read widely. Somewhere tonight, a student is engaged in the same process of acquiring and preserving knowledge that has propelled human learning since the founding of the first schools in ancient Mesopotamia, taking notes that will aid them in developing their understanding of the world. Their computer files and notebooks represent the most recent development in humanity's continuous endeavour to transmit knowledge from one generation to the next. Someone is writing in a diary somewhere tonight, documenting the minutiae of everyday existence that will eventually give historians a better understanding of how we lived, what we valued, and what we were concerned about. They are carrying on the tradition of Samuel Pepys, who chronicled life in London in the 17th century, Anne Frank, who chronicled her experiences during World War II, and innumerable others who recognise that ordinary life, when faithfully documented, gradually transforms into the extraordinary. Somewhere tonight, a poet is carrying on humanity's oldest literary tradition by trying to find the perfect words to convey an emotion or experience that has never been sufficiently conveyed before. They are part of the same tradition as Homer, Sappho, Li Bai, Rumi, Shakespeare, and all other poets who have attempted to use language to create beauty and meaning, even though they may share their work on social media, instead of performing it in royal courts. All of these individuals, along with millions more, are contributing their words to the extensive dialogue that started when the first human decided that thoughts were too valuable to rely solely on memory. This means that the story of writing is not yet complete. Every research paper, love letter, grocery list, and status update adds to the continuous human endeavour of making the transient permanent and the invisible visible. Not only are you reading this story, dear reader, but you are also contributing to its creation. Each time you send a message, write an email, write a note, or express an idea in writing, you're taking part in one of the greatest cooperative endeavours in human history. You are contributing your voice to a dialogue that has been going on for thousands of years and will continue for thousands more. Just as we can hardly imagine what writing technologies our great-grandchildren will take for granted, The Lascaux cave painters could never have imagined smartphones and social media. However, despite all technological advancements, the basic human urges that drive writing, the need to remember, communicate, share, preserve and create, remain constant. Allow yourself to feel a part of this enormous human endeavour as you go to sleep tonight. You might dream of future technologies and ancient scribes, of writers at glowing screens and storytellers around campfires, of children learning their letters and elders keeping their memories alive. They are a part of your story, and you are part of theirs. Rest well and dream of all the stories that have not yet been told, all the discoveries that have not yet been documented, all the connections that have not yet been made, and all the ideas that have not yet been able to move from page to page in your mind. You, dear reader, dear writer, dear participant in this ancient and continuing human adventure, will contribute to the writing of the greatest chapters of the writing story. Good night, and I hope your words are heard tomorrow. If I pronounce any words wrong, please know that I'm trying my best. Now, picture Athens in the year 360 BCE, when the city still carries the architectural grandeur of its golden age, but the political confidence has begun to fade like paint on temple walls exposed to too many Mediterranean summers. The Parthenon stands on the Acropolis, its marble columns catching the afternoon light in ways that make the stone seem almost translucent. But the empire that built it has been humbled by Sparta and reduced to a shadow of its former reach. In this diminished Athens lives an elderly man named Plato, around 70 years old now, his beard gone completely white, and his hands marked by the kind of age spots that remind you of your own mortality. He walks slowly through the colonnade of his academy, the philosophical school he founded decades earlier, where young men gather to debate questions about justice, beauty, and the nature of reality itself. Plato has spent his life thinking about perfection, not the superficial kind, not the perfect haircut or the perfect dinner party, but the deep structural perfection of forms and ideas that exist somewhere beyond our messy physical world. He believes, or at least argues, that everything we experience is merely a shadow of some ideal version that exists in a realm of pure thought. The chair you're sitting in is just an imperfect copy of the idea of chair itself. The justice you see in courtrooms is a pale reflection of justice as it truly exists. This philosophical obsession with ideal forms has led Plato to imagine ideal societies, ideal governments, and ideal ways of organising human life to achieve something approaching perfection. His earlier work, The Republic, outlined a vision of a perfect city-state governed by philosopher kings who would rule with wisdom rather than ambition, where every citizen would be educated according to their abilities and positioned according to their talents. But ideas expressed as abstract philosophy can feel dry, like reading an instruction manual for living. So Plato, who understands how human minds actually work, often wraps his philosophy in stories. He creates myths and allegories that make his points more memorable than any logical argument could. He's already given us the allegory of the cave, where prisoners mistake shadows for reality. Now, in his old age, he's about to give us something even more enduring. The specific occasion for Plato's story about Atlantis comes during a series of philosophical dialogues he writes near the end of his life. These dialogues feature his old teacher Socrates, dead for decades now, executed by Athens for corrupting the youth with too many uncomfortable questions, along with other historical figures engaging in the kind of sophisticated dinner party conversation that ancient Greeks excelled at. In these dialogues titled Timaeus and Critias, Plato has one of his characters recount a story supposedly passed down through generations, originally told to Solon, the great Athenian lawgiver, by Egyptian priests during his travels 2 centuries earlier. It's a framing device that gives the story both ancient authority and convenient distance. Plato isn't claiming to have witnessed any of this himself, merely preserving knowledge supposedly handed down through time. The story emerges naturally from a philosophical discussion about ideal states and the nature of civilization. After outlining his vision of a perfect society, Plato has his characters wonder, has such a society ever actually existed? Could the abstract ideals he's been describing ever manifest in the physical world? And in answering this hypothetical question, Plato creates Atlantis. But before we dive into the story itself, it's worth considering what Athens must have felt like to an old philosopher watching his city struggle with its diminished status. The Persian Wars were ancient history now. The glory days of Pericles had faded into nostalgic memory, and Athens had lost its devastating conflict with Sparta. The city that had once dominated the Aegean through a combination of naval power, democratic ideals, and cultural sophistication was now just another Mediterranean city-state. Important, but no longer exceptional. In this context, Plato's mind might naturally turn to questions about rise and fall, about whether greatness can be sustained, or whether it contains the seeds of its own destruction. These weren't abstract philosophical questions for him. They were observations about his own society's trajectory. Athens had been great and was now diminished. What lessons could be drawn from that experience? The Mediterranean world that Plato inhabits is one where the sea connects rather than divides. From his vantage point in Athens, you can see how maritime trade creates webs of connection, linking cities around the entire Mediterranean basin. Ships carry not just cargo, but also ideas, stories, and news of distant places. Sailors return from voyages with tales of strange lands, unusual customs, and cities that excel in different arts than Athens does. This maritime consciousness, this awareness of a world much larger than one's own city, permeates Greek thinking in ways that might not be immediately obvious to us. When Plato imagines Atlantis, he places it in the ocean, specifically beyond the Pillars of Hercules, what we now call the Strait of Gibraltar, in the vast Atlantic that Greeks regarded with a mixture of fascination and trepidation. The Mediterranean was their pond, the Atlantic was something more mysterious, a realm of possibility where anything might exist. Plato himself probably never travelled far by sea. His voyages to Sicily to advise the tyrant of Syracuse were about as adventurous as he got, and those trips were motivated by his hope of implementing philosophical governance in a real city rather than any desire for maritime adventure. But like most educated Greeks, he would have absorbed countless stories from travellers, traders, and returning sailors about distant lands and unusual peoples. The physical experience of being by the sea in ancient Greece would have been quite different from our modern beach vacations. The Mediterranean isn't the gentle, tourist-friendly body of water it often appears to be in contemporary photographs. It can turn violent with stunning speed, transforming from glassy calm to white-capped fury in the time it takes to finish a meal. Greek sailors respected and feared the sea in equal measure, seeing it as a realm where human control was always provisional and nature's power absolute. This relationship with maritime unpredictability would have influenced how Greeks thought about civilization itself. Cities could rise and fall as quickly as storms could appear. Trading networks that seemed permanent could be disrupted by piracy, war, or shifts in political power. The sea connected people, but also reminded them of their vulnerability. An island civilization, however powerful, would always be subject to forces beyond its control. Plato's decision to set his imaginary civilization on an island, then, isn't arbitrary. Islands are naturally bounded, finite spaces where social organisation can be imagined in its complete form. They're also inherently fragile, dependent on maritime connections for survival, and vulnerable to naval attack or natural disaster. An island civilization is a perfect setting for exploring questions about the sustainability of power and the relationship between human ambition and natural limits. As you drift deeper towards sleep, imagine yourself in Plato's position, an elderly thinker reflecting on your life's work, on the society that raised you, and on the gap between ideal visions and actual human behaviour. What story would you tell to capture everything you've learned about how civilizations succeed and fail? What details would you include to make your philosophical points feel real, lived, and experienced rather than merely theorized? This is the mindset from which Atlantis emerges. not as historical reporting but as philosophical teaching clothed in narrative form, designed to make abstract ideas concrete and memorable. Plato is about to create a story so vivid, so detailed, so convincing that people will still be looking for Atlantis more than 2 millennia after he writes it, despite his never claiming it was anything more than an illustrative tale. The Atlantis that Plato describes emerges in layers, like a painting being completed detail by careful detail, each brushstroke adding depth to the overall vision. He doesn't simply announce that a great civilization once existed. He builds it before your mind's eye with the kind of specificity that makes imagination feel like memory. Begin with the geography, because that's where Plato starts. Atlantis sits in the Atlantic Ocean beyond the Pillars of Hercules, positioned where no Greek ship would venture in Plato's time. The island itself is larger than Libya and Asia combined, which in Greek geographical understanding means it's absolutely massive, a continental landmass rather than a mere island. Already, Plato is signalling that this is a story operating on a grand scale, dealing with a civilization whose physical size matches its cultural ambitions. The island's landscape features a large coastal plain, rectangular in shape and surrounded by mountains that shelter it from northern winds. These mountains aren't barren rock faces, but are rich with forests, villages, and streams that feed the plain below. The plain itself measures about 330 by 220 miles. Plato gives precise measurements, the kind of specificity that lends credibility to the description. And through this plain, engineers have cut a channel connecting the coast to a circular series of waterways at the centre of the island. At the island's heart sits the capital city, and here Plato's description becomes almost architectural in its precision. Picture concentric circles of alternating water and land, like a target pattern visible from above. The central island measures about 5 stadia in diameter, roughly half a mile, and on this elevated centre sit the royal palace and the temples of Poseidon and Clito, the divine and mortal ancestors of the Atlantean royal line. Surrounding this central island are alternating rings of water and land, each precisely measured. The rings of water serve as both defensive moats and transportation channels, connected by tunnels large enough to allow ships to pass from the outer ocean through to the innermost harbour. The rings of land feature walls covered in precious metals, brass on the outer wall, tin on the middle wall, and a mysterious metal called orichalcum on the innermost wall, which glows with a ruddy light like fire. This is the part where Plato's imagination for detail becomes almost overwhelming. He describes bridges connecting the land rings, underground passages allowing ships to move between the circular harbours, and a sophisticated system of docks and naval facilities that would make even our modern port planners envious. The engineering required to create such a city would be staggering, excavating millions of tons of earth, constructing massive retaining walls, managing water flow between the circular channels, and maintaining the structural integrity of an entire artificial landscape. But Plato isn't finished with his architectural vision. He describes the temples in detail that suggests he's thought deeply about what buildings in an ideal civilization would look like. The Temple of Poseidon features a roof adorned with ivory, walls plated with silver, and a golden statue of the sea god standing in a chariot pulled by winged horses, so tall it touches the temple's ceiling. Around the temple are golden statues of the original 10 kings of Atlantis and their wives, along with many other offerings that speak to the wealth and piety of Atlantean society. The city includes hot and cold springs, convenient for bathing, which Greeks considered essential to civilized life, along with elaborate bathhouses for common citizens and separate facilities for royalty. There are gymnasia for athletic training, racecourses for horses, and gardens that suggest Atlanteans appreciated beauty as much as functionality. The attention to public amenities indicates a civilization that valued its citizens' well-being and understood that great societies require more than military might. Moving beyond the central city, Plato describes the broader island with equal attention to detail. The rectangular plain is divided into 60,000 sections, each measuring about 10 stadia square. and each section is responsible for providing one military unit to the kingdom's defence forces. This level of administrative organisation, keeping track of thousands of districts, managing their contributions, coordinating their military obligations, suggests a bureaucratic sophistication that rivals any ancient empire. The plain's fertility is legendary in Plato's telling. It produces 2 harvests annually, watered by winter rains and summer irrigation, from streams flowing down from the mountains. The irrigation system itself is a marvel of engineering, a network of channels cutting across the plain at regular intervals, allowing water to be distributed wherever crops need it. Any farmer reading Plato's description would recognise the kind of coordinated labour and long-term planning such a system would require. Beyond agriculture, Atlantis excels in every form of production and craft. The mountains provide timber for shipbuilding, not just ordinary wood, but varieties suited to different purposes, chosen by skilled foresters who understand their materials. Mines yield precious metals in such abundance that orichalcum, which Plato describes as second only to gold in value, can be used as decorative plating on walls and buildings. Craftsmen work in every medium: stone, metal, wood, textiles, producing goods that blend utility with beauty. The island's fauna includes everything from domestic animals to elephants, which Plato specifically mentions to emphasize the island's extraordinary diversity and richness. This detail always strikes readers as either charmingly naive or brilliantly strategic, depending on whether they think Plato believed elephants actually lived in the Atlantic, or was intentionally including an exotic detail to underscore how different this civilization was from anything in the Greek world. Plato also describes the Atlantean diet with the kind of attention that suggests he's thought about what an ideal society would eat. They have fruits and grains, roots and herbs, wine and oils, everything necessary not just for survival, but for the kind of sophisticated cuisine that Greeks associated with civilized living. The mention of specific agricultural products grounds the story in physical reality, making Atlantis feel like a place where actual people lived actual lives, rather than an abstract philosophical construct. The political organisation of Atlantis reflects Plato's philosophical interests while avoiding the kind of rigid structure he proposed in the Republic. 10 kings rule the island, each descended from one of Poseidon's sons by the mortal woman Plato. These kings govern their own territories but meet regularly to make decisions affecting the entire civilization. Their laws are inscribed on a pillar of orichalcum in the temple of Poseidon, and before making any significant decision, the kings perform an elaborate ritual involving the sacrifice of a bull, chosen without weapons, implying some sort of consensual selection that hints at the king's divine connection. This political structure is interesting because it combines monarchy with something like federalism, recognizing that large territories might be better governed by distributed authority than by a single centralized power. The regular meetings of the kings suggest Plato imagines Atlantis as having developed sophisticated protocols for collective decision-making, ways of balancing different regional interests while maintaining overall unity. The military organization receives detailed attention as well. Each of the 60,000 districts on the plain provide specific military resources: infantry, cavalry, chariots, sailors, creating an army and navy of enormous size. Plato calculates the total military strength with mathematical precision, giving exact numbers for different types of units. The navy alone requires 1-200 ships, each crewed by trained sailors, suggesting both the maritime focus of Atlantean civilization and the logistical complexity of maintaining such a force. But perhaps most revealing is what Plato says about Atlantean culture and values. For many generations, he tells us, the Atlanteans remain true to their divine ancestry, valuing wisdom over wealth and treating their prosperity as a trust to be managed rather than a resource to be exploited. They lived according to laws that prioritized justice and collective well-being over individual gain. This golden age of Atlantean civilization represented the ideal society made manifest. Not perfect, because perfection doesn't exist in the physical world, but as close to the ideal forms as human civilization might actually achieve. The physical details Plato provides, the precise measurements, the specific materials, the calculated military strengths, all serve a philosophical purpose. They make Atlantis feel real enough to believe in while demonstrating what a civilization organised around right principles might actually accomplish. The engineering marvels show what becomes possible when human intelligence is directed toward collective flourishing, rather than individual aggrandizement. The administrative sophistication demonstrates what justice looks like when implemented through practical governance rather than abstract theorizing. As you let these images settle into your mind like sediment drifting down through water, notice how Plato's Atlantis combines grandeur with human scale. Yes, the city is massive and the civilization is powerful, but it's also a place where people bathe in public baths, exercise in gymnasia, grow crops, and gather in temples. It's not an alien world, but a human one, just organised according to better principles than the Greeks managed in their actual cities. This is the world Plato imagined, wealthy but not decadent, powerful but not tyrannical, sophisticated but not corrupt, at least not yet. Because the story of Atlantis isn't ultimately about sustained perfection, but about the impossibility of maintaining it. The transformation of Atlantis from ideal civilization to cautionary tale happens gradually in Plato's telling, like watching fruit ripen and then spoil in slow motion. This isn't a dramatic collapse triggered by a single catastrophic event, at least not initially. Instead, it's a quiet deterioration of character that eventually calls down disaster as its natural consequence. Plato describes how, over many generations, the divine element in Atlantean nature became diluted, mixed repeatedly with mortal characteristics through generations of reproduction. The divine spark that had made the original Atlanteans wise and temperate grew fainter and fainter, like a signal degrading as it travels further from its source. This isn't about genetics in the modern sense, but about spiritual and moral inheritance. The idea that excellence of character must be actively maintained or it inevitably declines. The visible symptoms of this moral deterioration appear first in changing attitude toward wealth and power. Where earlier generations of Atlanteans had viewed their prosperity as a sacred trust, later generations began treating it as personal property to be enjoyed, displayed, and expanded. The metals that once plated walls as offerings to gods became symbols of personal status. The agricultural abundance that had fed everyone well became a means of accumulating surplus wealth that could be converted into political influence. You can imagine how this transformation might have felt to an observant Atlantean living through it, like watching your neighbourhood slowly change character as different priorities take hold. The old families who remembered the traditional values would notice first. Younger generations seemed less interested in maintaining the temples and more focused on expanding their personal estates. Conversations at public baths gradually shifted from philosophical discussions to comparisons of wealth and achievement. The gymnasia, once places where citizens developed their bodies as temples of divine spirit, became venues for competitive display. Military ambition provides another symptom of Atlantean decline. The navy and army that had been maintained for defensive purposes and to ensure justice within their sphere of influence began to be seen as tools for expansion and conquest. Plato describes how Atlanteans began subjugating other peoples, extending their control beyond their island to coastal territories around the Mediterranean. They conquered Libya as far as Egypt and Europe as far as Tyrrhenia, essentially dominating the entire western Mediterranean basin. This imperial expansion represents more than just territorial ambition. It signals a fundamental shift in Atlantean self-understanding. Instead of seeing themselves as stewards of an ideal society that might inspire others through its example, they began viewing their civilization as superior in ways that justified dominating inferior peoples. The philosophical commitment to justice became subordinated to the practical exercise of power. Might began to make right in ways that would have horrified earlier generations of Atlantean thinkers. The specific trigger for Atlantis' ultimate destruction comes when they decide to attack Athens, or rather, an ancient Athens that existed 9,000 years before Plato's time, back when the Mediterranean world was supposedly very different from the one he inhabits. This detail is important because it connects Plato's Atlantis story to Athenian glory, making Athens the city that stood against Atlantean imperialism and won. Plato's account of this conflict is brief and somewhat frustrating for anyone hoping for detailed battle descriptions. He tells us that Athens, despite being smaller and less wealthy than Atlantis, successfully resisted the Atlantean invasion through a combination of courage, superior political organisation, and commitment to justice. The Athenians embodied the virtues that Atlanteans had lost. They fought not for conquest, but for freedom, not to dominate, but to preserve their way of life. This reversal is philosophically significant. It demonstrates that moral excellence provides advantages that material power cannot overcome, that a just city organised around right principles can defeat a wealthier, larger, more technologically advanced opponent if that opponent has lost touch with the virtues that originally made it great. It's Plato's way of suggesting that Athens in his own time might yet recover greatness, if it returns to the values that made it exceptional during its golden age. But the military defeat isn't the end of Atlantis. That comes from nature itself, from forces so much more powerful than human armies that military might becomes irrelevant. After the conflict with Athens, Plato tells us, there came a single day and night of violent earthquakes and floods. The entire Atlantean civilization disappeared beneath the waves, swallowed by the ocean that had once been its highway for trade and conquest. The destruction is complete and total. The circular harbours that had taken generations to construct fill with seawater and sediment. The palace walls, plated with precious metals, sink beyond human reach. The temples where bulls had been sacrificed and laws solemnly proclaimed collapse under waves that recognise no human authority. The agricultural plain with its sophisticated irrigation channels becomes an underwater landscape where fish swim over what were once fields of grain. Plato emphasises that after Atlantis sank, the ocean in that region became unnavigable, full of mud and shallow waters that made passage impossible. This detail serves multiple purposes. It explains why no one in Plato's time can find physical evidence of Atlantis. It's buried under oceanic silt in an area ships cannot reach. It also suggests that some transgressions against natural order leave permanent scars on the landscape itself, that the destruction of Atlantis wasn't just punishment but a kind of cosmic editing that removed the civilization so completely it left only traces too faint to follow. The gentle, almost quiet way Plato describes this catastrophe makes it more rather than less unsettling. There's no dramatic final battle, no heroic last stand, and no opportunity for redemption through courageous resistance. The earthquakes and floods simply come, indifferent to Atlantean achievements, wealth, or power. Nature reasserts its primacy over human pretensions, with a finality that leaves no room for appeals or second chances. What makes this ending particularly poignant is that it comes just when Atlantis has reached peak power. The empire is at its largest extent, its military at maximum strength, its wealth seemingly unlimited. From a purely material standpoint, Atlantis has never been more successful. But success measured in conventional terms, territory, wealth, power, has become decoupled from the virtues that originally justified and sustained that success. The catastrophe functions in Plato's story as what we might now call a systems correction. When civilizations grow powerful enough to dominate their regional environment, they sometimes forget they remain embedded in larger natural systems that don't care about human hierarchies or ambitions. Atlantis' disappearance beneath the waves is Plato's way of saying that no civilization, however advanced or powerful, can indefinitely violate the principles that make flourishing possible without eventually facing consequences. As you let this image settle, an entire civilization slipping beneath dark waters, its rings of harbours filling with the ocean that once brought it wealth, its temples and palaces becoming homes for fish and seaweed. Notice how Plato has transformed a philosophical argument into something visceral and memorable. Abstract points about the relationship between virtue and sustainability become the story of an island empire that literally sinks under the weight of its own moral failure. The fall of Atlantis happens both suddenly and slowly. Suddenly in the sense that the final destruction comes in a day and night. Slowly in that the moral deterioration that makes destruction inevitable unfolds across generations. This double temporality reflects how civilizational collapse actually works. The underlying causes accumulate gradually, often invisibly, until some triggering event reveals how fragile the whole structure has become. Plato never explicitly moralizes about Atlantis' destruction. He doesn't need to. The story itself carries the philosophical weight, demonstrating how prosperity without wisdom, power without justice, and expansion without limits eventually call down disaster. The sinking of Atlantis into the ocean becomes a physical metaphor for what happens when civilizations sink into moral confusion. They disappear beneath forces they once thought they controlled, leaving only stories to mark where they stood. Now that the story has been told, the rise imagined and the fall described, we can step back and consider what Plato was actually doing when he created Atlantis. Because this was never meant to be history in the sense we usually understand it. It was philosophy dressed in narrative clothing, ideas given form through fictional geography and imaginary catastrophe. The first thing to understand is that Plato's audience would have approached this story very differently than we do. Modern readers encounter Atlantis as an ancient mystery, wondering whether such a place ever existed and searching for archaeological evidence that might confirm or disprove the account. Ancient Greeks would have recognized immediately that Plato was doing what he always did, using story to make philosophical arguments more vivid and memorable than abstract reasoning alone could achieve. Think about how Plato typically argues in his dialogues. He rarely makes straightforward statements about truth or virtue. Instead, he constructs elaborate thought experiments, extended analogies, and hypothetical scenarios that let readers discover principles for themselves through imaginative engagement. The allegory of the cave doesn't work because prisoners were actually chained in a cave watching shadows. It works because the scenario illuminates something true about knowledge and perception. Atlantis operates the same way. The philosophical content embedded in the Atlantis story concerns several of Plato's most persistent preoccupations. First, there's the question of whether ideal societies can exist in the physical world, or whether perfection remains eternally limited to the realm of forms. By creating Atlantis as a nearly ideal society that existed but didn't last, Plato suggests that excellence is achievable but not sustainable, that human civilizations can approach the ideal but cannot permanently embody it. This connects to a deeper pessimism about material existence that runs throughout Plato's mature philosophy. The physical world, in his view, is always corrupted by change, decay, and the contamination of matter. Pure ideas exist eternally and unchangingly in some transcendent realm, but when those ideas take physical form, they become subject to time and deterioration. Atlantis embodies this principle. Even divine wisdom dilutes across generations as the physical aspects of human nature dominate the spiritual ones. Second, the Atlantis story illustrates the relationship between virtue and political success. Plato has been arguing throughout his career that justice isn't just ethically right, but practically effective, that cities organised around wisdom and justice will flourish while those governed by ambition and corruption will fail. Atlantis provides a case study demonstrating this principle across multiple generations, showing both how virtue creates flourishing and how vice leads to destruction. The timing of Atlantis' fall is significant here. They're destroyed not while weak and corrupt, but at the peak of their imperial power, just after conquering much of the Mediterranean. This suggests that visible success, measured in conventional terms like wealth, territory, and military strength, can mask underlying moral bankruptcy. A civilization can appear strong precisely when it's most vulnerable. because the very strength it displays comes from having abandoned the principles that would make that strength sustainable. Third, Plato uses Atlantis to explore the relationship between human ambition and natural limits. The engineering marvels of Atlantean civilization, the circular harbours, the irrigation systems, the massive architectural works, demonstrate human capacity to reshape the physical world according to rational plans. But the final destruction by earthquake and flood reminds us that human power remains limited, that nature ultimately constrains what civilizations can achieve no matter how sophisticated their technology becomes. This isn't anti-technology or anti-progress in some simple sense. Plato clearly admires Atlantean engineering and sees the practical application of geometric and mathematical knowledge as properly human. But he's also insisting that technical capacity must be balanced by wisdom about appropriate ends and moral constraints on how power should be used. Technology without wisdom leads to the kind of imperial overreach that calls down disaster. The comparison between Atlantis and ancient Athens serves additional philosophical purposes. Athens in Plato's story is smaller, less wealthy, and technologically less advanced than Atlantis, yet it successfully defends itself and represents the more genuinely just society. This reverses the usual assumption that bigger and richer means better, suggesting that quality of political organisation and moral character matter more than quantity of resources. For Plato's contemporary audience in 4th century Athens, this comparison would have carried particular resonance. Athens had lost its empire, been humiliated by Sparta, and seemed to be declining from its golden age. Plato's story offers both consolation and challenge. Consolation in suggesting that Athens once embodied the virtues that defeated a more powerful foe, and challenge in asking whether contemporary Athens still maintains those virtues, or has become more like Atlantis in its decline. The warning embedded in the Atlantis story is subtle but clear. Imperial success can corrupt the virtues that made success possible in the first place. Athens had built an empire based on naval power, cultural achievement, and democratic ideals, but maintaining the empire required increasingly aggressive tactics, extraction of wealth from subject cities, and political manoeuvring that compromised those original ideals. Was Athens becoming Atlantis? Would prosperity and power lead to moral decay and eventual catastrophe? Plato never makes this parallel explicit, but he didn't need to. His readers would have recognized the pattern. The Atlantis story functions as a mirror in which Athenians might recognize uncomfortable truths about their own civilization's trajectory. The luxury to see this mirror clearly, to consider whether wealth and power were corrupting civic virtue, was itself possible only because Athens had lost enough power to force reflection on what had been lost and why. The choice to set Atlantis in the distant past, 9,000 years before Plato's time, rather than presenting it as a contemporary civilization, creates useful distance. By pushing the story back into mythical time, before recorded history, Plato frees himself from the constraints of historical accuracy, while also suggesting that the patterns he's describing are timeless. Civilizations have always faced these same tensions between virtue and corruption, wisdom and ambition, and sustainable flourishing and overreaching destruction. The detail about Atlantis' location beyond the Pillars of Hercules serves similar purposes. Placing the lost civilization in the vast Atlantic rather than the familiar Mediterranean locates it in a realm of possibility rather than historical fact. The Atlantic represented the unknown, the area where mythical geography blended into pure speculation. Putting Atlantis there signals that this is a story operating in symbolic rather than literal geography, using physical space to represent philosophical concepts. Finally, there's something to notice about what Plato doesn't say. He never claims to have visited Atlantis or spoken with survivors. He attributes the story to ancient tradition passed through multiple generations of retellings, with each layer of transmission providing plausible deniability. This framing allows him to present detailed descriptions without claiming historical authority, to create vivid world-building while maintaining that he's merely preserving an old tale. This narrative strategy accomplishes two things simultaneously. It makes the story more believable by giving it the patina of ancient tradition, while also protecting Plato from being called a liar if anyone questions the account's historicity. He can always retreat to, "This is what I was told. These are the traditions I'm preserving." The story's truth value lies in its philosophical insights rather than its historical accuracy, a distinction that ancient audiences understood better than many modern readers do. As you rest with these layers of meaning, notice how a story that seems simple on the surface, a great civilization exists, becomes corrupt, and gets destroyed, actually carries philosophical arguments about knowledge, virtue, power, sustainability, and the relationship between human ambition and natural limits. Plato has created something rare, a myth that functions simultaneously as entertainment, moral instruction, political warning, and metaphysical speculation. The meaning behind the myth isn't singular but multiple, shifting depending on which aspects you focus on and what questions you bring to the story. This richness of interpretation isn't a bug but a feature. It's why Atlantis has remained compelling across cultures and centuries, why each generation finds something relevant in the tale of the island empire that sank beneath the waves. The moment Plato finished writing about Atlantis, or perhaps even before he completed the account, people began wondering whether the story was true. Not true in the philosophical sense. Everyone recognized Plato was making arguments about ideal societies and moral decay, but true in the historical sense. Had such a civilization actually existed? This question has generated an industry of speculation, exploration, and occasionally outright fantasy that spans more than 2 millennia. The search for Atlantis says as much about the searchers and their historical moments as it does about Plato's original story. Each era has looked for Atlantis in ways that reflect its own preoccupations, technologies, and assumptions about what lost civilizations might teach us. Plato's immediate successors approached the story with appropriate skepticism. Aristotle, Plato's most famous student, apparently thought his teacher had invented Atlantis entirely, creating it merely to serve philosophical purposes and then destroying it just as conveniently. This reading suggests that educated Greeks in the generation after Plato understood his methodology, using fictional scenarios to illustrate philosophical principles, wasn't considered dishonest, but pedagogically effective. However, other ancient writers took the account more literally. Some tried to rationalize elements of the story, suggesting that Plato had exaggerated details, but preserved memories of some actual Bronze Age civilization that had been destroyed by natural disaster. Others attempted to identify Atlantis with known places. Perhaps it was Crete, which had been devastated by volcanic eruption and tsunami when Thera exploded around 1600 BCE, destroying the Minoan civilization. The Crete theory emerged because ancient writers recognized patterns in Plato's description that matched what they knew about Minoan culture. The emphasis on naval power, the sophisticated architecture, and the central role of bull worship, all these elements characterized Minoan civilization as Greeks, understood it from ruins and lingering cultural memories. Perhaps Plato or his sources had preserved garbled accounts of Minoan glory and its sudden destruction, with details becoming exaggerated through centuries of retelling. But the chronology presented problems. Plato specifically placed Atlantis 9,000 years before Solon's time, which would be roughly 9,600 BCE, if we take the numbers literally. This predates any known civilization with the kind of architectural and engineering sophistication Plato describes. Some ancient interpreters suggested that Plato or his Egyptian sources had confused years with months, or used some alternative calendrical system, but this requires assuming fundamental numerical errors in a story that's otherwise remarkably precise about measurements and quantities. As classical civilization transitioned into late antiquity, and then the medieval period, interest in Atlantis waned. Christian scholars who inherited Greek learning were more interested in reconciling pagan philosophy with biblical truth than in pursuing stories about sunken islands. If Atlantis appeared in medieval texts at all, It was usually as a minor curiosity or as an allegory that could be reinterpreted in Christian terms. The Renaissance brought renewed fascination with classical texts and the world beyond Europe. As explorers discovered the Americas, some theorists suggested that these continents might be remnants of Atlantis, or that Atlantean survivors had established civilizations in the New World. This speculation mixed genuine puzzlement about how complex societies like the Aztecs and Incas developed with racist assumptions that indigenous peoples couldn't have achieved such sophistication without outside influence. Francis Bacon's New Atlantis, published in 1627, reimagined Plato's story as a utopian vision located somewhere in the Pacific. Bacon wasn't claiming historical accuracy, but rather using Atlantis as a framework for describing an ideal scientific society, much as Plato had used it to explore questions about virtue and governance. The name had become a kind of shorthand for imagined perfect society, its specifics less important than its function as a thought experiment. The 19th century brought more systematic attempts to locate Atlantis geographically. This reflected the era's confidence in the scientific method and its belief that mysteries could be solved through careful investigation and rational analysis. Ignatius Donnelly, an American politician and amateur archaeologist, published Atlantis, the Antediluvian World in 1882, arguing that Atlantis had really existed in the Atlantic and that it explained various cultural similarities between Old and New World civilizations. Donnelly's book was enormously popular, going through dozens of printings and establishing many tropes that still dominate popular Atlantis theories. He argued that Atlantean refugees had spread to both sides of the Atlantic after their homeland sank, bringing advanced knowledge that jump-started Egyptian, Mesopotamian, and Central American civilizations. Every pyramid, every flood myth, and every seemingly inexplicable technological achievement became potential evidence of Atlantean influence. The theory was creative but required ignoring actual chronology and archaeological evidence. Egyptian civilization developed gradually over millennia, with each advance building on previous work in ways that archaeologists can trace through physical remains. The same goes for Mesopotamian, Chinese, Indus Valley, and Mesoamerican civilizations. They all show clear developmental sequences rather than sudden acquisition of advanced knowledge from outside. But Donnelly's imaginative approach to evidence established a pattern that subsequent Atlantis hunters would follow. Start with Plato's account, selectively incorporate details that fit your preferred location, ignore contradictions, and interpret any ancient achievement that seems impressive as possible Atlantean influence. This methodology produces exciting narratives but terrible history. The 20th century brought even more exotic Atlantis theories, often disconnected from Plato's original account. Some esoteric movements positioned Atlantis as the homeland of ancient spiritual wisdom, describing it as having possessed technology and consciousness that modern humans have lost. Helena Blavatsky's Theosophical Society gave Atlantis a central role in its elaborate mythology about human spiritual evolution, describing multiple Atlantean races and civilizations spanning millions of years. These mystical interpretations transformed Atlantis from a philosophical thought experiment into something like a religious revelation, positioning it as the source of all ancient wisdom and the key to human spiritual advancement. Plato would probably have been bemused by this development. His story was meant to illustrate how civilizations fall when they abandon wisdom, not to suggest that some lost civilization possessed secret knowledge we should recover. The development of modern archaeology and oceanography should have settled questions about Atlantis' historical existence, but instead it just spawned new theories. When scientists discovered the mid-Atlantic ridge, some enthusiasts suggested this underwater mountain range might be the remnant of a sunken continent. The fact that the geology doesn't support this interpretation, the ridge is spreading apart, not sinking, and has been underwater for millions of years, did little to discourage speculation. Each new archaeological discovery in the Mediterranean region sparked fresh claims that the real Atlantis had been found. The island of Santorini, with its spectacular volcanic caldera and evidence of Bronze Age civilization buried under volcanic ash, became a favourite candidate. The Minoan settlement of Akrotiri, preserved like Pompeii under layers of pumice, showed sophisticated architecture, vibrant frescoes, and an advanced urban culture, everything one might expect from a civilization like Atlantis. The Santorini theory has several advantages. The volcanic eruption and subsequent tsunamis around 1600 BCE did destroy a powerful maritime civilization. The Minoans were indeed culturally advanced and influential throughout the Aegean. The geographical details, an island with a wealthy city destroyed by a volcanic catastrophe, match key elements of Plato's account. You can visit the ruins today and see what an Atlantis-like civilization actually looked like. The main problem, of course, is that Santorini is in the wrong ocean, at the wrong time and on the wrong scale. Plato specified the Atlantic beyond Gibraltar, not the Aegean. He dated Atlantis to 9600 BCE, not 1600 BCE. He described an island larger than Libya and Asia combined, not a modest Mediterranean island. Identifying Santorini as Atlantis requires dismissing most of Plato's specific details as errors or exaggerations. Other proposed Atlantis locations include off the coast of Spain near the Strait of Gibraltar. In the Black Sea, before post-Ice Age sea level rise flooded that region. In Antarctica, based on fringe theories about ancient maps showing ice-free coastlines. And even in the Bahamas, where underwater rock formations sometimes create patterns that enthusiastic interpreters read as evidence of ancient roads or buildings. Each theory follows similar logic. Identify some archaeological site or geographical feature that vaguely matches some element of Plato's description. Interpret everything supporting this identification as evidence, dismiss contradictions as copyist errors or exaggerations, and present the result as finally solving the Atlantis mystery. Repeat as needed whenever a new underwater formation or ancient ruin is discovered. The persistence of Atlantis hunting, despite the complete lack of confirming evidence, tells us something important about human psychology. We want to believe in lost golden ages, in ancient wisdom that modern civilization has forgotten, and in mysteries that might still be solved if we just look in the right place. Atlantis serves these emotional needs regardless of whether it ever existed historically. Modern scholars generally agree that Plato invented Atlantis as a philosophical device, and that searching for historical Atlantis makes no more sense than searching for the actual cave in his allegory of the cave. The story's power comes from its symbolic and philosophical content, not from historical accuracy. But this scholarly consensus has done little to dampen popular fascination with finding the lost continent. The search for Atlantis has generated countless books, documentaries, expeditions and debates. It has inspired serious archaeological work, researchers investigating whether memories of Bronze Age catastrophes might have influenced Greek mythology, and complete nonsense, theories involving aliens, crystals and psychic powers. The line between legitimate historical inquiry and imaginative speculation becomes blurry when dealing with something that probably never existed. What's interesting is how the search itself has changed over time, reflecting developments in technology and methodology. Early searchers relied on textual analysis and geographical speculation. 19th century investigators added archaeological comparisons and geological theories. Modern hunters use sonar mapping, satellite imagery, and computer analysis of ancient texts. Each era brings its most advanced tools to the search, finding in Atlantis whatever those tools are capable of revealing. Perhaps the most honest assessment is that Atlantis exists precisely where Plato put it, in a philosophical dialogue designed to make arguments about virtue, power, and civilizational sustainability. The geographical Atlantis beyond the Pillars of Hercules was always metaphorical, a location in possibility space rather than physical geography. Looking for it with sonar and submarines makes sense only if we've fundamentally misunderstood what kind of story Plato was telling. As you drift deeper towards sleep, consider that sometimes the most important truths are found not by discovering new facts, but by understanding more deeply what we already know. The search for Atlantis across ocean floors and ancient ruins might be less productive than reflecting on what Plato's story teaches about the relationship between virtue and sustainability, between wisdom and power, and between human ambition and natural limits. These lessons don't require archaeological confirmation. They require only thoughtful attention to the world we actually inhabit. The physical search for Atlantis has produced mostly disappointment, but the mental Atlantis, the one that exists in imagination, art, and cultural mythology, has proven remarkably fertile and enduring. This imaginary Atlantis tells us less about ancient history than about how different eras have understood perfection, loss, and the relationship between past and present. In literature, Atlantis has inspired countless retellings, each adapting Plato's basic framework to explore contemporary concerns. Jules Verne sent Captain Nemo to explore underwater Atlantean ruins in 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, using the lost civilization as a symbol of humanity's accumulated knowledge lying just beyond reach beneath the waves. His Atlantis represented the 19th century's fascination with archaeological discovery and the technological capacity to reach previously inaccessible places. Science fiction writers have been particularly drawn to Atlantis, reimagining it as an advanced technological society whose achievements were only now beginning to match or surpass. These stories often position Atlantis as a civilization that developed differently from ours, perhaps emphasizing different technologies or organizing society around different principles, and ask what we might learn from studying an alternative path of development. Fantasy literature tends to treat Atlantis more mystically, as a civilization that mastered magic or spiritual practices that modern humanity has forgotten. These versions often suggest that material progress has come at the cost of spiritual wisdom, that something important was lost when rational scientific thinking displaced older, more intuitive ways of understanding the world. Atlantis becomes a symbol of this hypothetical lost knowledge, representing what we gave up to gain what we have. The tension in these imaginative treatments is always between two competing visions of the past. One sees history as progress. We're better off now than people were then, with more knowledge, better technology, and more humane values. The other sees history as a decline from an earlier, wiser age when people understood things we've forgotten. Atlantis can represent either vision depending on how the story is framed. Children's media has particularly embraced Atlantis as a setting for adventure and wonder. Animated films depict it as a colourful underwater kingdom full of exotic architecture and strange technology, a place where anything seems possible because it's freed from mundane historical constraints. These versions rarely engage with Plato's philosophical concerns about virtue and corruption, focusing instead on the sheer imaginative pleasure of a lost world waiting to be discovered. The Disney animated film Atlantis: The Lost Empire offers a good example of how modern retellings work. It keeps Plato's basic premise, ancient advanced civilization, circular architecture, powerful technology, while adding elements from later speculation and wholesale invention. The result is visually spectacular and narratively engaging, while having almost nothing to do with Plato's actual story. This is Atlantis as pure creative inspiration rather than historical or philosophical inquiry. Video games have found Atlantis useful as a setting that requires no explanation. Players accept that such a place might have existed because it's so culturally familiar, allowing game designers to create elaborate underwater or ancient civilizations without extensive exposition. Atlantis in gaming becomes whatever the gameplay requires: a dungeon to explore, a civilization to manage, a mystery to solve, freed entirely from historical constraints. Even academic philosophy continues to find value in Atlantis as a thought experiment. Political theorists use it to explore questions about ideal governance, sustainability, and the relationship between power and virtue. Environmental scholars cite Atlantis as an early example of ecological thinking, a recognition that civilizations exist within natural systems they cannot control and will be destroyed if they exceed those systems' carrying capacity. The environmental reading of Atlantis has become increasingly prominent as climate change and ecological crisis have moved to the centre of public consciousness. In this interpretation, Atlantis serves as a warning about what happens when civilizations ignore natural limits in pursuit of endless growth and expansion. The sinking beneath the waves becomes a metaphor for ecological collapse, not divine punishment, but a natural consequence of treating the Earth as an unlimited resource. This environmental Atlantis resonates differently than traditional religious or mystical interpretations. It doesn't require believing in lost spiritual wisdom or ancient super technology. It simply asks us to notice that Plato's story describes a civilization that grew too powerful, expanded too aggressively, and ultimately faced destruction from natural forces it couldn't control. The parallel to modern industrial civilization is uncomfortable and obvious. Psychologists have been interested in why Atlantis exercises such a hold over human imagination. Carl Jung and his followers saw it as an archetype, a fundamental pattern in human consciousness that recurs across cultures because it addresses universal psychological needs. In this reading, Atlantis represents the ideal self or society that we imagine but cannot quite achieve. Forever just out of reach beneath the waves of time and forgetfulness, the Golden Age thinking that Atlantis embodies appears in virtually every culture. Most human societies have myths about a better time in the past when people lived longer, were wiser, and existed in harmony with nature and each other. These Golden Ages ended through some kind of fall, human sin, divine punishment, or simply the inevitable decay of all things. Atlantis fits this pattern perfectly, giving Greek Golden Age thinking a specific geographical and historical form. This persistent nostalgia for imagined better times raises interesting questions. Why do people so often assume the past was superior to the present? Is it genuine historical memory, distorted by time until only the positive aspects remain? Is it psychological compensation for present difficulties, creating an imaginary past that provides comfort and escape? Or is it something more fundamental about how human consciousness relates to time, always projecting perfection into an inaccessible past or future rather than finding it in the experienced present? Artists have been drawn to Atlantis for obvious reasons. It combines visual spectacle with philosophical depth, allowing for both stunning imagery and meaningful content. Paintings of Atlantis often show the moment of destruction, with massive waves overwhelming elaborate architecture while tiny figures flee hopelessly. These images capture both the grandeur of human achievement and its ultimate fragility, material splendour rendered temporary by natural forces beyond control. Contemporary interest in Atlantis often focuses on what the story might teach about our own civilization's trajectory. Are we the new Atlantis, wealthy, powerful, and technologically sophisticated, but losing touch with the values that would make our success sustainable? The parallel seems obvious enough that political commentators across the spectrum invoke Atlantis when warning about various threats to modern civilization. Whether those threats come from environmental degradation, political corruption, social decay, or technological overreach, the fact that Atlantis can be invoked to support contradictory political positions, as both a warning about government overreach and about insufficient collective action, as both an example of cultural decadence and of imperial ambition, demonstrates its flexibility as a symbol. Like any sufficiently rich myth, it contains enough complexity to be interpreted multiple ways depending on which elements you emphasize and which you background. In popular culture, Atlantis has become shorthand for lost advanced civilization in general. When someone refers to something as the Atlantis of a particular region or period, they mean an impressive civilization that mysteriously disappeared. This usage treats Atlantis as a category rather than a specific place. Anything sufficiently ancient, impressive, and vanished can be an Atlantis. The mental life of Atlantis, its existence in imagination and culture rather than geography, has proven far more vigorous than any attempt to locate it physically. This shouldn't surprise us given how Plato created the story in the first place. He invented Atlantis as an idea, a philosophical proposal about what happens when civilizations prioritize power over wisdom. The idea has proven durable precisely because it addresses something real about human social organization. even if the specific civilization was fictional. As you settle more deeply into rest, notice how a story that began as a philosophical thought experiment in ancient Athens has become a cultural touchstone that each generation reinvents according to its own needs and concerns. The Atlantis in our minds changes shape like water, flowing into whatever conceptual spaces our particular historical moment provides, always maintaining its basic form while adapting its details to new contexts. This mental Atlantis, infinitely flexible, endlessly reinterpretable, never quite pinned down, might be the civilization's most remarkable achievement. By not existing in physical space, it can exist everywhere in imaginative space, available to whoever needs a symbol for lost perfection, vanished wisdom, or civilizational fragility. Plato created something more lasting than any actual city could have been, an idea that survives precisely because it was never limited by the constraints of historical fact. As we come to rest at the end of our journey through Atlantis, the imagined, the searched for, and the endlessly reinterpreted, it's worth spending these final moments reflecting on what this story has meant across the centuries, and what it might still offer to anyone willing to think quietly about its implications. Picture yourself floating just beneath the surface of a calm sea, perhaps near where Plato imagined Atlantis once stood. The water is clear enough that sunlight penetrates down to where you drift, creating those moving patterns of light and shadow on the sand below that shift with each passing wave above. The pressure of the water provides gentle, even resistance to any movement, that sensation of being supported and surrounded that makes floating so restful. In this imagined underwater space, you can see the outlines of what might once have been buildings, geometric forms worn smooth by centuries of current, colonized now by corals and seaweed that soften all the hard edges. Small fish move through spaces that might once have been windows or doorways, indifferent to whatever human purposes these structures originally served. Everything that was sharp has been rounded, everything that was solid has been infiltrated by growing things, and everything that was dry has been saturated with salt water. This is what becomes of human ambitions given enough time. Not destroyed, exactly, but transformed into something no longer recognizable for its original purposes. The stone remains but serves as a habitat now. The careful geometric planning is still visible, but reads as a natural formation to anyone who doesn't know its history. What was made becomes unmade gradually, patiently, through processes that care nothing for preserving human meaning. There's something deeply restful about this vision. Not the catastrophic destruction Plato described, earthquakes and floods consuming a civilization in a day and night, but the slow transformation that comes after, when natural processes reclaim human constructions and incorporate them into new patterns of life. The coral growing on Atlantean walls doesn't mourn the civilization that fell. The fish swimming through the palace make no judgments about whether the kings who once ruled there were wise or corrupt. Everything simply continues in new forms. This longer view offers perspective on all human achievement and failure. The things we build, physical structures, social institutions, cultural traditions, all seem so solid and permanent while we're building them. We imagine they'll last forever, that we're creating something that will stand against time, and sometimes our constructions do last a remarkably long time. But eventually, everything we make becomes raw material for whatever comes next. Plato understood this at some level. That's why he set Atlantis in the distant past rather than the present, and why he had it destroyed rather than evolving into something new. The story needed the finality of total destruction to make its philosophical point about the relationship between virtue and sustainability. But the actual process of civilizational change is usually less dramatic, more like erosion than earthquake, more like fish moving into abandoned buildings than waves overwhelming inhabited ones. The lesson isn't that nothing matters because everything eventually changes form. Rather, it's that what matters isn't permanence but how we inhabit the time we have. The Atlanteans lived meaningful lives, raised families, created art, built buildings, governed cities, even though their civilization was temporary. The fact that it ended doesn't retroactively render their existence meaningless. They lived as fully as they could given what they knew and the circumstances they faced. This applies to our own lives and civilizations as well. We build knowing that what we build won't last forever, but we build anyway because the building itself has value independent of its durability. We create societies knowing they'll eventually transform into something we wouldn't recognize, but we try to make them just and flourishing anyway, because justice and flourishing matter in the present regardless of future obsolescence. The underwater Atlantis of imagination offers another kind of lesson about depth and surface. The visible world, the one we usually attend to, is like the surface of the ocean, agitated by wind and current, constantly changing, never quite stable. Below the surface lie deeper patterns and structures, the underlying reality that supports surface phenomena without being immediately visible. Plato's philosophy always insisted on this distinction between surface appearance and underlying reality. His theory of forms suggested that true reality exists in an eternal realm of perfect ideas, while physical existence offers only imperfect copies and shadows. Atlantis functions as a story about this distinction, the beautiful surface civilization built on foundations that were slowly weakening, the visible success masking invisible moral decay. For us, this might translate into paying attention to foundations, asking whether our visible achievements rest on sustainable bases, whether surface success masks deeper problems we're ignoring. It's the kind of reflection that doesn't come naturally when things seem to be going well, but becomes urgent when we notice cracks in structures we thought were solid. The gentle, consistent pressure of water on the imagined Atlantean ruins offers a final metaphor worth considering. Time and natural processes don't attack human constructions violently. They simply persist, applying steady pressure in ways that eventually wear down any resistance. What seems solid proves to be temporary when subjected to forces that operate on geological, rather than human timescales. This isn't depressing if you think about it properly, it's actually freeing. The pressure to make everything permanent, to create achievements that will last forever, to ensure your significance echoes through eternity. These pressures dissolve when you recognize that nothing lasts forever in physical form. You can relax into creating things that matter now, serving purposes in the present without needing to guarantee eternal relevance. The fish don't care whether they're swimming through the ruins of a great civilization or natural rock formations. They're just living their fish lives, eating smaller fish, avoiding larger fish, and reproducing when conditions permit. There's something admirable about this pragmatic indifference to human hierarchies of meaning. The ocean doesn't distinguish between grand palaces and simple homes, once both have been underwater long enough. This might be the deepest teaching of Atlantis, that all our status distinctions, all our categorizations of important and trivial, great and ordinary, will eventually be levelled by time and natural processes. Not because nothing matters, but because everything matters equally in its own time and place. The coral doesn't prefer growing on palace walls over growing on humble homes. The sand fills all structures with the same patient efficiency. If Atlantis did exist and did sink beneath the waves, this is what would have become of it by now. Not a treasure trove of ancient wisdom waiting to be recovered, but a series of formations where marine life goes about its business, where sediment accumulates, and where natural processes have long since erased most traces of human intention. And that's fine. That's how the world works. Human civilizations arise, flourish, decline, and are incorporated back into the natural systems from which they emerged. As you drift now towards sleep, you might carry with you this image of underwater ruins where fish swim through empty windows and coral decorates forgotten walls. Not as something sad, but as something peaceful. A reminder that all our striving eventually finds rest, that the pressure to achieve and build and leave permanent marks can be released into the patient processes that transform everything over time. The water supports you. The gentle movement of the current rocks you slowly, rhythmically, like a parent rocking a child towards sleep. Below you, the sand holds whatever remains of things that mattered intensely to people now long gone. Above you, The surface catches sunlight and transforms it into moving patterns that dance across every underwater surface. You float between the two, suspended in the present moment, supported by water that's been cycling through oceans for millions of years. This is what Plato's Atlantis offers us finally. Not a historical mystery to solve or a technological achievement to recover, but a contemplative space where we can reflect on achievement and loss, building and decay, and the difference between surface success and deep sustainability. The story creates room for thinking about how we live, what we build, and what we leave behind when time and nature eventually reclaim everything. The remarkable thing about Atlantis is that it exists now more vigorously than it ever did in Plato's imagination. The story has been retold so many times, adapted to so many purposes, that it's become a permanent part of human cultural inheritance. A story we tell ourselves, about our capacity for achievement and our tendency towards self-destruction. Plato wrote perhaps 15 pages about Atlantis in his dialogues. Those 15 pages have generated millions of pages of speculation, interpretation, and imaginative elaboration. The return on investment is extraordinary. Few authors have created something so durable from such an economical initial description. The sparse specificity of Plato's account, detailed enough to seem real, vague enough to invite interpretation, created space for everyone who came after to project their own ideas about lost perfection. In this way, Atlantis has become a truly collaborative creation, built not by one author, but by thousands of people across dozens of centuries, each adding their interpretation while the core story remains recognisable. It's like a ship that's been at sea so long that every plank has been replaced multiple times, yet it's still somehow the same ship. The continuity exists in pattern and function rather than material substance. For a bedtime story, Atlantis works beautifully because it operates on the border between knowledge and dream. It's specific enough that you can visualise it clearly. Those circular harbours, those walls plated with mysterious metals, those fountains and gardens and temples, but dreamlike enough that the images can shift and flow as consciousness moves towards sleep. The story provides structure without rigid boundaries and guidance without constraint. As consciousness releases its grip on waking concerns, the mind often drifts into a liminal space where metaphor and reality blur together, where the distinction between historical fact and philosophical truth becomes less important. This is the space where Atlantis has always existed most vividly, not in any particular ocean depth or geographical coordinates, but in the twilight region where we think about human possibility, achievement, limitation, and loss. Tomorrow you'll wake to whatever challenges and opportunities your particular moment in history provides. You'll navigate social structures and natural environments that are neither as perfect as Atlantis in its golden age, nor as doomed as Atlantis in its decline. Like most human experience, your actual life will be mixed, containing elements of achievement and failure, wisdom and folly, sustainable practices and unsustainable pressures, but you'll carry with you, perhaps unconsciously, the patterns and questions that Atlantis raises. When you see visible success built on questionable foundations, you might remember the civilization that seemed most powerful just before it sank. When you notice how difficult it is to maintain standards and values across generations, you might recall how divine wisdom was gradually diluted in Atlantean bloodlines. When you recognize the gap between ideal visions and practical realities, you're engaging with exactly the tensions Plato explored through his imaginary civilization. These aren't ancient questions, they're human questions, as relevant now as they were in 4th century Athens, as urgent in every era that has ever grappled with how to build sustainable, just, flourishing societies. Atlantis endures because it addresses something permanent in human experience. The desire for perfection, the tendency toward corruption, the relationship between virtue and fortune, and the inevitability of change and loss. The ocean that swallowed Atlantis continues to move in its rhythmic patterns, waves rising and falling as they've risen and fallen for millions of years before human civilizations existed, and will continue rising and falling long after our particular moment passes into history. This continuity provides context for human striving. We're participating in something much larger and longer than individual lives or even civilizations, part of natural processes that operate on scales we can barely comprehend. Rest now in this knowledge. Whatever you're building, whatever concerns occupied your waking hours, whatever achievements or failures marked your day, all of it takes place within this larger pattern of arising, flourishing, declining, and transforming into something new. You're held in the same way the imagined underwater ruins are held by the ocean, not gripped tightly but supported gently, allowed to be exactly what you are in this moment while time and nature do their patient work of transformation. The philosopher Plato, long dead now, his body returned to the elements that composed it, nevertheless continues speaking to anyone willing to listen to his story about Atlantis. Not because he discovered some secret history or preserved some ancient wisdom, but because he understood something true about how human civilizations work and found a way to express that understanding through memorable narrative. His greatest achievement wasn't the philosophical system he built or the political theories he proposed. It was creating stories that would outlast stone, stories that exist now in millions of minds across the world, changing slightly with each retelling while maintaining their essential character. Stories that help us think about who we are, how we live, and what we might become if we pay attention to the patterns repeating throughout human history. Sleep well, knowing that you're part of this ongoing conversation about human possibility and limitation that stretches back through centuries and forward into an uncertain future. The questions Plato raised through Atlantis, about virtue and power, wisdom and corruption, sustainability and collapse, are your questions now, to be answered through how you live and what you choose to build or preserve or transform. And perhaps in your dreams, you'll swim through underwater ruins where sunlight filters down through clear water and small fish move unconcerned through spaces that once held human hopes and ambitions. You'll see how time and nature are the ultimate artists, taking everything we make and slowly, patiently transforming it into something beautiful in entirely new ways. You'll understand that this transformation isn't loss, but continuation, not ending, but a change of form. The story of Atlantis ends where it begins, in imagination, in the space where we reflect on what it means to be human, and to build civilizations that are always temporary, always imperfect, and yet always meaningful for those who inhabit them. May this reflection carry you gently into sleep, into dreams, into the rest that allows tomorrow's building to begin again. The sun is lowering toward the western horizon, and you're standing on a slight rise in the Kalahari, watching the afternoon transform into something entirely different. This moment, what photographers centuries later would call the golden hour, is when experienced hunters would begin reading the landscape with the attention most people reserve for their favourite books. You're travelling with a small hunting party from the Sand People, often called Bushmen, though that term never quite captures the sophistication of their relationship with this land. These are people whose ancestors have lived here for tens of thousands of years, accumulating knowledge the way a library accumulates books, one generation carefully adding to what came before. The light at this hour doesn't just illuminate the savannah, it reveals it. Shadows grow longer, creating texture and depth that make animal tracks stand out like writing on a page. The hunters you're with have been walking since before dawn, covering perhaps 15 miles, and they're now scanning the environment with eyes that notice everything. They're not looking for big, obvious signs. They're reading subtle changes in how grass bends, noticing where dust has been disturbed, and observing which birds are alarmed and which are settling down for evening. One of the hunters kneels beside what looks to you like unmarked dirt. To him, it's a story written in soil and shadow. An antelope passed here, maybe 2 hours ago, moving at an unhurried pace toward water. The track shows no signs of injury, no irregularity in gait. This animal isn't worth pursuing now. It's healthy, alert, and heading away from where the group needs to camp. Better to note its passage and move on. The temperature is beginning its evening descent, dropping from the mid-80s toward what will be a surprisingly cool night in the 60s. In the Kalahari, the dry season creates these dramatic temperature swings that catch visitors off guard. You've learned to appreciate how the hunters adjust their pace with the changing temperature, moving more slowly as the day's heat releases its grip, conserving energy for the work of making camp. Water defines everything in this landscape. The nearest permanent water source is 2 days' walk from here, but the hunters know about temporary pans, shallow depressions that hold rainwater for weeks after storms. They also know about roots and tubers that store moisture, about the buffroot that can be squeezed for liquid, and about dozens of plants that offer hydration to those who know where to look and how to prepare them. The evening air carries scents that create an invisible map of the environment. Somewhere to the northeast, maybe a mile distant, there's a herd of wildebeest. You can catch their musky smell when the breeze shifts. Closer, there's the sharp green scent of crushed leaves where some animal has been browsing. And underneath everything, there's the distinctive smell of the savannah itself. Dust, dried grass, and the faint mineral tang of distant water. Bird calls create a soundscape that the hunters interpret as fluently as you might read traffic patterns in your neighbourhood. A pair of fork-tailed drongos are mobbing something, their aggressive calls suggesting a snake or perhaps a small predator. Go-away birds, named for their distinctive call that sounds exactly like their name, are announcing their displeasure at being disturbed. A nightjar begins its churring song, signalling that twilight has officially begun. The hunters are looking for a campsite now, and their requirements are specific but not difficult to meet. They need a slight elevation, enough to catch breezes but not so exposed that wind becomes a problem. They want to be near enough to water-bearing plants but not so close to game trails that curious animals will wander through camp. They prefer a location with several escape routes, not because they're worried about predators, but because being able to move in multiple directions is simply sensible practice. You notice they're also reading the landscape for signs of previous human presence. Are there old firings here? Do certain trees show signs of bark harvesting? Has someone built a small windbreak in the past? The Sand people have been using this landscape for thousands of years, and their camps are spaced across it like invisible settlements that appear and disappear with the seasons. The chosen spot sits beneath a sprawling camel thorn acacia, its canopy providing both shade and a sense of enclosure without being claustrophobic. The tree is old, perhaps a century or more, and its presence indicates subsurface water that its deep roots have tapped. Thorn trees are good neighbours. They shelter smaller plants, their pods feed animals, and their wood burns with excellent coals for cooking. As the sun continues its descent, the colours of the savannah shift through a spectrum that painters spend lifetimes trying to capture. The grass, bleached almost white by months of dry season sun, now glows amber and gold. The red Kalahari sand takes on deeper hues, ranging from rust to burgundy depending on how the light strikes it. The sky begins its evening performance, transitioning from blue to colours that don't quite have names. Something between peach and rose, between lavender and grey. This is when experienced hunters perform their final environmental check. They observe where birds are settling for the night, which reveals safe roosting spots away from predators. They note which way smoke from a small test fire drifts, showing wind direction for the night ahead. They look at clouds gathering on the horizon, reading them for signs of distant rain that might arrive in days or weeks. The pace of everything begins to slow as daylight fades. Animals that have been active during the afternoon start seeking shelter. Diurnal creatures give way to nocturnal ones in a changing of the guard that happens twice daily, every day, in an endless rhythm that predates human presence on this continent. You're watching a transition that has occurred here for millions of years, and being part of it, even as an observer, feels oddly grounding. Understanding how sand hunters navigated and inhabited the Kalahari requires appreciating just how different this environment is from the landscapes most of us consider normal. The Kalahari isn't quite desert, and isn't quite savanna, it's something in between, a semi-arid landscape where life has adapted to scarcity and developed remarkable strategies for survival. Picture an area roughly the size of France. covered primarily in sand that ranges from deep red to pale yellow, depending on iron content and exposure. This sand creates a surface that's soft enough to preserve tracks beautifully, but firm enough to walk on without difficulty. After generations of walking this terrain, sand hunters developed a gait that barely disturbs the sand, leaving tracks so light that rain can erase them in minutes. The vegetation consists primarily of grasses, low shrubs, and scattered trees that have learned to thrive on minimal rainfall. Most years, the Kalahari receives between 6 and 10 inches of rain, and sometimes much less. Everything that grows here has evolved strategies for the dry season. Deep roots, small leaves that conserve water, and dormancy periods that can last months. But calling the Kalahari barren would be like calling a library empty because it doesn't have furniture. The landscape holds incredible biodiversity for those who know how to see it. There are dozens of edible plants, numerous medicinal herbs, fibres for crafting, and wood that serves everything from toolmaking to fuel. The trick is knowing where to look and when to harvest. The terrain rolls gently, with fossil dune systems creating long parallel ridges that run roughly north-south. These ridges, created by ancient wind patterns during wetter periods thousands of years ago, influence everything from where water collects to which plants grow where. Walking perpendicular to these ridges means constantly ascending and descending gentle slopes. Walking parallel to them provides easier travel, but sometimes means going out of your way. Pans, those seasonal water sources that fill during rains, dot the landscape like irregular pearls on a vast necklace. Some are tiny, holding water for only days after a storm. Others are substantial, becoming temporary lakes that attract game from miles around and hold water for months. Knowing which pans fill first, which hold water longest, and which provide the cleanest drinking water represents knowledge that takes decades to accumulate. The temperature extremes shape everything about how people live here. Summer days can exceed 110 degrees Fahrenheit, while winter nights can drop below freezing. Even during the moderate seasons, daily temperature swings of 40 degrees are common. This means that clothing, shelter, and daily routines must account for these dramatic changes, and the hunters you're with have developed strategies that work without any of the technology we take for granted. What makes sand hunters so remarkably adapted to this environment is their mental map of resources. They don't think of the Kalahari as empty space between points. They see it as a richly textured landscape, where every feature has significance. That termite mound indicates certain soil conditions and marks a reliable navigation point. That cluster of shepherd's trees signals underground water. That particular type of grass means the soil beneath holds moisture, suggesting certain edible roots might be present. This environmental knowledge extends to understanding seasonal changes with precision that would impress modern ecologists. The hunters know that certain plants flower when the Pleiades constellation reaches a specific position in the sky. They know that particular birds arrive from the north exactly 3 weeks before the first rains. They can predict weather patterns by observing insect behaviour, cloud formations, and wind shifts. The animal life of the Kalahari adds another layer to this landscape. Large herbivores like gemsbok, eland, and springbok have adapted to survive with minimal water, getting moisture from the plants they eat, and cooling themselves through specialised circulatory systems. Predators like lions, leopards, and cheetahs follow these herds, and smaller creatures, from meerkats to ground squirrels to dozens of bird species, create an ecosystem where everything is connected to everything else. Understanding these connections is what made sand hunters successful. They didn't just hunt animals, they understood the animals' relationships with plants, water, weather, and each other. They knew that lions hunt most actively 3 to 4 hours after sunset and just before dawn. They knew that gemsbok can sense water underground and will sometimes dig for it. They knew which vultures find carcasses first, and how to interpret the vulture's behaviour to locate game. As the last direct sunlight fades from the sky, leaving only the diffuse glow of twilight, the hunters begin transforming this spot beneath the camel thorn acacia from raw landscape into temporary home. Watching this process is like seeing a stage set assemble itself, except everything is functional rather than decorative, and every action serves multiple purposes. The first task involves clearing the immediate camping area of anything that might cause discomfort or problems during the night. Small stones get pushed aside with feet, not tossed away, because even stones have their place in this environment, but simply moved to the perimeter. Thorny branches that have fallen from the acacia get collected for a specific purpose we'll return to shortly. The ground gets swept lightly with a branch to disturb scorpions and spiders that might otherwise settle in for the evening near human warmth. Next comes gathering firewood, and this task reveals another layer of environmental knowledge. The hunters don't just grab any fallen wood, they select specific types that burn at different rates and produce different qualities of heat. Camelthorn burns long and hot with excellent coals, perfect for the main fire that will last through the night. Other woods burn quickly and bright, useful for light but not sustained heat. Some woods, when green, produce smoke that helps keep insects at bay without being overwhelming. The wood collection happens efficiently but not frantically. There's no sense of racing against darkness, because the hunters know exactly how much time they have and how much wood they'll need. They gather enough for a fire that will burn all night but not wastefully large, just sufficient to provide warmth, light, and psychological comfort. Each person contributes to the pile, and the wood gets stacked in a specific way that keeps it dry and makes different types easy to identify by touch after dark. Creating the fire itself is less dramatic than movies might suggest. These hunters carry fire-making tools, friction sets made from specific woods that create embers through practiced technique. But more often, they carry coals from the previous night's fire, kept alive in a carrying vessel made from a hollowed root, packed with specific fungi that smoulder without flame. Transferring these coals to a nest of fine, dry grass takes perhaps 30 seconds, and gentle blowing creates flame almost immediately. The fire location has been chosen with care. It sits far enough from the tree that sparks won't threaten the canopy, but close enough that the tree's trunk reflects heat back toward the camping area. The fire is also positioned so that smoke drifts away from where people will sleep, but not so far away that its light and warmth become useless. Around the fire, the hunters create sleeping areas that demonstrate impressive economy of effort. They don't build elaborate structures. Instead, they work with what the environment provides. Grass gets gathered in armfuls and laid out in thick piles that will serve as mattresses, insulating sleepers from the cooling ground. These grass beds are positioned in a semicircle around the fire, close enough for warmth, but far enough that sparks won't be a hazard. The thorny branches collected earlier now serve their purpose. They're arranged in a loose barrier on the side of camp away from the fire. This simple windbreak serves multiple functions. It deflects breezes that might otherwise make the night uncomfortable. It creates a psychological boundary that marks the camp's edge. And it discourages curious animals from wandering through, not by being an impassable barrier, but simply by being mildly annoying to navigate around. Animals, like people, generally take the path of least resistance. Personal items get arranged with the same thoughtful efficiency that characterises everything these hunters do. Hunting tools, bows, arrows, and digging sticks are placed where they'll be immediately accessible, but won't get accidentally kicked or stepped on during the night. Water containers made from ostrich eggshells, stoppered with grass bungs, are secured in scooped-out sand depressions where they won't roll or tip. Leather bags containing various items get hung from low branches or placed on elevated spots away from ground-dwelling insects. As camp takes shape, what strikes you is how little it looks like what most people consider camping. There are no tents, no chairs, and no designated cooking areas. Everything is minimal, functional, and completely adapted to this specific environment. This isn't primitive, it's sophisticated. These hunters have distilled thousands of years of experience into practices that use minimal materials to maximum effect. The psychological transformation of space is perhaps most interesting. 20 minutes ago, this was just another spot in an endless savannah. Now it's camp, a place that feels qualitatively different from the surrounding landscape. This transformation happens not through barriers or structures, but through human activity, firelight, and the subtle organisation of space. It's the same instinct that made your ancestors gather around fires in caves, the same fundamental human need to create a sense of place and safety. And full darkness has settled over the Kalahari now, and the camp has taken on the quality of a small island of light in an ocean of night. The fire burns steadily, its flames dancing in patterns that humans have been watching since we first learned to control combustion. The wood crackles and pops occasionally, sending brief showers of sparks upward towards stars that are beginning to emerge in truly remarkable numbers. The hunters settle into evening routines that balance work with rest. Someone is preparing food, though preparing might be too elaborate a word for what's actually happening. Dinner tonight consists of items collected during the day's travel, tubers that were dug from the ground, their locations revealed by specific leaf patterns, summer melons that provided both food and water, and nuts from a mongongo tree, already roasted in today's earlier fire. The tubers get buried in the coals at the fire's edge, where they'll roast slowly, their tough skins protecting the starchy flesh inside. This cooking method requires no pots, no utensils, and no complex preparation, just fire, time, and experience knowing when they're done. The mongongo nuts, which are extraordinarily nutritious and taste vaguely like cashews, get passed around for anyone who's hungry now rather than waiting for the tubers to cook. There's meat as well, from a successful hunt 2 days ago. The hunters had pursued an eland, the largest antelope species, and after a chase that combined tracking with endurance, they'd brought it down with poison arrows. The meat was butchered on site, with some eaten immediately and the rest cut into strips and dried. Tonight, some of that dried meat gets briefly warmed over the fire, not enough to cook it, but enough to soften it and bring out the flavours. What's notable about this meal is its absolute lack of ceremony. People eat when they're hungry and take what they need, and there's no formal structure or designated serving time. Food gets shared automatically, without negotiation or accounting. If someone is hungry and you have food, sharing isn't generosity, it's simply what you do, as automatic as breathing. This isn't primitive communism or noble savage idealism, it's practical adaptation to an environment where food availability fluctuates and mutual support increases everyone's survival chances. As people eat, conversation happens in the unhurried way that characterises most of their interactions. The San languages include click consonants that sound almost like percussion, creating speech patterns that blend beautifully with the nighttime soundscape. Discussions cover practical matters, observations from today's travel, plans for tomorrow's movement, and news about other groups they encountered weeks ago. But there's also storytelling, which serves purposes that go beyond entertainment. Stories encode information about the environment, animal behaviour, proper conduct, and historical events. A story about a hunter who ignored certain signs and got lost becomes a lesson in reading landscape features. A story about someone who was greedy and didn't share becomes a lesson in social cohesion. The stories aren't heavy-handed or obviously instructive. They're entertaining first and educational second, which is why they work so well. The night has brought out different sounds than dominated the day. Insects create a constant background hum that rises and falls in waves, primarily crickets, but also cicadas and other creatures whose names you don't know. A jackal calls in the distance, its cry eerily reminiscent of a crying baby. Another jackal answers, and their conversation creates a back and forth that sounds almost like they're commenting on the day's events. Somewhere much farther away, maybe 2 or 3 miles, a lion roars, the sound carrying with remarkable clarity through the cool night air. The hunters pause briefly when they hear it, listening to determine direction and distance, then return to their conversation. They're not alarmed, just aware. Lions generally avoid human camps with fires, and these particular lions sound far enough away that they're not an immediate consideration. As the evening deepens and the hunters settle into rest, it's worth examining the tools and equipment that make this lifestyle possible. What you notice immediately is how much can be accomplished with what seems like very little, and how every item serves multiple purposes. The hunting bow deserves particular attention. It's not the heavy, powerful longbow of medieval Europe or the compound bow of modern sport hunting. This is a small, elegant tool made from carefully selected wood, often a hard wood that combines flexibility with tensile strength. The bow is perhaps 3 feet long when strung, small enough to maneuver through brush, and light enough to carry all day without fatigue. The bowstring is sinew, carefully prepared from animal tendons and twisted into cordage that's surprisingly strong, despite being thinner than your pinky finger. This string requires periodic attention to keep it properly conditioned, and the hunters check their bows regularly, rubbing the strings with fat to keep them supple, and inspecting the wood for any developing cracks or weaknesses. The arrows are engineering marvels in miniature. Each consists of a reed shaft, hollow and light, with a separate wooden foreshaft inserted into the reed. The foreshaft can be replaced if it breaks, meaning one reed can serve for dozens of uses. The arrowheads are made from bone or metal when available, carefully shaped and sharpened. But the real sophistication is in the poison that's applied to these points. The poison comes from beetle larvae harvested from specific plants, and prepared through a process that's both art and science. The larvae are squeezed to extract a substance that's then mixed with plant saps, and possibly other ingredients depending on family recipe variations. This poison doesn't kill quickly like venom. Instead, it creates a systemic effect that gradually weakens the animal, making it easier to follow and eventually approach. Using poison might sound unsporting to modern sensibilities, but it's actually more humane than alternatives. A small bow can't deliver the kinetic energy to kill a large animal quickly. The poison allows hunters to take game they couldn't otherwise pursue, doing so in a way that minimises the animal's suffering compared to what would happen if a wounded animal escaped and died slowly from infection or blood loss. The digging stick is another tool that reveals sophistication through simplicity. It's a hardwood shaft about 3 feet long, fire-hardened at one end and weighted with a stone that's been pierced and permanently attached. This weight gives the stick momentum when you're digging, making the work less exhausting. The tool serves for excavating tubers, breaking open termite mounds, defending against aggressive animals, and dozens of other purposes that arise in daily life. Clothing represents another area where Sand people demonstrate impressive adaptation to their environment. During the day, men might wear only a loincloth made from softened animal hide, just enough to protect and maintain modesty without causing overheating. Women wear slightly more, usually a leather apron front and back. Both use lightweight leather cloaks that can be worn or carried depending on temperature. But at night, as temperatures drop, these same people know how to layer effectively. The leather cloaks wrap around shoulders and torsos, providing insulation that's remarkably effective. People sleep close to the fire on their grass mattresses, sometimes using their own limbs as pillows or sharing body warmth on particularly cold nights. The leather clothing they've been wearing all day now serves as additional bedding, folded and placed strategically for extra insulation. The Sand people also use animal skins in ways that demonstrate a thorough understanding of material science. Different hides serve different purposes. Gemsbok leather makes the most durable sandals because it's tough and resists thorns. Duiker hide, being softer and more pliable, works better for bags and pouches. Eland hide, thick and substantial, makes excellent sleeping mats when properly prepared. The preparation of these hides is a process that would exhaust most modern people just watching it. Fresh hides must be scraped to remove flesh and fat, then stretched and worked to prevent stiffening. They're treated with animal brains, which contain natural oils and enzymes that cure the leather, then smoked over specific types of wood that prevent insect damage and mould. The entire process takes days and produces leather that's soft, supple and durable. Water containers made from ostrich eggshells represent another innovation that's so perfect for its purpose that it hasn't been significantly improved upon. An ostrich eggshell holds about a litre of water when properly prepared. The hunters find empty shells, Ostriches lay eggs throughout certain seasons and not all survive to hatch. Then carefully drill a hole in one end using a stone tool or bone awl. These eggshell canteens are nearly ideal water containers for nomadic life. They're lightweight when empty, strong enough to withstand rough handling, and their shape distributes impact stress evenly. The narrow opening minimises evaporation and prevents spills. Each family might own a dozen or more of these containers, cached at different locations throughout their territory, so that water is available at various points in their seasonal movements. The most impressive tool, however, might be knowledge itself. The hunters carry in their heads detailed mental maps of their territory that span hundreds of square miles. They know where to find water in different seasons, which plants are edible at which times of year, how to track dozens of different animal species, how to read weather patterns, and how to navigate by stars and landmarks. This knowledge isn't written down, it's transmitted through observation, practice, and storytelling, each generation learning from the previous one. As you lie on your own grass mattress near the fire, the night reveals itself as anything but silent or static. The darkness has brought out a completely different set of life forms, and the experienced hunters around you remain casually aware of this nocturnal world even as they relax. The soundscape has layers that become apparent once you stop trying to identify individual sounds and instead listen to the whole composition. There's the constant bass note of insect life, that steady hum we mentioned earlier. Over this, bird calls punctuate the darkness, nightjars with their churring songs, owls with various hoots and shrieks depending on species, and occasionally the distinctive call of a thick knee, which sounds like someone whistling for their dog. Mammalian sounds add another dimension. Small animals rustle through grass and brush, their movements creating discrete sounds that experienced ears can identify. That particular rustle, combined with a soft munching sound, indicates a spring hare, a large rodent that moves by hopping like a miniature kangaroo and feeds on roots and grass. That different type of disturbance, more deliberate and heavier, might be a porcupine, one of the few animals that moves with complete confidence because its quills make it effectively invulnerable to most predators. Larger animals announce their presence through different means. You can hear zebras in the distance, their barking calls distinctive even if you've never heard them before. Hyenas occasionally whoop, a sound that carries for miles and serves to maintain contact between clan members. That rhythmic sound that almost resembles someone chopping wood is a giraffe walking, its hooves striking the ground with a distinctive cadence that no other animal quite replicates. The hunters listen to all of this with attention that's alert but not anxious. They're not worried about these animals, they're simply staying informed about their neighbourhood. That lion from earlier, they note when it roars again, tracking its movement mentally. It's now farther away, moving east, probably following zebra herds. This information might be useful tomorrow if they decide to hunt in that direction, or it might simply be filed away as part of the ongoing environmental awareness that characterises their lives. What predators are they actually concerned about? Surprisingly few. Lions almost never attack humans without provocation, and they especially avoid groups with fires. Leopards are more cautious of humans than humans are of them. Hyenas can be aggressive near food, but generally give people plenty of space. The most dangerous large animal is probably the Cape buffalo, but they're not present in this particular region of the Kalahari. The real nighttime concerns are smaller and more mundane. Scorpions become active after dark, hunting the insects that also come out at night. This is why the hunters cleared the ground before settling in, and why they shake out clothing and check shoes before putting them on. Snakes also hunt at night, but they're generally more interested in avoiding people than confronting them. The barrier of thorny branches around camp serves partly to discourage these smaller creatures from wandering through. As the night progresses, the temperature continues dropping. You notice the hunters adjusting to this gradually, pulling their leather cloaks more tightly, shifting closer to the fire, and adding another stick when the flames die down to coals. There's an art to maintaining a fire through the night. You don't want it blazing so high that it consumes wood too quickly, but you also don't want it to die completely and have to restart it in the middle of the night. The person tending the fire does so with minimal disruption to others. They add wood quietly, position it so it catches without creating excessive flame, and settle back to sleep. This rotation of fire tending happens organically, with whoever wakes naturally taking a turn. There's no formal schedule, no assigned shifts, just the understanding that someone needs to maintain the fire, and everyone takes responsibility for it. The moon rises late tonight, and its appearance transforms the landscape once again. Suddenly you can see beyond the immediate circle of firelight, and the savannah takes on an ethereal quality in the moonlight. Shadows sharpen, the distinction between earth and sky becomes clearer, and the overall sense of being in vast open space intensifies. In moonlight you can see why sand hunters sometimes travel at night when necessary. The landscape becomes navigable, though not easily. Tracks are harder to read, and thorns you'd see and avoid in daylight become invisible hazards. But the cooler temperatures make movement less exhausting, and certain animals become easier to approach because the moon doesn't reveal human presence as clearly as sunlight would. Tonight, however, no one has any intention of travelling. This is rest time, a pause in the constant movement that characterises their lives. The hunters aren't sleeping heavily. That kind of deep, unconscious sleep probably isn't adaptive when you're living outdoors in an environment with occasional genuine dangers. Instead, they're in a state of restful awareness, sleeping deeply enough to recuperate but lightly enough that unusual sounds or movements will wake them. Understanding how sand hunters sleep in the open requires recognizing how different their relationship with rest is compared to what most modern people experience. There's no bedroom, no mattress, no climate control, and no privacy in the way we usually think about it. Yet they achieve something that eludes many people in technologically advanced societies: genuinely restorative sleep that leaves them refreshed and ready for the next day's challenges. The grass mattresses they've created are more effective than you might expect. The thick layer of dried grass provides insulation from the ground, which becomes surprisingly cold during the night as it radiates the heat it absorbed during the day. The grass also provides cushioning, not the luxurious softness of a modern mattress, but enough that sleeping doesn't mean lying directly on hard sand and small stones. Position matters too. The hunters sleep in a loose semicircle around the fire, with each person's feet oriented toward the warmth. This arrangement means your torso and limbs can be wrapped in your cloak for insulation, while your feet receive radiant heat from the fire. It's also a social arrangement that allows conversation before sleep and ensures that everyone is within easy reach if something goes wrong during the night. The leather cloaks serve as remarkably effective blankets. Animal hide provides excellent insulation while being breathable enough that you don't wake up drenched in sweat. The cloak wraps around your body, creating a cocoon that traps body heat while still allowing you to move if needed. On particularly cold nights, people might share cloaks, using social bonds and body heat to maximize warmth. Your head rests on whatever you've designated as a pillow, sometimes a folded piece of clothing, sometimes a small leather bag filled with grass, sometimes simply your own arm. The sand people don't seem to suffer from the neck problems that plague people who use elaborate pillow systems. Possibly their bodies have adapted through generations to sleeping this way. Or possibly our modern sleep systems have created problems that wouldn't exist without them. The sounds of the night, which you might expect to be disruptive, actually seem to contribute to rather than detract from sleep. That constant insect hum creates white noise that masks other, more jarring sounds. The fire's crackle provides a rhythmic, somewhat hypnotic background. Even the occasional animal calls, once you've learned they're not threatening, become part of the nighttime soundscape rather than disruptions to it. What's particularly interesting is the flexibility of sleep patterns. The hunters don't sleep straight through for 8 hours, as sleep experts constantly tell us we should. Instead, they sleep in segments, waking occasionally to tend the fire, relieve themselves, or simply lie awake for a few minutes before returning to sleep. This segmented sleep pattern was probably normal for humans throughout most of our history, and it seems to work perfectly well for people living this lifestyle. Dreams, when discussed the next morning, are taken seriously as sources of information and meaning. A hunter who dreams of water might influence the group's decision about which direction to travel. Someone who dreams of a particular animal might suggest they focus their hunting efforts on that species. This isn't superstition in the way we usually think of it. It's recognition that our subconscious minds process information in ways that our conscious awareness might miss. The quality of sleep also varies with the moon phase. On dark, moonless nights, sleep tends to be deeper and longer, because there's simply less to see or do once darkness falls. On bright moonlit nights, people tend to stay up later, talk more, and sleep more lightly. The hunters' sleep schedules are naturally synchronized with lunar rhythms in ways that modern artificial lighting has completely disrupted for most of humanity. As the night deepens into its quietest hours, that period around midnight when even nocturnal animals seem to pause, the camp settles into its most peaceful state. The fire has burned down to glowing coals that provide steady heat without much visible flame. The hunters sleep in various positions, some curled on their sides, some on their backs, some with legs drawn up, and some stretched out. Each person has found their comfortable position through a lifetime of sleeping this way. There's something deeply reassuring about sleeping in a group like this, even for an observer like yourself. The quiet sounds of other people breathing, the occasional shift of position, the knowledge that several pairs of eyes and ears will wake if anything unusual happens. All of this creates a sense of security that solitary modern sleepers often lack. We evolved sleeping in groups, and being around others at night probably satisfies some ancient need for social proximity during vulnerable times. The first hint of dawn arrives not as light but as sound. Bird calls change their character. The nightjars fall silent, replaced by early rising species whose songs announce the coming day. A chat begins its distinctive call from somewhere nearby, a cheerful series of notes that seems to celebrate the end of night. The insects that dominated the evening soundscape fade as diurnal species begin stirring. The temperature at this hour is at its lowest point, and you notice the hunters drawing their cloaks more tightly in these pre-dawn moments. The fire has burned down considerably, though someone, you didn't notice who or when, has fed it during the night, so it hasn't gone completely cold. Now someone stirs more fully, adds several sticks, and begins coaxing the fire back to life with gentle blowing. Light arrives slowly at first, then more rapidly. The eastern horizon develops a pale glow that gradually strengthens, shifting from deep blue to lighter shades, then picking up warm colours as the sun nears the horizon. The stars fade in this growing light. First the fainter ones disappear, then the brighter ones, until finally only Venus remains visible, the morning star hanging in a sky that's transitioning from night to day. The hunters wake gradually rather than all at once. There's no alarm, no urgent need to leap up and begin moving. Instead, people transition from sleep to wakefulness in their own time, lying quietly for a few minutes, perhaps adding another stick to the fire, eventually sitting up and stretching muscles that have been still for hours. The morning routine has its own gentle rhythm. Someone checks the coals from last night's buried tubers. A few were left deliberately for morning eating. These get dug out, brushed free of ash, and broken open. The interior is soft and steaming, with a sweet, earthy flavour that's satisfying without being heavy. Shared around the fire, these tubers serve as breakfast for people who will be walking again within an hour. Water gets passed around in those ostrich egg containers, each person taking a drink that's measured not by conscious restraint, but by practiced habit. In an environment where water requires significant effort to obtain, nobody wastes it, but nobody hoards it either. You drink what you need, aware that there will be opportunities to find more later today, if you remember the landscape lessons you've learned. As full daylight arrives, the savannah reveals what the night had hidden. You can see now that your camp sits in an area where animal tracks crisscross in dozens of directions. During the night, creatures pass nearby. The prints are fresh, probably made in the hours before dawn. There are small antelope tracks, the distinctive marks of ground-dwelling birds, and the scratches where something dug for insects or roots. The hunters examine these tracks with casual interest, reading them the way you might glance at headlines in a newspaper. They're not alarmed by this evidence of nighttime visitors, they expected it. But they note which animals passed, in which directions, and at approximately what times based on how the tracks overlap and how much the sand has shifted around their edges. The morning air has remarkable clarity that will last only a couple of hours before heat begins creating shimmer and distortion. Right now you can see for miles across the savannah, watching how the low-angle sunlight creates long shadows and highlights every contour of the landscape. Birds are particularly active at this hour, and you can see various species moving between feeding areas. Sand grouse flying in swift direct lines toward distant water. Hornbills hopping among tree branches and larks singing from exposed perches. Before leaving camp, the hunters perform a simple but important ritual. They scatter the fire and cover it with sand. This isn't about hiding evidence of their presence. Their tracks and the flattened grass make that impossible anyway. It's about fire safety in a landscape where unchecked flames could devastate the environment. The scattered ashes and charred wood will be nearly invisible within days, incorporated back into the soil. The grass mattresses get kicked apart and scattered, returning to the landscape they came from. The thorny branches of the windbreak remain where they are. They'll decompose naturally and might even be useful to the next group that camps here. In less than 15 minutes, the campsite that felt so established last night has been largely erased, leaving only subtle signs that humans rested here. As the group prepares to move, they perform one final check of their surroundings. Tools get inspected to ensure nothing is damaged or missing. Leather bags get checked to verify their contents. Water containers get shaken to assess how much remains. Each person mentally reviews what they're carrying and what they know about the landscape ahead. The direction of travel today was decided partly last night and partly this morning based on weather observations, animal signs, and the group's overall goals. They're not wandering aimlessly. They have destinations in mind, resources they want to check, and a general route that will take them through productive areas. But their planning remains flexible, ready to adapt if they encounter unexpected opportunities or challenges. As you prepare to leave this nighttime experience and return to your own world of climate control and indoor plumbing, it's worth reflecting on what these sand hunters understand about living that modern life sometimes obscures. Their knowledge isn't romantic primitivism or noble savage idealism. It's practical wisdom developed through thousands of generations of lived experience. First, they understand that comfort is relative and adaptable. The same conditions that would leave most modern people miserable, sleeping on the ground, limited water, temperature extremes, no walls or doors, are completely normal to them. They haven't developed superhuman tolerance. They've simply learned what humans are actually capable of when properly prepared. The gap between our comfort expectations and our actual physical capabilities is probably much larger than most of us realise. Second, they demonstrate that less can genuinely be more when it comes to possessions and technology. Their entire material culture, everything they own and use, could fit in a couple of backpacks. Yet they're not impoverished or suffering. They have what they need for their environment and lifestyle. The elaborate systems we've built around ourselves, homes, vehicles, countless possessions, solve real problems but also create new ones. The SAN approach suggests that matching tools to actual needs, rather than accumulating things because we can, might be worth reconsidering. Third, they show that deep environmental knowledge creates a different kind of security than the kind we usually seek. We try to make ourselves secure by building structures that keep nature out, and by accumulating resources we can control. The SAN make themselves secure by understanding nature so thoroughly that they can work with it rather than against it. When you know where to find water, food and shelter across hundreds of square miles, you're less vulnerable to local disruptions than someone who depends on fragile supply chains. Fourth, their social system demonstrates that cooperation doesn't require formal organisation or enforcement. Food gets shared, labour gets divided, and decisions get made through consensus, all without contracts or rules or designated authorities. This works because the group is small enough that everyone knows everyone else, and because their lifestyle creates natural incentives for cooperation. You can't survive alone in the Kalahari, so maintaining good relationships isn't optional, it's a survival strategy. Fifth, They remind us that human brains are capable of storing and processing incredible amounts of information without writing or digital devices. The mental maps the hunters carry, the species identification they perform instantly, the weather prediction they do through observation, and the navigation they accomplish using stars and landmarks. All of this represents cognitive capabilities that most modern people have let atrophy. We've outsourced so much memory and processing to external devices that we've forgotten what our own minds can do. Sixth, their sleep patterns suggest that our modern 8-hour straight obsession might be culturally specific rather than biologically necessary. They sleep in segments, wake during the night, adjust their schedules to natural light, and seem perfectly well rested. Perhaps the sleep problems that plague modern societies stem partly from trying to force our biology into patterns that don't actually suit us. Seventh, they demonstrate that meaningful work and leisure aren't opposites. Gathering food, making tools, and travelling across the landscape, these activities are simultaneously work and engagement with life. They're not counting down hours until they can stop working and start living. The integration of labour and life creates a different quality of experience than the modern pattern of working at jobs we tolerate to earn money for the free time when we can do what we actually want. Eighth, their relationship with risk shows that trying to eliminate all danger might not be the path to well-being. They live with genuine risks, weather, injury, food scarcity, and occasional dangerous animals. But they've developed competence and confidence that makes these risks manageable rather than paralysing. Modern safety obsessions sometimes create psychological fragility by preventing people from developing the skills and confidence that come from managing real challenges. None of this means their lifestyle is perfect or that we should all abandon modern life and move to the Kalahari. The San face genuine hardships, infant mortality rates that would horrify modern parents, medical problems that could be easily solved with basic healthcare, and vulnerability to droughts that kill people. Romanticising their lifestyle while ignoring its difficulties is both inaccurate and disrespectful, but neither should we dismiss their way of life as simply primitive or inferior to our own. They've developed sophisticated solutions to the challenges of their environment, solutions that work extremely well for their circumstances. And some of their approaches, their environmental knowledge, their social cooperation, their material simplicity, their integration of work and life, contain insights that remain valuable even for people living in very different contexts. The most important lesson might be about adaptability itself. The San people thrive in an environment that would kill most modern humans within days, not because they're physiologically different, but because they've learned their landscape thoroughly and adapted their behaviour to match its demands. Every human society does this to some degree. We all adapt to our environments. The question is whether we're doing so consciously and thoughtfully, or whether we're simply accepting whatever patterns our culture happens to have developed. As you mentally return from the Kalahari savannah to your own bedroom, carrying memories of firelit faces and star-filled skies, consider what elements of that nighttime experience might translate across centuries and continents to your own life. You probably can't, and shouldn't try to, replicate the San hunter lifestyle in modern suburbia, but you can borrow from their approach to rest and recovery. What would it mean to create evening routines that genuinely prepare your body and mind for sleep, rather than simply marking time until you collapse into bed? The hunter's gradual transition from activity to rest, their attention to comfort and warmth, and their use of fire and social connection to create restful environments. All of these have analogues in modern life if you look for them. You might experiment with reducing artificial light in your evening hours, letting your body respond to natural darkness signals. You could create simple rituals that mark the transition from day to night, helping your mind recognize when it's time to shift gears. You could pay attention to temperature, recognizing that cooler sleeping environments often produce better rest. You could even reconsider whether sleeping straight through the night is really necessary, or whether waking briefly is natural and acceptable. The hunter's relationship with possessions offers another transportable lesson. What would your life look like if you evaluated everything you own by whether it serves multiple purposes and whether you truly need it? The freedom that comes from having less stuff, less to maintain, less to organise, less to worry about, is available to anyone willing to question their accumulation habits. Their environmental awareness suggests that paying attention to the natural world, even in urban or suburban settings, can create a richer daily experience. You might not need to track animals across sand, but you could notice which birds visit your area in different seasons, which plants bloom when and how weather patterns develop. This attention doesn't require moving to the wilderness, it just requires deciding that the non-human world is worth noticing. Their social patterns, the automatic sharing, the consensus decision-making, the absence of formal hierarchy won't translate directly to modern life with its complex institutions and millions of strangers. But within your own circles of family and friends, you might find opportunities to practice more generous sharing, more collaborative decision-making, and more egalitarian relationships. Most fundamentally, the sand hunters demonstrate that human beings are adaptable, capable, and resilient in ways that modern convenience sometimes obscures. We've built elaborate systems to protect ourselves from discomfort and uncertainty, but in doing so, we've sometimes prevented ourselves from developing the competence and confidence that come from facing challenges directly. You don't need to sleep on the ground in the savannah to reconnect with these fundamental human capabilities. You just need to occasionally step outside your comfort zone, try things that are slightly difficult, develop skills that aren't immediately useful, and pay attention to the world beyond screens and walls. The specific challenges matter less than the practice of engaging with them. Tonight, as you lie in your bed, probably more comfortable than any grass mattress could ever be, you might notice sounds you usually ignore. That cricket outside your window, the wind moving through trees, and the distant sound of traffic that creates its own kind of white noise. These sounds connect you to the same nighttime world that sand hunters experience, just in a different context. You might feel grateful for your shelter and safety while also recognising that the sand hunters aren't suffering in their open camps. Different environments suit different lifestyles, and what seems harsh from one perspective is simply normal from another. Understanding this might make you less judgmental about people whose lives look different from yours, and less defensive about your own choices. You might reflect on how much of your life involves trying to control or eliminate variables, temperature, light, sound, social interaction, risk, and wonder whether some of that control costs more than it benefits. The hunters accept variability as inherent to existence and develop flexibility instead of control. There might be wisdom in that approach, even for people who aren't planning to sleep under the stars. As sleep begins to overtake you, imagine that campfire still burning in the Kalahari. It's like creating a small island of warmth in the vast darkness. Imagine hunters sleeping their segmented sleep, waking occasionally to tend the flames, comfortable in an environment that would terrify most modern people. Imagine them waking at dawn to scatter the fire, check their tools, and walk again across a landscape they know as intimately as you know your own neighbourhood. Their world and yours are separated by oceans, centuries, and completely different ways of organising human life. Yet the fundamental experiences remain the same. The need for rest, the search for comfort, the desire for safety, the value of social connection, the satisfaction of competence, and the peace that comes from understanding your environment well enough to trust it. Sleep well, knowing that somewhere, someone is sleeping under stars that are the same stars you'd see if you went outside right now. Somewhere, a fire is burning that's made from the same combustion chemistry as the flames humans first mastered hundreds of thousands of years ago. Somewhere, people are living lives that connect directly to the deepest patterns of human existence, patterns that persist beneath all our modern elaborations. And tomorrow, when you wake to alarm clocks and artificial light, you'll carry with you the memory of a different kind of waking, the gradual transition that happens when your body responds to natural light and natural temperature changes, when you open your eyes to see whether the fire still burns and whether your companions are stirring. That memory might change how you think about morning routines, sleep patterns, possessions, environmental awareness, social relationships, and what it means to be comfortably at home in the world. or it might simply rest in your mind as a pleasant story about people who live differently than you do. Either way, the night in the Kalahari has been real in your imagination, and imagination is where all understanding begins. The hunters rest well tonight, as they have for thousands of years, and so can you. William Tecumseh Sherman was born on February 8, 1820, in Lancaster, Ohio, a frontier town on the verge of tremendous development. His mother dubbed him Cump, and he displayed a restless spirit from a young age, foreshadowing the vast influence he would one day wield on the nation's battlefields. Although his father, Charles Robert Sherman, was a respected Ohio Supreme Court judge, the family struggled financially. Then tragedy came when Sherman was 9 years old. His father died abruptly, leaving behind a poor household. The boy's future, while uncertain, found a guiding influence in the form of his father's close friend, Thomas Ewing, who welcomed him into his own lively home. Growing up in the Ewing household exposed Sherman to a more privileged society, but it was not carefree. Ewing was politically connected, having worked in government positions that exposed Sherman to the complexity of national policy and political squabbling. Something about those encounters prepared him to see the country as a web of dynamic forces, law, commerce, and ambition interacting in ways that altered entire neighbourhoods. Despite his academic abilities, he was never a standout student in the traditional sense. His true aptitude was in observation and the ability to translate what he saw into deep strategic insights. Sherman absorbed the action with an intensity that occasionally surprised others, whether it was a local election or a heated dinner table dispute. Sherman was 16 when he received a coveted invitation to the United States Military Academy at West Point, thanks in part to Ewing's political clout. When he arrived at West Point in 1836, he discovered that the regiment was both difficult and stimulating. Mathematics, engineering, and tactics dominated the curriculum, combining practical skills with theoretical knowledge. Although he did not excel academically, he graduated 6th in his class, he was known for being clever, pragmatic, and unromantic about his military service. Classmates noticed his frank demeanour, which would become a defining feature of his personality throughout his career. Sherman enlisted in the army as a second lieutenant in the 3rd U.S. Artillery after graduating in 1840. He served in many outposts, from Florida to the distant frontiers, dealing with the problems of a rising nation. The Florida job embroiled him in the Seminole Wars, a brutal milieu of swamp warfare and uncertain goals. Sherman quietly recorded the lessons. Combat was chaotic, objectives shifted quickly, and success required a combination of planning and sheer tenacity. He also developed a dislike for half-hearted confrontations, believing that if a battle was unavoidable, it must be pursued with utmost determination. Despite periodic promotions and the allure of new assignments, Sherman never felt completely at ease in the peacetime army. Bureaucratic red tape, restricted chances for growth, and a desire for new experiences gnawed at him. His restlessness prompted him to quit from the army in 1853. In the decade that followed, he dabbled in various endeavours, including banking in San Francisco, law practice, and company management in New York. Each position deepened his understanding of the fundamental principles of American business, the importance of risk-taking, and the vulnerability of trust in a period marked by frequent booms and busts. The banking crisis of 1857 devastated him financially, demonstrating how rapidly riches might vanish when markets crashed. During his civilian years, Sherman made friends from both the North and the South, including plantation owners and entrepreneurs. He noticed the growing conflict over slavery, state rights, and economic disparities. While living in Louisiana, he was the superintendent of the Louisiana State Seminary of Learning and Military Academy, which would eventually become Louisiana State University. He was recognized for his organizational talents, but he treaded carefully when discussions became political. Despite not being a passionate abolitionist, he did not take to the concept of secession. For Sherman, unity was America's best hope for success. Nonetheless, he saw worrisome signals of discord and concluded that the country was on the verge of war. Sherman, on the verge of the Civil War, stood at a pivotal juncture. He had a family, a diverse set of experiences in both service and civilian sectors, and a perspective that grasped how badly the country was fracturing. He was concerned that if war occurred, it would be unlike the small-scale battles of previous decades. The tremendous industrial potential of both parts, combined with the moral fervour around slavery, predicted a devastating clash. Despite his reluctance to enter the battle, Sherman returned to service in early 1861, motivated by a sense of responsibility to maintain the Union. In the early months of the Civil War, William Tecumseh Sherman served in several positions, looking for a secure footing in a war that appeared chaotic from the start. Initially assigned to a training facility, he disagreed with authorities when he anticipated that the fight would require at least 200,000 men in his area alone. His forthright remark that the Union was underestimating the scale of the insurrection elicited suspicion, if not derision. However, time would vindicate his misgivings. By late 1861, Sherman had arrived in Kentucky, an important border state with conflicting loyalties. He was responsible for the Cumberland Department there, but he quickly became overwhelmed. Reports of Confederate military movements, arms shortages, and conflicting orders from Washington left him tired. Some sources suggest he was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. He requested relief from command, and when he left, rumours circulated about his instability. Such suspicions threatened to wreck his career in an era when mental stress was less tolerated. Nevertheless, Sherman recovered. He gained new purpose with General Ulysses S. Grant's direct help. Their bond will form the foundation of Union success. Grant was calm, silent, and unyielding under duress, whereas Sherman was more combustible, publicly expressing concerns or complaints. Their mutual regard, however, was established through shared battlefield experiences. In early 1862, Grant's daring manoeuvres at Fort Henry and Fort Donelson secured critical Confederate outposts, and Sherman's role, though subordinate, displayed dependability in the face of fire. The Battle of Shiloh in April 1862 would be Sherman's true baptism into large-scale fighting. Confederate surprise strike near Pittsburgh upon landing in Tennessee. Waves of enemy soldiers smashed the Union defences. Sherman's division took the brunt of the early fighting. Despite being taken by surprise, he rallied his troops, riding along the front lines, ignoring personal danger and encouraging them to hold. Despite massive fatalities, the Union withstood the attack, and Grant's counterattack the following day forced the Confederates to retire. Sherman's leadership under duress gained him a promotion to Major General and, more crucially, strengthened his alliance with Grant. The two men came from Shiloh with a stronger determination to achieve total victory, acknowledging the Confederacy's tenacity. Sherman followed Shiloh with operations along the Mississippi River, ending in the Vicksburg Campaign. Vicksburg, a fortress stronghold, was essential to Confederate control of the Mississippi River. Union soldiers anticipated that seizing it would split the Confederacy in two, isolating the states west of the river. Grant's siege was long, with supply lines strained and morale shaky. Sherman's involvement included skirmishes, feints, and ensuring that Confederate reinforcements could not break through the siege. Vicksburg finally fell on July 4th, 1863, marking a watershed moment in the Western theatre. Sherman's fame soared, although he frequently downplayed personal responsibility, publicly praising Grant's strategic vision. Sherman did not take command of Union forces in the West until 1864, when Grant was ordered to the Eastern Theatre to confront Robert E. Lee. His primary aim is Atlanta. The city was a Confederate hub for railroads, manufacturing and supply. Taking it could jeopardize the Southern battle effort. Sherman launched the Atlanta campaign in May 1864, moving across northeastern Georgia. Confederate General Joseph E. Johnston utilized an effective defensive plan, but Sherman's numerical superiority and willingness to engage in flanking actions gradually pushed Johnston back. Johnston's replacement by the more aggressive John Bell Hood increased Confederate casualties. By September, Sherman's army had conquered Atlanta, dealing a strategic and psychological blow to the South. The city's fall echoed throughout the North, helping President Lincoln's re-election chances. Sherman believed that simply occupying Atlanta would be insufficient. He wanted to cripple the Confederate capacity for future resistance. After ordering civilian evacuations, he permitted elements of the city's infrastructure to be destroyed, fueling suspicions that he was carrying out a destruction campaign. Sherman then focused on a bold and controversial strategy, the march to the sea. The plan was to cut lines of communication, damage resources critical to the Southern war machine, and show that Confederate authorities could no longer safeguard their heart. In mid-November 1864, he led 60,000 men from Atlanta to Savannah, cutting a path across Georgia. Unlike traditional movements tethered by supply lines, Sherman's columns would live off the land, foraging freely, demolishing railroads and targeting factories. This bold tactic, at the time, attempted to break the South's resolve to continue fighting. During these campaigns, Sherman's views on war solidified. He believed that the faster and harder the conflict was pursued, the sooner it would be resolved. In his letters to subordinates, he emphasized a harsh logic. If Southern people felt the effects of the war, the Confederacy's morale would plummet. While many Union leaders sought victory through pitched battles alone, Sherman embraced total war, leaving a reputation that would eclipse his other accomplishments and define his place in American military history. The March to the Sea started on November 15th, 1864, as Union troops departed from the charred remains of Atlanta. The trip to Savannah covered about 300 miles, calculating about 483 kilometers, and lasted almost a month. Contrary to popular belief, Sherman didn't order his soldiers to burn every home or farm they encountered. However, the foraging became so widespread, occasionally turning into looting, that local populations remembered the campaign with lasting bitterness. Union soldiers destroyed rail lines, twisting them into what was mockingly called Sherman's neckties. Warehouses and factories burned, cotton gins destroyed, and livestock taken. Many Southern civilians fled before the advancing columns, while others remained, witnessing gardens, barns, and personal property consumed by Union torches or opportunistic soldiers. Sherman's official position was that his troops should only target items with military or logistical significance. But in practice, those boundaries quickly became unclear. Years later, the question lingered: were these acts justified militarily, or simply a vengeful rampage? Sherman's supporters claimed that the Confederacy's capacity to fight relied on its agricultural and industrial resources, rendering such destruction a regrettable necessity. Critics argued that the campaign violated moral boundaries by punishing innocent civilians. Sherman believed that only by breaking the South's ability and determination to fight could the war's violence be decisively ended. Sherman's forces entered Savannah on December 21st, 1864, facing minimal resistance. He sent a telegram to President Lincoln, proposing the city of Savannah as a Christmas gift. The capture of the nearly intact port offered a strategic base on the Atlantic coast, enabling Union forces to advance into the Carolinas. Northern newspapers celebrated the success, lauding Sherman as a master strategist. Southern newspapers erupted in anger, portraying him as a ruthless destroyer. Confederate civilians criticized the perceived barbarism in diaries and letters, while some Northern voices also voiced discomfort at the campaign's brutality. The Union war machine continued, and Sherman's prominence grew. In early 1865, Sherman turned north to unite with Grant. The Carolinas campaign sought to pressure Confederate resources from a new angle, potentially trapping Robert E. Lee's army between two formidable Union forces. As his men moved through South Carolina, the birthplace of secession, Sherman's tactics became even harsher. In February 1865, Columbia burned, with ongoing debate over whether Union or Confederate forces started the fire. Sherman denied starting the fire, but suspicion remains, woven into local tales that the Union intentionally set ablaze the birthplace of rebellion. Sherman advanced into North Carolina with a slightly softer approach, recognizing that the state had not been as eager to secede as South Carolina. The operational logic persisted: weaken Confederate capabilities, disrupt railroads, and harass the demoralized Southern forces. In April, it was reported that Lee's Army of Northern Virginia surrendered to Grant at Appomattox. Sherman's men sensed the war was nearing its conclusion. Hopes rose that they could finish the campaign without more major clashes. An unforeseen twist occurred when John Wilkes Booth assassinated President Lincoln on April 14, 1865, shocking the entire Union High Command. Grief and anger surged through Sherman's ranks. After Lincoln's death, talks with Confederate General Joseph E. Johnston in North Carolina became increasingly strained. Sherman, aiming for a quick reconciliation, proposed terms that many in Washington viewed as excessively generous, including political concessions that exceeded his authority. The War Department, shaken by Lincoln's assassination and favoring tougher actions, rejected Sherman's agreement. Reports suggested that Sherman was either naive or overreaching. The fiasco briefly damaged his reputation, A revised negotiation resulted in Johnston's surrender on April 26, effectively ending the war in the Carolinas. Sherman's desire to heal wounds quickly conflicted with the mood in Washington, creating misunderstandings that would persist for years. Despite the friction points, the North celebrated Sherman as a hero. His soldiers admired him, referring to him as Uncle Billy, impressed by his relentless energy and talent for boosting morale. Southerners condemned him as the cause of devastation. He rarely attempted to soften that image, stating that war was cruelty and efforts to refine it were pointless. That straightforward view shaped his strategic approach. Sherman believed that war should be pursued with full commitment, or not at all. After the war, Sherman oversaw military districts in the South, attempting to maintain order during Reconstruction's tumult. He found the political squabbling exhausting, favouring direct military leadership over the complexities of civil policy. Sherman's legacy was solidified by his wartime campaigns, despite the post-war complexities that overshadowed it. The challenge for him, and for the nation, was how to address the resentment caused by total war while also focusing on rebuilding a unified country. After hostilities concluded, William Tecumseh Sherman expected the clear structure of wartime command to translate into a simple post-war position. However, the aftermath of conflict rarely produces smooth transitions. In 1865, he was appointed commander of the Military Division of the Mississippi, covering most of the devastated South. During Reconstruction, conflicts arose between President Andrew Johnson's conciliatory approach and the severe demands of radical Republicans in Congress. Sherman proceeded gingerly in this climate, avoiding political disputes. He constantly differed with civil officials and politicians about how to best manage the emancipated African American population, former Confederates, and the region's destroyed infrastructure. Sherman believed the Army's job was to maintain order, not to influence the inevitable social upheaval. He questioned whether Union troops should remain in the South indefinitely, citing the lack of a quick way to heal grave wounds. His reluctance to fully embrace Reconstruction ideas frustrated radical reformers who wanted strong federal enforcement of civil rights. White Southerners, apprehensive of the Northern presence, frequently opposed even basic Army commands. Understanding that he was in a precarious situation, Sherman sought solace in his family life. In 1866, he relocated to St. Louis, Missouri, to oversee the Military Division of Missouri. The territory stretched from the Mississippi River to the Rockies. Conflict spread westward as American expansion collided with numerous indigenous groups. Sherman's orders required him to protect settlers and railroads, which frequently resulted in battles with tribes that opposed the invasion of their areas. This period of Sherman's career is not as well known as his Civil War achievements. Native people, beset with violated treaties and forced relocations, met Sherman, a military figure who advocated employing superior force to achieve federal objectives. Sherman's perspective on the Indian Wars mirrored his entire war philosophy: decisively smash resistance to minimize prolonged carnage. He ordered campaigns that destroyed communities, decimated buffalo herds, and pushed people onto reserves. Historians decried his measures, likening them to his previous scorched earth policies. Sherman's strategy was straightforward: smash any opposition as quickly and decisively as possible. He perceived no ethical dilemma in forcefully displacing indigenous peoples in pursuit of the nation's ultimate goal. This unwavering stance cemented his reputation as a source of strong answers. Changes in Washington impacted Sherman's career path. Ulysses S. Grant became president in 1869, and Sherman was appointed commanding general of the United States Army. His new position allowed wide oversight of military operations, but disagreements with the War Department arose fast. Sherman believed that the line of command was harmed by civilian authorities' desire for greater control over Army matters. The tension rose under Secretary of War William W. Belknap, who resigned under scandal. Sherman's private letters indicated his displeasure with the political milieu and a desire for the disciplined cooperation of wartime. Sherman suffered family issues. Ellen hailed from a devout Catholic household, whereas Sherman had no interest in organised religion. Their opposing viewpoints occasionally produced tension. One son, Willie, died tragically during the war, leaving an emotional scar on the family. Another son, Thomas Ewing Sherman, became a Jesuit priest, which Sherman reluctantly accepted. Sherman composed his memoirs during these changes, and they were first published in 1875. This 2-volume book, Memoirs of General William T. Sherman, gives a plain account of his life, from birth until the Civil War. Critics praised its readability and honesty, while several expressed concern about omissions and biases. He openly said at the outset that he would report events as he saw them, regardless of whether they disturbed anyone. The memoirs shaped the public's perception of him as a general who believed in direct action and open communication. Sherman headed an army that was struggling to find its place in a changing country in the 1870s. Industrialization accelerated, questions about global development arose, and the frontier vanished. The army shrank, overshadowed by new millionaires and the volatile politics of the Gilded Age. Sherman frequently bemoaned that the populace had grown complacent about national defense, ignoring the painful lessons of the Civil War. In quieter moments, he realized that a diminished army presence was precisely what a reunited country needed, even if it left him feeling a little lost. The Great Railroad Strike of 1877, which saw federal troops dispatched to quell labor unrest, was the final major dispute of his tenure. Sherman struck a compromise between compassion for workers' concerns and the necessity for order, directing a reaction that sought to minimize bloodshed. The incident pointed at a new sort of internal conflict, industrial turmoil supplanting sectional conflicts. Sherman, noted for his directness and rigidity, was reminded that war is never static, it changes with the intricacies of civilization. As the 1880s began, William Tecumseh Sherman entered retirement but stayed a notable public figure. In 1882, he stepped down as commanding general, concluding nearly 20 years of consistent leadership in a transforming army. Civic groups, lecture circuits, and political activists often pursued him. Some urged him to run for president, thinking his combat experience and integrity would resonate with Americans. Sherman famously declined, stating, "I will not accept if nominated and will not serve if elected." The statement reflected his post-war identity as someone who had witnessed the harsh realities of politics, leading him to avoid more profound involvement. His reluctance to run for government came from several factors. He was wary of the constant manoeuvring that characterized national elections. His straightforward attitude conflicted with the need to appease groups and trade favors. He understood that his reputation, forged through tough tactics in Georgia and the Carolinas, could provoke significant backlash in the South and among moderate northern voters. He felt his skills were better suited for organizing and leading in challenging situations, rather than in standard governance negotiations. Sherman traveled extensively, giving speeches on Civil War events and promoting a strong, practical military policy, even after leaving formal duties. He seldom softened his remarks. At veterans' reunions, he portrayed the stern uncle, reminding former troops that war was not a glorious adventure. He emphasized to younger audiences that the Civil War was much more complex than just heroes and villains. He stood firm in his decisions, asserting that his aggressive campaigns had reduced the conflict's length. He was honest about his views on Reconstruction's outcomes. He observed the South's economic recovery, the emergence of Jim Crow laws, and ongoing social inequalities. He did not advocate for radical solutions to racial disparity, viewing it mainly as a civilian issue. Some critics viewed Sherman's attitude as evasive, claiming he was dodging moral responsibility. He said his main aim was to preserve the Union, not to create an equal society. Although Sherman was strategically skilled, his limited view on social fairness reflects the shortcomings of his era, which is clear in hindsight. At the same time, narratives about his private life became gentler. He enjoyed engaging with former allies, especially Ulysses S. Grant, whose presidency concluded amid controversy and failure. Sherman stayed loyal to Grant, honouring their bond from the war despite any controversies. They occasionally gathered to voice their discontent regarding how their legacies turned into political issues. When Grant died in 1885, Sherman mourned publicly, delivering eulogies that highlighted loyalty, the virtue that had united them through numerous conflicts. In the 1880s, new industries and technologies captured public attention. Railroads spanned the continent, telephones connected people, and corporations grew. Sherman felt torn after observing these changes. He appreciated America's ambition for growth, but worried about possible societal instability. The Great Railroad Strike indicated rising unrest among industrial workers. He warned that if class tensions weren't handled correctly, they could erupt violently. Although he wasn't an economist, he identified conflict patterns and warned political leaders that neglecting labour demands could lead to chaos similar to the devastation of war. Sherman, who relocated to New York City later in the decade, joined various clubs and wrote letters condemning the rise of sensational journalism. He was accustomed to media scrutiny. During the war, he was portrayed as either a hero or a criminal. Tabloids thrived on sensationalism, making him cautious about interviews. Young journalists sought his views on military issues. He emphasized that future wars could lead to unimaginable destruction if not quickly contained, particularly with advanced weaponry. He insisted that the only real strategy was to either fully engage in war or not at all. Sherman's health declined as he got older. Stiff joints, persistent pain, and years of fatigue in uniform consumed him. He refused to disguise himself as a weak, elderly general. He walked through the streets of Manhattan in casual clothes, tipping his hat to those who noticed his distinctive grey hair. He visited West Point and other army locations rarely, providing straightforward advice: train with discipline, but hope you never have to use it in a civil war. Listeners felt that beneath his tough exterior were deep wounds shaped by the harsh realities of war. In his later years, the people embraced him as a grandfather figure. His once fierce demeanour mellowed over time. Fundamentally, he was the man who bravely marched through Georgia, firmly believing that such harshness was essential. In the evolving landscape of modern America, William Tecumseh Sherman remained prominent, his influence softened rather than faded, a reminder of when cities trembled at the sight of blue-clad troops. William Tecumseh Sherman spent his final months in New York surrounded by family and friends. He was stoic, yet he occasionally made sad remarks about how the Civil War ruined his reputation. He recognized that for many Southerners, his name symbolized terror, a reminder of burned houses, ruined railroads, and the unrelenting march of Union forces. To many, particularly in the North, he was the driving factor behind the Confederacy's demise, ultimately sparing many lives by ending the war. The dichotomy left him resigned. Historical assessments are rarely balanced, especially for those who shape conflict in new disputed ways. Sherman became ill with pneumonia in January 1891. Doctors tried to restore his health, but difficulties occurred. By early February, it was clear he was unlikely to recover. He faced his decline discreetly, eschewing some treatments and facing his mortality with the same candour he used in strategy. Family members watched him closely, recalling how the once unstoppable man appeared weak under the light of the bedside lamp. He died on February 14, 1891, at the age of 71. News spread across the country. Southerners reacted calmly to the announcement. Some newspapers ran brief obituaries, while others recalled the misery he caused. In the North, praises poured in, hailing him as a hero who broke the war's illusions and drove the South to its knees. Foreign commentators reflected on how the American Civil War influenced worldwide military thinking, observing that Sherman's death marked the end of an era of bold, large-scale maneuver warfare. Sherman's funeral in New York drew massive crowds to the streets. Veterans wearing uniforms saluted the casket. Young observers were captivated by the legend and listened to serious comments from generals who had served under him. The army provided full honours as a final homage to the man whose worldview was defined by his dedication to duty. Pallbearers included notable civic and military figures, emphasising his life's impact on American growth. They brought his remains to St. Louis with quiet solemnity, where he was buried alongside his wife, Ellen, who had died a few years before. Afterward, newspapers and magazines began to look back. Writers debated morality and necessity. Did Sherman's campaigns enhance combat or spark new conflicts? Some editorialists credited him with inventing the concept of modern total war, emphasising how entire communities, not just soldiers, become involved in massive warfare. Some voiced worry about the impact on civilian life and property, claiming that his approach called into question the ethics of war. Military academies around the world evaluated his manoeuvres, adopting or criticising his ideas. Before World War I, German officers thoroughly researched the March to the Sea to establish their philosophy. Sherman's notion that war should be conducted decisively, eliminating illusions and safe havens, has far-reaching consequences beyond American borders. Many nations' romanticised notions of combat would conflict with the brutal realities he highlighted. Decades later, European nations would participate in even more devastating wars, prompting the question, was Sherman a visionary, a prophet of mechanised destruction? Personal stories about Uncle Billy were well known among ageing Union veterans. Anecdotes show him pausing to speak with a terrified child or having a humble lunch with a rural household. These pieces attempted to portray the man, who was frequently despised by many Southerners. Historians who read his letters discovered that he had a comic side, frequently calming tense situations with dry humour. Contradictions abound: a kind father figure to his men, an unrelenting terror to his adversaries, and a scathing critic of half measures in combat. Sherman, along with Grant, Lee, and Jackson, was recognised as pivotal figures in the Civil War over time. Statues appeared, some in the north, depicting him on horseback with a determined expression, and fewer in the south, where he was frequently overshadowed by local heroes. The older generation that lived through the conflict has died away, leaving a legacy characterised by textbooks, speeches, and battlefield tours. Sherman's historical significance was substantial but challenging for a nascent nation. Historians developed fresh perspectives over time. Some have investigated the psychological impact of the Florida wetlands on the young lieutenant. Some have suggested that his family's links to Thomas Ewing had an important impact on his early success. Many questioned his performance during the Indian Wars, questioning how a commander known for defending the Union could advocate harsh measures against indigenous tribes. These layers underscored the complexities of his life. He was neither a simple hero nor a villain, but rather a figure of a changing America, managing crises, technological developments, and expanding frontiers. Sherman's name conjures up pictures of relentless columns, flaming depots, and a war that changed the face of conflict. William Tecumseh Sherman is still regarded as a key character in the Civil War pantheon, yet views of his actions continue to shift. Over 130 years after his death, historians, military scholars, and interested amateurs revisit his wars in search of nuanced insights. Many people are talking about his hard war theory, which holds that to terminate a struggle, a nation must attack the opponent's ability to sustain itself rather than simply defeating forces in open battle. His effectiveness in this area is widely attributed to hastening the Confederacy's demise. Sherman's techniques are sometimes compared to those used in 20th century total conflicts, in which entire economies and civilian populations are targeted. Critics question if the practice establishes a troubling precedent that moral barriers can be crossed for the sake of expediency. Others argue that Sherman's tough attitude undoubtedly shortened the war's duration, preventing thousands of further battlefield casualties. When military doctrines develop beyond frontline engagements, the tension between practicality and morality becomes increasingly essential. In the South, memories of Sherman are still shaped by generational stories. Families carry down stories about ancestors who lost houses, animals, or enterprises along his path. Museums in Georgia, South Carolina, and other states periodically display exhibitions about the march to the sea's local influence. Some historians work to differentiate myth from reality. Not every fire was started by a Union soldier, nor was every structure torched. However, the psychological toll of an unstoppable army marching across the countryside was evident. Meanwhile, northern cities that formally supported him attempt to analyse his full legacy. War memorials in areas like New York and Ohio depict him as a pivotal figure in the Union's deliverance. School textbooks stress his devotion to Grant, his operational genius, and the conclusion he helped to bring to a war that threatened to fracture the country irrevocably. A few paragraphs might describe how he disliked political power and preferred clear command. Younger generations perceive a nearly cinematic figure, brazen, unstoppable, a contradiction of savagery and compassion, who altered Americans' perceptions of battle. Sherman's personal documents, which are preserved in libraries, illustrate the intricacies of his relationships. Letters to his wife Ellen express love and parental care, particularly when they lost their son Willie in Memphis. Correspondence with fellow officers illustrates the stress that weighed on him, particularly in the dark nights preceding important operations. There's a fleeting impression that, beneath the stern general's public face, a man struggled with the internal reservations about the unstoppable machine he'd set in motion. In scholarly areas, studies of Reconstruction address his post-war deeds. Some argue that, despite his ability to effect Southern reintegration, he mostly deferred to civil authorities and focused on limited army duties. Did he demonstrate smart statesmanship, or did he allow systemic injustices to continue? The discussion continues. According to the record, Sherman considered himself first and foremost a soldier, and he rarely saw the army as an instrument for sweeping social engineering. This perspective, aligning with his pragmatic approach, significantly shaped the course of Reconstruction both positively and negatively. Sherman's image appears in novels, documentaries, and historical dramas that aim to capture the passion of the Civil War. Filmmakers show him poised on horseback, watching a horizon tinged orange by fires, or in frenetic staff meetings with maps strewn out over rickety tables. These portrayals frequently exaggerate for dramatic effect, but they reflect a long-standing fascination with the man who accepted the brutal facts of war and forced the South to taste the bitter fruit of defeat. The conflict between actuality and myth is rarely fully resolved, expressing the essence of a character who thrived on contradiction. Finally, Sherman's story is a microcosm of American history in the mid-19th century, a country stumbling from compromise to confrontation, debating whether to remain a single political unit or split irreparably. Sherman's life followed that trajectory, from frontier boyhood to the pinnacle of military leadership, from the sorrow of personal loss to the moulding of an unwavering approach in the crucible of battle. His traces are still visible not only on Georgian territory, but also in how America deals with the duties and costs of military conflict. For those looking for simple labels, hero or villain, visionary or brute, Sherman defies them all, reminding us that history is woven from the threads of both success and the tragedy, sculpted by the steely will of individuals who once marched across the stage of an evolving national drama.